I think we're live. So you're listening to the Chili Bowl live stream preview show brought to you by Racer to Racer podcast presented by Race 92. Um, Thanks everyone for watching. We're going to have some special guests on here throughout the night. And
yeah, it's going to be. We got people who are going to try to come in throughout the night. As anybody watches the show, we're laid back, so people are just going to bounce in and out. And
what you can tell by you sitting on your couch right now.
I know I am laid back tonight.
I was hearing an echo myself. That's why I kind of stopped there for a second, but I think we're good now. But just want to give a quick shout out. Well, first off, like we said, this is Racer Racer podcast. If you haven't subscribed to us, make sure you check us out on YouTube. Hit subscribe. Obviously, you're watching on YouTube, so hit subscribe and like, and then check us out on other podcast streaming platforms. And want to give a quick shout out to Racer Collect, who's one of our partners, and Patrick Paddings. We're going to have him on here in a little while, I think. So definitely look forward to that. And he has like a merchandise store where he allows like drivers to sell their stuff. Racercollect.com. So definitely check them out.
Yeah, he's got a really great idea there, and like we've said on our show before, it's very. The real nice thing about it is he just, it's all authentic. You don't have to worry about it being fake, and he works directly with the drivers, and so he's got a really, really good deal there. It's very. The real nice thing about it is he just.
Man. We're good. Yeah, no, definitely really cool.
Got I was making Chili Boy excitement going on here. Yeah, we got some Chili Boy excitement going on here right now. Working on somebody's car. I don't have the volume up at the moment because Aaron and I were talking. Looks like they're belting him back in. I don't know quite what happened.
So what's happened so far, Scott, with the Chili Bowl? So obviously we had the big crash yesterday with Ferrucci. You said Connor went upside down today too, right?
Yeah, Connor went big time too. They and then Chase Elliott took a big ride. Chase and Santino's were very similar. They both got over right rear wheels and just took wicked rides in 3 and 4. Both are okay. Santino, I guess, has a concussion. Connor, I was thinking of Chase's. I haven't seen Connor's yet, but everybody said it's pretty hard. Sammy Swindell's out already. Some of the Keith Coons cars are done, although they brought 15. So they have plenty others coming. Many of them already locked in the show. Here, excuse me one moment.
What's the record for a team with the most cars? I mean, that's got to be up there.
That would
right?
be it. That's it right there. It's not even close. Somebody just lost a right front wheel. I would say that somebody did not get the hub nut tight, and they lost the front wheel. That's not good. I say they didn't get it tight. There are some companies that make those hub nuts out of aluminum, and there is a chance they could have stripped it. So the hub nut sits on the bearings and sets the pressure on the front bearings. He's got a bent right rear shock too, so I don't know quite what happened with him. Yeah, Ferrucci's car, that thing was hurt. The back of the cage was bent really bad, and he's really lucky. I felt bad for him. That was a big ride. I guess he at first lucky. I guess at first he decided he didn't want to go to the hospital, and later on he decided he wanted to go, and that's when they found he had a concussion. And Connor said today that he's retired from midget racing, so we'll see next year.
Right, I'm sure part of it has to do with his IndyCar deal. I'm sure he's just looking forward to that.
Yeah, I'm sure too. And obviously that's his day job, right? It's the most important thing. Got another yellow here.
Like Robbie's joining now.
Yep. It's that way.
What's up, guys?
Hey, Robbie, how's it going?
Hey, there he is. What's going on?
This time it's going to be a little better. I got a computer. The last time I think you guys caught me off guard, and I was on a phone in not a really comforting place, or not a place conducive for doing this. So happy to be back on with you guys.
Oh man, it is great. We had such a good time talking to you the first time. And you were talking about how you had a background in this type of racing, sprint car midget racing. We're like, hey man, let's get Robbie back on. We found a good excuse.
Excited to be here. I can't stay on too long. Our plans got changed, and we're going to be getting picked up. So, but I definitely I got a good 10 minutes to catch up with you guys, and hopefully can do it a more extended one at a later date.
Oh, absolutely, anytime. I think when the IndyCar season starts to get rolling, we'd love to have you back on.
Awesome. Well, you guys, I can say no more about all of it than I do. I still can give you everything I remember and I know, but I'm a little bit out of touch with everything that's going on. I imagine now, people have been moving around, and the silly season's going, or if it's not already, or if people aren't already in their seats.
Yeah. So Pagano, he's moved over to Shank. Connor Daly just resigned with resigned as of yesterday, right, Aaron?
Yeah, with Carpenter, with a new
Carpenter.
sponsor.
Yeah,
Is it
brand new sponsor.
Connor's a good buddy of mine, and that makes me happy to hear. Is it a full-time deal with Carpenter, or is he still doing half with
full season?
Oh, it is. Oh, that's great. Who's the sponsor?
It's like a crypto deal, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
I think I saw that. I saw him on Instagram. Yeah, that's exciting. Funny story. Connor came in town. We hung out a little bit when they raced at Gateway, and I showed him a picture of when I was racing at Gateway, and he was 12 years old. He came over to play Xbox because I wasn't racing on Panther, but obviously, back in the day of the IRL, I think I was in Sam Schmidt's car that year. But everybody in the paddock is tight and friends, and I somehow we started talking about it, and after the race, I think I was 2001. I had my girlfriend, now wife, over to the house, and he said he wanted to come play Xbox. So I asked Doug and Beth, and they said, sure, let him go. And I took a picture out by my parents' pool house when he actually looked like a 12-year-old kid, and showed that to him when he came back in town, which was really cool. He spoke with a group of local business professionals that I put together for an event at the Gateway race. So I want to see him succeed. I mean, not that he hasn't
I do
already.
too. I really like Connor. We had him on the show not too long ago. We haven't released it yet. Unfortunately, I had to leave early, and Aaron finished the show. But I really like Connor. He's a good dude.
Yeah.
The sponsor is BitNile. I was going to say his sponsor is BitNile.
Okay, well, good.
Digital asset investment.
Everything's going that direction. I've tried to stay away from it, but recently got involved in some stuff because just out of the fear of missing out. I'm not even. It's hard. One of those things where it's hard to quantify what you're getting, but as long as it goes up, it's a good investment. So,
as long as you're not on the wrong side of that, right?
Exactly. So you guys over in at the Chili Bowl now, or just?
So we're actually at our houses, and obviously, and then we're both watching on just watching a thing here, watching the feed on Flow Racing.
Right on. I've heard it's tremendous. I've never been, and I'm probably not the best guest to talk about midget car racing because I'm just a guy that I came up through formula car racing and was introduced to that type of racing background once I was in IndyCar, kind of looking where some of my competitors came from, and boy, it's impressive. Big fan. Really neat.
You've never driven anything like a sprint car, midget car, have you?
I haven't. I've heard. I know what they are. They've got more horsepower than an Indy car in a wheelbase, but materially shorter, and on dirt, on whatever. It's pretty intriguing to me. I'd love to do it just for kind of shits and giggles at some point, but maybe I wouldn't. I don't know. I'm getting too old for some of this stuff.
Connor took a ride yesterday here at Chili Bowl, or today. I mean, it's Chili Bowl. I didn't see it, but they said it was pretty good.
I think I saw him. I think did he do something a couple months ago where he got to run a car, or test a car, or something like that?
So he did the Gateway deal, right?
No, he was practicing at Millbridge. So he was down there practicing at Millbridge.
Right on. That sounds fun. You were last time we talked when we did our show. You were talking about how you don't get a lot of chance to talk racing anymore. Have you looked into different ways to talk racing since then? I mean, I think you'd be great, like at a podcast or I have
something
fun.
like that.
I have fun with it. I mean, it's when I can get on a podcast or something along those lines. We can. I can. It all comes right back out. I spend my whole day now working my current profession and have done well at it. It kind of slides off my tongue talking about my work, my work. But same with racing. It takes once I get it flowing, the floodgates open, and I just remember and think about all the tremendous time and history and what an important part of my life that was. So I do a little bit. Guys like you invite me on podcasts, and I really appreciate it. It's kind of, it's an honor just to be able to people still see me as a race car driver, because I've received a lot of recognition as being very good in the what I do in the insurance and risk management world. But it's cool to come back and say, yeah, I actually got in that race car and went. It's at this point, it's like I'm looking back on a different life. I mean, there was a couple of years after where I felt like I was still in it, but now I look at it as maybe I got to the point where I said, okay, I probably couldn't do that anymore. What I used to be able to do, I'm not as good as I once was. Isn't that a Toby Keith song?
Right.
So I mean, I look back and it was a different me that was doing that, because I don't think I could do that now. But I love it. It's great to get to talk about, and I just appreciate guys like you having me on so I can do so. Oh,
absolutely, man. We really enjoyed our talk with you, and you're such a good guy. And man, so obviously your world today, like you said, is the insurance world, and obviously I'm very ignorant when it comes to that, but I mean, that just seems like such a tough. I don't even really understand how the insurance market really works. I mean, you're just hedging against.
It's a financial hedge against loss. I mean, people misunderstand and think that insurance is going to fix things when they break. Insurance doesn't do that. Insurance is a financial hedge against loss. And I always, you insure what you can't afford to. You insure what you can't afford to lose. Just because you have a car you have to because it's state law. But just because you have something doesn't mean you have to insure it. But you do have to insure it if you can't afford to lose it, or if somebody else owns it, like the bank, they make you do that. But that's a real basic kind of part of what I do. Most of what we do is set up kind of risk management programs and develop programs for large developers and contractors. So we're doing hotels and large residential communities where there's a lot of insurance risk. Those guys build things, and if something breaks 5 years down the road, even after they're gone, there's still a huge exposure for them. They got to button up, and we come in and find the best programs, piece together the best partners from the insurance companies, and put a big deal together, and make a little revenue up. Make revenue up. Our revenue is the commission, which is just a small part of a small percentage, but it's been a good living. My father was in it before I was, and when I got to the point of racing where I was only racing the Indy 500, I had to start thinking about another career. I kind of had one foot in each bucket on each side of the line or whatever, and finally I just said, you know what, I've done what I came to do in racing. I don't think the odds that Chip Ganassi or Roger Penske is going to hire me are there. I could go pound the pavement and try to run on a team like I've been running on, doing one-offs. But do I want to do that just to say I want to do it, especially since, several of my friends, people I know, died in the sport, tragically, obviously in a race car. So I just kind of came to the conclusion after hitting the wall a few times, knowing what it feels like. You're a lot more gutsy or ballsy, I'll say, when you don't know what it feels like. But if you're awake to feel it, it hurts like hell. You choose that every day over not being awake, because the alternative could be worse. But I just decided, you know what, I'm ready to move on. I've made my mark on racing. I'm still alive. I had some good runs. I have kind of an extended family in the IRL paddock, and I've got a great opportunity here with what my old man built, and just kind of, you know, went from there and made the decision to jump out. And I never was around the racetrack the first couple of years afterwards, because that would have been tough, because that would have been like, God, I really want to be out there. Why am I not out there? So I just intentionally focused really hard on something else, and ultimately it became a situation where I could entertain my business clients by taking them to the track, and I still had, you know, great access. And you know, that Doug at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway takes care of the drivers every single year, and I think that's the neatest thing in the world. I mean, I can't tell you how cool it was just as a fan. And again, I'm on this other side now where I can say I'm a fan. I got to stand in a lineup of, you know, the 200 living drivers I can't remember, I think it was the 100th. I don't remember what year it was, but I mean, I'm standing next to Al Unser, Bobby Unser, you know, AJ Foyt, Johnny Rutherford. I mean, and these guys are people that I grew up, you know, Pancho Carter, Parnelli Jones. I mean, these are people, these are the ones that I stood at the fence. You know, I never got to go during the race until I got older, but I got to go to qualifying with my parents, and I just saw these names, and these were heroes of mine. And to be able to stand there next to them in, you know, for a picture,
right,
was pretty damn cool. You know, and I'm not too big to walk down the autograph aisle. You know, I'll stand up and walk on the backside of it because I'm back there, and ask those guys for an autograph. And I'd send my, last time we do that big autograph session, I sent my kids through the line, and they said it was for them, but it was for me too. I mean, so you know, to get autographs of all the drivers that, you know, that I grew up idolizing.
Did you hold on, I think Scott is frozen. Yeah, I think he is. He lost his connection. But did you ever think, when you were racing IndyCar, did you ever think about getting into any other forms of racing?
You know, towards the end, I did a little bit of a deal. I was talking with a couple of NASCAR truck teams. And I mean, I can look back and say now I wasn't that excited for it, but it just seemed like the next thing that I'm supposed to do. You're getting out of an IndyCar, go race a little NASCAR. You know, NASCAR was where, I don't know. I mean, it was never my passion. Open wheel Formula cars going around the Indianapolis Motor Speedway has been my passion from day one. It was never even Formula One. I raced with I came up with a bunch of guys who thought Formula One was the best, and I always said, nope, I want to race in Indianapolis in an Indy car. You guys can wake up at 5 a.m. and watch Formula One all you want, and I'll do that too. I like it, but I want to race in Indianapolis Motor Speedway. You know, so it's not a matter of, you know, I don't know if it's a matter of, I like high tech stuff, but I mean, Formula One is way more high tech than Indy. No interest there. You know, I grew up thinking that the Indianapolis Motor Speedway and the Indianapolis 500 was the coolest event ever, and I still to this day, you know, believe that. So, you know, saying, am I going to, you know, go from that into you know, drive a truck around at, you know, 50 or 60 miles an hour slower, just to collect a paycheck? I mean, at the time, it kind of seemed like the right thing to do, but and it was right when Toyota was coming in. I was talking to a team that I you know, maybe had the inside on Toyota, or maybe had the first year where they were the only truck. I can't really remember, but I remember going down to Charlotte and meeting with them. And at the end of the day, nothing happened, and I'm kind of glad it didn't, because I mean, it gave me the opportunity to kind of, you know, go off in my other direction and have, you know, start career number 2, you know, and move on with the next chapter, which involves kids and family, and you know, what I want to do now is very secondary to what my kids need me to do or drive them to. So you know, when you have 3 kids going in every different direction, my wife and I are pretty busy.
Yeah. And I mean, it seems like in the past, I don't know, 5 years, like drivers, I mean, it seems a lot more open now to drivers like running in different series. I mean, like back in your day, it didn't seem like drivers really did that. I mean, obviously you have Alonso came over and did Indy for a couple of years. Obviously like Connor and Ferrucci doing like, the Chili Bowl and stuff like that. I mean, do you think there was stuff, I don't know, like, I don't know if it has to do with contracts or, I mean, do you think there's something that kind of stopped drivers from doing that back in your time, Robbie?
I don't know. I mean, Johnny Herbert was a Formula One driver, active, and he came over and drove, and he drove for Greg Beck, and I remember he was just really struggling. I mean, in a Formula One car, it's just so much different than, when you can throw a Formula One car around. It's a road course. It doesn't have to be, the driver can do a lot. At Indy, you got to have the perfect car. So he came over, and he didn't have any success. I think he left before qualifying even started. And I remember Greg came over and said, "Hey, you want to get in this car?" I'm like, "Well, I'm in Larry's car here." And I think that might have been the year where I was driving with a broken leg and all kinds of crazy stuff going on when I hit the safer barrier. I can't remember exactly, but I think there was less of it. I mean, Tony Stewart came over one year, and I was sitting on the bubble in a PDM car in 2004. The car was not good. It was not fun to drive. I mean, and I barely qualified in the race. And then Tony, all this noise and the paddock was that he was going to do it, and he came over and winked at me. It's like, it was just a publicity deal, but maybe they were really going to do it. I don't think they could get it done with his conflict with different engine type or something. I think he was going to get in AJ's car. So there's a little bit of coming back and forth, but not as much. I think it's really cool to see Roman Grosjean, and he's brought a big crowd into Indy, and now this new Formula One series is on Netflix, and everyone I know who's never given two craps about racing is like, "Oh, this is awesome. It's Formula One." I'm like, dude, like, that's cool. That's a reality TV show, and Formula One is great, but the on-track product of an IndyCar race is materially better than Formula One, because you don't know who's going to win. In a Formula One race, you kind of do know who's going to win. So I got a couple more minutes left. I apologize. Again, you can tell I enjoy talking because I don't stop talking when I.
Oh no, you're good.
I appreciate you guys having me again, and
we'll definitely have you back on.
Anything else before I drop?
I don't think so. We just got Tanner Holmes coming in. I don't know if you're familiar with Tanner at all, Robbie, but he has a YouTube channel. Pretty big YouTube channel. How many subscribers you got now, Tanner?
52,000.
Wow.
And he races, I guess it's wing sprints and outlaw karts, right?
Yeah. We just kind of do that. We're from Oregon, but we've been traveling a little bit in the Midwest all over. But the dirt stuff's a lot of fun.
That's cool. I was telling him before you got on, I've never done it, and I know exactly what's in those cars, and they're more horsepower than an Indy car, and short wheelbase, and just insane amount of power, and looks really fun. I might kill myself in one now, but it still would be it'd still be fun just to putt around in one. I don't know that I want to go at it hard, but that's pretty cool. So maybe we'll get to catch up with you again sometime soon.
All right, see you, Robbie.
All right, guys, take care.
Hey, Tanner. Yeah, Scott, he lost his connection, so he's in the process of getting back in.
No worries.
But thanks for joining us. Really appreciate it.
No problem. Absolutely. Thank you guys for having me.
So what you're kind of in the off season. I mean, you've been racing a little bit recently, right?
Yeah, we've been doing some kart stuff here and there, like kind of during the winter time for us. Like, we can race indoors close to home just because like that's what's popular. In our area, unfortunately, other people in other parts of the country don't have that luxury because it's not as popular there. But so we have a track that's just like an hour and a half north of us. Like, we can get right on the interstate, head there. And then we have a couple of tracks that are down south. So, I mean, during the winter time, we can still run like 20, 25 shows. And I feel like dirt racing, you can obviously race dirt a lot, but I mean, that's huge. Just being behind the wheel and staying in the seat, and, just muscle memory and all that. And even though the karts drive way different than like the wing sprints, there's a lot that translates over, and things like happen so fast. So just like I said, being in the seat is a big part of the success, I feel like. So once we get back into, the summer part of the year when we're running sprint cars, it doesn't feel like I've been out of a race car. It doesn't take me much time to get back to it. If not, I feel like I almost, in those months where I wasn't even racing, I feel like I got better, or maybe confidence, wise and stuff. So when you hop back in, you're right where you need to be.
Yeah, sure. So, Chili Bowl. So you keep up with the Chili Bowl quite a bit, right?
Yes. Yeah. All the time.
You never driven have you ever driven a non-wing sprint car or midget?
No, I've driven outlaw kart non-wing, which is nothing to even compare to those things. But I'm pretty jealous I haven't. And I kind of felt like this year I made the commitment that next year I'm going to go to Chili Bowl. I finally decided, like, you know what, I need to do it. I just never have had the right chance, opportunity. I had some good opportunities for this year. They kind of fell through. So you kind of just, you're hoping something shows up at your front door to get the chance to run. But unfortunately, midgets and even non-wing sprint cars are like not popular at all on the West Coast. And what they have for the racing scene isn't close to me for what they have, because it's mainly like down south in California, and the car counts aren't great. They're kind of dwindling, besides when the national scene rolls out here towards the end of the year, which obviously then they draw cars because those guys come out here. But just nothing worthwhile compared to like running a wing sprint car where we can race, 60 times a year. We're there. If I were to try to be a midget racer, I would have to travel a lot, and I wouldn't probably get to race much. And even when I do, might be up against 12 car fields or 15 car fields. It's just different. But the form of racing is incredible. And obviously the Chili Bowl is, the event itself, I never even been there, and I can just tell like this is it. It's the best of the best.
Sorry, I wasn't on when you came on.
All good.
I had little technical difficulties. Hopefully that doesn't continue tonight.
You're good.
Yeah. It's funny because I imagine you've raced against a bunch of these guys.
Oh yeah. Yeah, we've raced against like Thorson. I know he ran second. Obviously, I ran against Larson in the kart stuff.
Courtney.
And I've been at a couple of sprint car races for him, where Enrico ran against Rico a handful of times. The list even goes on. There's quite a few, cage kart buddies. Tanner Carrick, who won Monday night. I literally, like 5 years ago, me and him were in a points battle at Red Bluff. So that just goes to show, a lot of those guys come from my neck of the woods. Buddy Kofoid, I've ran a bunch of laps with him in a wing sprint car a little bit. And then, I was just right behind him in the outlaw kart ranks. He's like a year or two older than me. So, a lot of those guys come from my neck of the woods. And I guess you could say if I were to be out there on track with them, I'm a little bit familiar with maybe their style or just different things where, obviously a lot of guys that show up to the Chili Bowl that don't get to race with them much, they don't know that stuff. But there's so much talent in that building, and even just to get into where they're at now, the F main, the E main, the D main, you did something.
Oh yeah, absolutely. You look, three guys that run another series, IndyCar and NASCAR, have all taken rides this weekend. From Ferrucci and Elliott, man, those are massive rides.
Oh yeah. Yeah. And the midget stuff, that hurts. I've never driven one, but I just know from knowing people that, anything without a wing, when you flip, like your body takes a lot more of the impact. Luckily a wing, that's a pillow pretty much on top of your car. But I think a lot of it, like I said, I've never driven those cars, but imagining that they're not, in the sense of the feeling and where you kind of sit in the car, doesn't feel much different than a wing sprint car. I think a lot of it is just the inexperience, which is totally understandable, not as aware of like where you're at. Elliott was kind of just in a bad spot, but more like Ferrucci, I know, in hot laps, it's really easy to lose where your left front's at and not know exactly how wide you are. When I first got into a sprint car, that was the first adjustment I had to make, was like figuring out, I went to it from a go-kart where like you can see your front tires, to a sprint car where you can't. And then you got to figure out how wide you are, what holes you can fit through, where you can't put yourself to get yourself in trouble. It's a totally different ballgame. So I feel like, going from what those guys are used to, which has got to be a 180, to the dirt cars where things happen so fast. And that track's not big or wide at all. And like you said, you can just get in trouble really easy. I think even, I think it was Connor Daly I saw on Twitter. He put like, I don't even know what I did, but I cartwheeled the car and I flipped. Like, I don't know what happened. So it's just,
they're retired from midget racing now, he says.
I know, I saw that. Like, it's just, and honestly, their results, I know they're probably obviously always wanting to do better, but like their results don't surprise me in the sense, because I think dirt cars are just really hard. Like, they're extremely talented, and I think with a little bit of time, they just got to give themselves some time. They could be phenomenal, but it's just so hard when you're up against guys that do that 100 times a year, no matter what. If you're a NASCAR champion, which, like I said, Elliott's a one in a lifetime talent, but it's just it's hard coming to dirt racing. It's just different.
Especially
what's your schedule look like? I'm sorry. I was going to ask what your schedule looks like this year.
It's similar to last year. I'm still putting it together. I'm waiting on a couple of places to release some stuff, but right now it looks like we are going to be in the Midwest at one point. But our schedule is going to be different, I guess, in the sense we wanted to go back to Ohio. I'm not sure if we're going to be able to make that happen. The biggest thing that changed on the West Coast for us, which is a good thing for us out here, there's actually a lot more racing you can do. We have a couple people in place at certain racetracks that are really adding races and big money shows. For example, where we race a lot up in Washington, Skagit, they came out this year and announced that the Dirt Cup, which is like their biggest event and actually a premier event across the country, is now a 410 race again, which it originally was. It originally was a 410 race about 10 years ago, switched to 360s. It was sanctioned with the American Sprint Car Series. And now it's back to a 410 race, which, a lot of people are pumped up about. And the purse increase went from, last year was 15,000 to win. This year it's 50 grand to win.
Wow.
So that's at a crucial time in the year when we're like, all right, we need to make sure we're running that as close to home. So there's just a lot of races. And so what they did, there are 410 series out here called KWS NARC, which they're mainly in California. They base their schedule around that race. So they have a lot of races that lead up to the Dirt Cup, which is going to be obviously like one of the big moments of the year. So we're going to try to hit all those because they start in California and they come up right where I live all the way up to Washington. And so since there's a lot more races for us to run, as well as other weekly shows and a lot of other tracks stepping up and trying to just change the sprint car scene around here, there's not as big of a reason for us to travel. So we're going to try to have a more of a building year where we can race local at places we know with plenty of good competition and good money on the line. And then we're still going to have one opportunity to go to the Midwest and run Knoxville and do exactly what we did last year, if not more races in the Midwest towards the end of July and August. But for the most part, we're going to try to stick a little bit closer to home. There's going to be a lot of races I think we can win, run good, and really try to build our program up before, eventually one day I want to be a Midwest racer. So in order to get there, though, I feel like a good step this year is to race places we know. There's money on the line. There's competition. I think there's going to be more eyes than ever on the West Coast. So I think we're going to really take advantage of that.
Yeah, I agree. I think, man, if the money's close to home, you got to stay there and try to get it.
Absolutely. Yeah. And it's cool. Even like our local track, they never have any wing racing besides, a couple a year. And they're a part of what they call the Road to Dirt Cup this year. So my local track that's, 25 minutes from my house in the first time in, 8 years is having a 410 show. So just little things like that. Cottage Grove for the first time in 7 years is having a 410 race. So there's all these tracks that man, that's kind of my dream because, those are the places I'm most familiar with. And every time, I wanted to run against good competition, I kind of had to go to some other places that I wasn't as familiar with because that's where there was more cars and more competition. But I think like I said, there's going to be a lot more people in our area and just more cars. And like I said, the West Coast scene looks really bright as, the right people seem like they're in place and, they want to have as many races as possible.
What's leading to the resurgence of 410s back on the West Coast?
It's a couple main people, but the main guy is by the name of Peter Murphy. And
Sure.
He's a huge ambassador for our sport, but he originally was a sprint car driver, very talented, very accomplished, and he was involved in an accident. It was a career-ending accident. And so now he has taken more over of a promoter role. And that accident was back in 2013. So since then, he's kind of been more in a promoter role in our sport. He took over a track in California called Colorado Speedway. It's about 9 hours south of where I'm at. It's in the Central Valley, but he had that track, but his goal was to get Skagit. So he's the one that took over Skagit. And since he's raced all over the country, he saw what the Midwest had for sprint car racing. And he's like, man, the West Coast deserves to have something like this. And I maybe even said this last time I was on your guys' show, but the West Coast kind of is on an island for racing. It's really weird. We're trapped out here and a lot of guys, I feel like, don't get the credit for the talent and the competition and what we have. But for the most part out here, there's just not as many eyes because there's not as many car owners. There's not as much big money shows. It's just a little bit different, but there is a lot of tracks and I feel like there's a lot of potential. So Peter Murphy is one of the main guys, leading that charge. And, he's trying to make a couple of these tracks out here, like a Knoxville, like in Eldora. And it's going to take time, but they're trying to build back up 410s because they were pretty much dead out here. I mean, you could have a 410 race and get 25 cars at most. That's a good night, a big 410 show. And 360 shows, you can go pay $5,000 to win and you're going to get 70 cars. So the 360s, they're glorified out here, and 410s are not, even though realistically the prices for a good 410 compared to a good 360 are not that much different. So, and if you have a 410, in like the Midwest, you can race for way, 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 way more money in the sense, as far as big races go. But it's exciting to see. And I think that, like a place like Skagit could be like a Knoxville and stuff like that. And our fan bases out here hopefully will grow. And it's just going to take time, but that's a big part of why we want to use this year to be out here. Cause I think there's going to be more eyeballs than ever. So if we can, run good at places we know, maybe that could, really move us along towards the direction we want to head.
I think it's smart. I'm sorry, Aaron. I know I cut you off a while ago.
Oh no, I'm used to it. No, I'm just kidding. But no, we were talking a little bit about like, IndyCar drivers. And I mean, obviously and Alex Lloyd did a video, it's like 10 years ago for Car and Driver, where he drives dirt for the first time. He goes to like, what's the track in California, Scott?
Ventura, I think is.
Yeah, I think it was Ventura.
Ventura or Paris, but I think it was Corey Kruisman driving school. So I think
it's probably Ventura then. Yeah.
Yep, it was. So he went there to kind of experience dirt racing for the first time. He had never driven on dirt. And he was just saying, like, you kind of go like, he's been at this point, he'd been racing for 20 plus years. So he's just used to driving pavement. And I mean, that's kind of going against what he's learned. So it's like, learning like a whole new discipline. And he was saying like, you'd almost be better off like not having any racing experience at all, just because it's going completely against what you're used to doing.
Yeah. And I think too, like same could be like if dirt guys go try to run asphalt, like, I mean, I think you could take like some of our best dirt guys, besides like a Kyle Larson, who obviously picked it up quick, but little things that, we're not going to know. It's like, heck, maybe you throw me, for example, in a truck, and maybe actually I was fast off the gate, but like little things like tire management, how hard to run, like all the different disciplines of that. It's a completely different ball game where like, dirt racing, you run the car so hard, you only have so many laps, you have all these different events throughout the night. And so that's like kind of back to what I was saying. I'm not surprised the asphalt guys are struggling on dirt, but I think like if you were to flip the script, it probably would be the exact same thing,
Right.
Getting thrown into these high forms of racing if you were a dirt racer. So it's just two completely different beasts. And it makes it more exciting to watch, because I know like Elliott, I enjoyed seeing his progression over the few races. And I know he's probably frustrated as ever, because, what's the cool part about running in like an F main, that sucks, but it's just hard, and like I said, roles would be completely reversed if we went and tried to race him.
Is there a outlaw kart version of the Chili Bowl anywhere?
There isn't really. I mean, we have a couple big races. Like we have one called the West Coast Nationals, which is coming up in March, which will probably get, 70 or 80 carts. I mean, there's been races before that popped up. At one point, Kyle Larson had his own outlaw kart race. In the first year, we had 160 opens, which was huge. But nothing necessarily like the Chili Bowl, obviously the prestige. At one point, outlaw carts did run at the Tulsa Shootout, which the track's just too big. It's obviously the exact same track as the Chili Bowl. So, you take an even a smaller car. But yeah, I mean, there's just nothing like it. I think you could definitely compare the top two events in dirt racing. I would say Knoxville Nationals and Chili Bowl. And my goal this next year is to run the 410 Nationals. We were there for 360, which was cool, but I want to experience that. And like I said, I got on my calendar next year, Chili Bowl rolls around and I got to be there. It's something you got to experience.
Well, I think it'd be good for just networking too.
Absolutely.
I mean, it's really kind of the same as PRI show, but with racing.
Yeah.
There's so many people out there, and
I don't think you even realize how many people are watching. Like I finally, I feel like I was like, wow, there's so many. There's nothing else to watch. There's nothing else going on. Why would you not be tuned in? And I think with all the hype, especially, between Larson and Bell and almost this rivalry that they have, it's weird. I mean, they obviously have a rivalry, but, I think it's at the highest level it ever has been. And then you have all these other guys mixed in that, I think anybody right now sitting in the A-main event can win. And I think this might be one of the most exciting Saturday nights we've ever seen. And all 5 prelims were exciting too this year, which has been interesting. I feel like for sometimes in years past, it's like, all right, Christopher Bell gets out front or whatever on Thursday night. He runs away with it. Larson wins Tuesday. But I mean, every night has been, it's been exciting, and it hasn't really been a snoozer. It's come down to the final laps, and guys that you maybe wouldn't expect to be as fast as they were, just to see Larson get beat on Tuesday was interesting. It was different. So I think tonight's going to be pretty crazy.
I agree, man. This is good. This one's going to be tough. Keith's got, obviously he's got cars that are rolling well, and Larson's car looked a little choppy there. And of course, I said the same thing last year, but so I guess
I would agree.
I was listening to him talk, and they said Sullivan went out. They had been running King chassis, which I think are from Australia. Nice guy builds them. I can't remember his name. And then they went to Speedway and got Eagles. Just something they had that been sitting there for a while. And I guess he kind of did his own thing with them, and they're just, he looked choppy. I mean, that's the best way I can put it.
I would agree. I mean, I was not surprised at all to see Buddy get by him. Buddy, Kofoid's car looked way better. And I actually think tonight him and Grant are going to be the guys that could upset, Rico, Abel, or Larson. But yeah, no, it's just like when you especially guys that are like super involved with dirt, I'm not no setup master at anything, but just, watching how a car handles and how it gets around the track, to me, I would agree. It just doesn't look as smooth. And I feel like, if the car even isn't perfect, Kyle can make up for so much of it. It's so incredible. But still, I mean, I think if Justin Grant's on point tonight or Buddy's on point, I think it's going to be hard for those other guys. And even Bell, I thought looked really good. His car handled well, but you can tell there hasn't really been someone who has been so standout where, they weren't being threatened at all. So I think that's what's going to make it the most interesting. And the track's going to change a lot too. So I know from some of my friends that have been involved in the 55 lapper before, there's a lot of it where setting up for at the end of the race, because it's going to start out super hooked up. It's going to be fast, and you got to be good then. But you're going to be, a lot of guys are going to be way too tight early, because if you're not too tight early, you're going to be way too loose at the end when it's slicking wide in, 2 lanes. But there's just so much interesting strategy to it. And with all the guys involved, and still who's going to come through the B mains, because there's 100 different names in the B main that could still win too. So yeah, I think that's what makes this event so cool. It's just you're always on the edge of your seat.
I agree. I think you're spot on. Have you seen how big that ledge has gotten? They show those photos of people sitting on it.
It doesn't even, if you really don't see those pictures up close, you wouldn't notice. I didn't realize that at all until I saw some of those, on video, it doesn't look bad at all, but that's another part of the midgets where it makes sense why it'd be so easy to go in there and just tip right over. You hit that wrong or hit it too sideways or no wheel spin. I mean, you're going to be in the fence, you might be clearing the wall or something. And those things, once they go, they go. So I think the track will be on point tonight too. And I'm sure by the end of the A, it's going to have a huge curb, which usually at some point is the fastest way around. And then it will change to where it's that could be the best way, or, it goes back to the bottom, and it's going to be good.
Hey, Doug, are you on? Is Doug on?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Hey, this is Doug Wright. Doug owns 600. He ran midgets in the past. He owns a fabricating company. He does a lot of other things. Kellen Conover's on. Kellen's run midgets. Made a preliminary A main out there about 8 years ago now, something like that.
Awesome.
And but yeah, I mean, Kellen, did you ever run Putnamville, or Doug, did you ever run Putnamville when they get that giant ledge?
I have, it was kind of after the Putnamville kind of lost the Rutnamville kind of, mentality. They were getting a little bit better about track work by that point.
Right.
But yeah, it would get pretty wicked as well. Absolutely.
Doug, did you ever run there back when they used to get that giant ledge? Oh, can't hear him. Must have lost him. Yeah, no, that's what that reminds me of, is that what they call the Putnamville rail.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's gonna be a hell of a show. Kellen's been watching all day today. What's your opinion on this deal, Kellen?
Ooh.
You have the final say in all this. Whatever you say,
Right.
that's what happens.
Absolutely. I mean, it'll be a good show just because the caliber of drivers. I mean, my gosh, what you've got out there, they're going to end up putting on a good show. But it'd be interesting. I know they kind of quit track prep there earlier for a while, and it showed pretty quickly. So, we'll have to see. I mean, you and I were discussing it the other night. It seems like, you get into a rhythm, and whatever it takes to make the top work or make the bottom work, these guys are more than capable of it. So again, I just, we'll be in for a good show. So
it'll be a good show. I'm impressed that they are sticking with their 2-spin rule and their rule. Like, if you dump someone, you're done. I'm
that's
impressed.
more impressive to me. That one is more impressive. The 2-spin, I think, is a product of, I mean, they've got no time, man. They've got no time whatsoever. And I think that's why they cut the track work today. They were trying to stretch it as far as they could because they were going so over. And I mean, my gosh, the flip count kind of imploded, early today. So the amount of time it took to get all that stuff cleaned up, it just, I was talking with somebody, I guess it was right around 4:00, and I think we were at the F mains, and I'm sitting there thinking, we've got 10 races plus the A plus the pole shuffle to fit in at that point. And I mean, that's a lot of on track time, let alone what it takes to actually, take breaks, do the prep, stuff like that. I mean, that's a lot of laps to go. So,
hey, Tanner, you ever race against Mitchell Moles?
Yeah, so I ran against Mitchell in wing sprint cars, and he actually ran one race at Red Bluff. He was actually pretty good in outlaw kart for never running. I mean, and he's very talented. He's good. I've never really talked to him or anything, but I mean, he obviously is really good in everything he's in. I know 1 year in micros, he won like 40 something shows, just racing all the time. And he was going to win Monday night there almost until just one little mistake, which any driver could have made. And he's a wheelman. He'll be good tonight. I think he's about to hit the track here soon.
Yeah, he's getting ready to go out now. I've been intrigued with him all year. Man, he catches a bad yellow out there at where was that at, Kellen? Where Badlands? What used to be Badlands?
Yeah, I don't remember what. Houston's. Yeah, Houston's.
He catches that bad yellow out there, or he wins that race.
Oh yeah, that USAC show. Yeah, no, I mean, and he's good. Like I said, he's one of those guys that's good in pretty much everything you've kind of put him in. Some drivers are not the most versatile, but I mentioned he ran good in a kart. He's from the micros, phenomenal micro driver. He won the 55 lapper last year at the Tulsa Shootout. He won his first 410 show this year. I know. I mean, and then now, good example, midgets, almost wins his prelim night, almost wins a USAC show. I'm sure if, he runs midgets a little bit more, which I know, I don't think he said he didn't actually have as much experience as, kind of he would like to. I mean, I'm sure he could turn into a top guy real quick.
Yeah. I think he's got tons of talent. Man, another guy, and I don't know anything about him, but I watched him just run a lot of wing sprint cars, at Corey Eliason.
Yeah,
man, he
just ran.
Won.
Like 2 races ago. Yeah, won that feature. Yeah,
he is tough, man.
Yeah, we ran against him a little bit, or when I ran the 410 stuff in the Midwest, and I mean, he's just a gasser. About that,
yeah.
and he's one of those guys from California too, where a lot of tough competition, and he kind of got thrown into the Midwest, and he was good. He made the transition, and now, he's a full-time race car driver. He's just really good. And, being in with, the Rudine crowd, obviously that's a great spot to be in. And it only has pushed him so much higher. And he's really got to show, how fast he is and, how talented he is.
Yeah, I agree, man. That dude's tough. I like watching him race. Yeah, this, before you come on, Kellen, we were just talking about running Chili Bowl, and Tanner's going to go out next year and try to get a ride, but if he doesn't have a ride, he's going to go watch. And
absolutely.
It's just different, ain't it? I mean, you're a driver. I'm not a driver, but
It is. I mean, let's face it. There's not a lot of racing, and it doesn't matter what you're doing, but there's not a lot of places where you're going to a regular race night where you're going to run with anywhere from 65 to 85 cars in one night. Like,
right.
So it's already tough sledding right there. Like that's tough in and of itself. But, then you put everything else, in on top of it, the gamut of, guys who are seasoned veterans or professionals down to guys who, have never strapped in a car, and, you're spinning that turnstile to get your draw number and you don't know where you're going to be at. I mean, it kind of is what it is. And so, yeah, it's so tough, but it's a lot of fun as well. I mean, so.
Yeah, I'd say it's more forgiving today than it used to be, though. I mean, it used to be, if you screw up that, I know we talked about this last year, you screw up that heat race, man. You could have just loaded her up then.
But but at the same time, you say that it's a little more forgiving, but like take Tucker Klossmeyer, extremely talented kid. And he did the same. That's what happened to him. He screwed up in his heat race, and he even said it. He was just he's like, the car was there and I was not, and that was it. And I mean, my gosh, he started at I can't remember what main he was in this morning. Made a run, but yeah.
I feel like a lot of it too is just like so much about, I mean, I hate to use the word luck, but it's just, it kind of is, even what night you run. Like I would have hated to be on Tuesday or Thursday night. You start looking at the names, Tuesday especially, I feel like if you could have ran Monday, I think Monday, especially if you don't do good Monday, there's less cars. So you're at least sitting at mains higher.
And yeah,
but I mean, I had a friend, Steven Snotter, I think he was just on track within the last 45 minutes. He just bought this midget from a guy out there, never ran a midget in his whole life, solid race car driver from the Northwest, maybe runs 30, 40 shows a year, nothing crazy, but he's a racer, raced the last couple of years, wins a couple races. And he just he had a decent heat race, ran good. I think he was 5-5. I think he was in a qualifier, and then he was in a B main, and he started fifth in a B, ran the bottom the whole race, missed the prelim night transfer by 1. And that was on Monday, where the night wasn't terrible. So I think a lot of it's positioning. You mentioned Tucker, who I thought Tucker this year, even though he hadn't raced, being with KKM, I looked at some of his previous results. I'm like, this guy could maybe upset a Friday night and win. And then, you get a bad draw. Track was not great for passing yesterday, where some of the other nights were. And all of a sudden you're 9-9 in a heat race, and your Chili Bowl's pretty much over there. I mean, so it's just, it's so easy to get behind in the pill draw deal. I mean, you're almost sometimes better off, especially with how the track was. I felt like the last 2 nights for passing, with how stacked some of the heats got with so many guys on Friday, you're almost better off to hopefully get a front row and go 2-1. And then, hopefully 2-1 or 3-1 in a qualifier, and you're looking great versus, sometimes that risk of starting last with guys you have no idea who, or you could end up in a stacked heat. So,
absolutely. And that's, and it's, you worded it perfectly. Cause I mean, it's so much luck, but then, at the same time, you realize, like, you take these guys that go out there and run, and what Stenhouse last night went, like 8 to first in his heat or something like that. And, I think that just kind of flexes it, like, super lucky, but at the same time, like, you've got to have the car there. Like, I mean, everything, it's so tough. And I know Scott and I talk about it all the time. Like, it's the one place where, like, everything has to be perfect. Like, I mean, it just, you got to be able to go through everything perfectly and have no misses the whole night, because again, and, now running Monday, because they added the Monday after I had quit going. So we always ran like Tuesday night, and I'll tell you, man, boy, it is a miserable feeling to run terrible on a Tuesday night. And then you're waiting until Saturday to get back in the car. It's just like, oh my gosh. So, but great point about like running on Monday, and I didn't realize it until later in the week, but you're right. I think it was only like 60, 65 cars that ran on Monday night, and then they were talking it was like almost 80 or a little over 80 last night. So yeah, I mean, to me, that's a no-brainer. I mean, if I'm on Friday and I see that number, absolutely go to Monday. You know, I'm out of there. So,
Yeah,
and they're honestly usually pretty helpful on that. Like they normally will put you where you want to go. Like I always requested nights for my cars, and they always gave me exactly what I wanted. So yeah.
Yeah, it makes
I'm same way.
different, you know, too. Like, you know, I mean, like Klossmeyer's mistake on a Monday probably might not have been as bad. You know, all of a sudden he's in a D versus there wasn't even D main events on Monday.
Exactly.
And
yep,
so
exactly.
Then he's just struggling to get through the C versus, you know, maybe he could have been in a B. And then, yeah, it's crazy too, just because you can't really even just off guys' previous results. Like I know me and my buddies, we all have a big group thing. So we're doing the Chili Bowl pool and we're watching our picks and stuff. Like last night, I'm looking, Pete Race rolls out on Flow. I'm looking, Ryan Bernal starts fourth. I'm like, all right, Ryan Bernal, easy win. This
right. Yeah. Easy money there.
And all of a sudden, I'm like, who's even in this heat race that could beat this guy? Not even close. All of a sudden he flips over lap 2 and his weekend's done. It's just like, it's crazy. Like there's no other place where, you know, and a lot of that was just to the track and, you know, some of the guys he was racing around in a racing incident and all of a sudden, you know, the car is off on the skid steer. So, yeah.
Well, and so the last year that I went, like, so we made our prelim night feature the one year. The next year, you know, roll into the building with a little bit of confidence, you know, okay, we got something now. And go out and I think either started on the front row. I don't remember if it's pole or outside, doesn't matter. But took off, jumped in the lead, led the whole race till like 2 to go and get fed a right rear going into 1 and killed it, you know, and come to a stop. And I'm like, we're done. And it was, you know, that put us behind the whole rest of the night and couldn't get anywhere and ended up in like I don't know, that we ran like maybe a K main that year on Saturday and transferred through like 4 features on Saturday and we're done. I was like, not coming back. I'm done. I was so mad. I'm just done with this place. So, you know, it definitely is a very, very humbling event. You know, I don't think it matters who you are. You know, you got Chase Elliott, one of the greatest drivers, you know, out there right now. And then he takes a ride earlier. And so it's gotta make you step back and scratch your head like, ooh, you know, so.
Man, these guys are just rolling the bottom.
They are. I think everybody's terrified. And that's how it was earlier. You know, you get into a lot of these and they're just afraid to give up position. It's just like, you know, I'll give you the top, beat me on the top, and I'll call it good. So
there's some studs in this one, man.
I think they were worried to track prep it, like you mentioned, because of time too. But like, I was hoping they were going to go away from the track prep kind of like they did for a while, because I was hoping that Tucker and Sammy and those guys would have a good track to possibly move forward. But realistically now, like it's got to the point where it's getting so around the bottom and whatnot, then it's, you know, and then it's so far around. And then, you know, obviously everything kind of turns into single file.
Yeah.
And at that point, you're just, you know, it's push to pass.
Yeah, right. You know, so they brought up the other night, and I thought this was really intriguing.
He gave it back.
A little upset. Yep.
He gave it back to him. Wow.
So they brought up the other night, and the guy who does the track prep, like in the middle of the races, rolled out there with the measuring tape.
Did you see this?
Yeah.
You see these guys crash each other?
Yeah.
Dom and Davis crashed each other. Were they trying to get off the track?
No, Davis trying to get off the track. Yeah.
I think Dom was trying to get off the track.
I think Dom was trying to get off the track and he ran into him.
Yeah, he killed Dom's car was dead off of the corner coming off of 2.
Was that under yellow though? That was under green.
I thought it was green, but
that's under green. I mean, I don't know. I haven't been in that spot, but that's a hard spot.
No. That's not under green. That's after the checker.
Oh, it was.
Dom's trying to turn in the thing. That guy's still gassing, going as hard as he can.
I mean, I will say I've done that before. When you're so focused in, you're not even looking at the flag stand. You know, the checker's out and you're still racing because you're.
It was. Yeah, post checker. You're right, Scott. Yep. Wow.
I mean, it was an accident. I mean, it's not like on purpose.
It hurts feelings there, man.
Well, it's definitely gonna make Bondio mad.
Right.
Oh, and he also is he the same one that gave the spot back? So he gave the spot back as well, and then he ran into Dom. He's what lost the transfer. Then he ran.
He did
into
lose
Dom
the
getting
spot
into
coming off
pits.
of 4. You're right. He lost the spot off of 4. So, but no. So they were the guy that does the track prep walked out there with a tape measure, and I think he was waiting for like the cushion to get up there, during the feature, and they rolled it out, and they said that the cushion at that point was 30% farther around than running the bottom.
Wow.
So, it's like you start thinking about, I mean, that's a huge number,
Yeah.
How much does the track change, I guess, through the week? I mean, obviously they like groom it after the races and stuff, but how much does it change still, even though that they do that?
A lot. It really does.
Well, he said during the week. How much does it change during the week?
So basically so we just had this discussion the other night, Scott. So, I've always been a firm believer that early in the week is better, because I feel like the dirt is a little bit fresher. And, historically, I've always felt like you saw the track fall off. So like, it would be racier early in the week, and then, usually Wednesday, Thursday, Friday would kind of suffer. But then they always, again, with so much stuff on the track, always seemed like they were able to kind of revive it. But, again, allegedly this is all the same dirt that they've been using for years. So
Right.
that's a lot of rubber in it, man, and rubber doesn't hold water. So, it's gotta die. I mean, there's gotta be a point.
So they said the other night, and they said this last year, they said that they have to kind of watch how much water they put on it on, say, Friday, Saturday versus early in the week, because it has a bunch of water standing underneath the track.
Yeah.
And so they said that you can go to certain spots at the facility and you can see the water running out from underneath the track.
Wow, that's interesting.
Because it has nowhere to go.
Yeah,
right.
Exactly.
It's a concrete floor.
Well, and you got to remember 2 weeks ago they had the shootout with 1,400 cars on it too.
Right.
So it's like, poof.
I feel like the surfaces this year have been pretty good. I think the only thing to keep an eye on, I guess, like throughout the year, in the future with kind of the new Monday night format that they started, is it seems like, Monday is actually almost usually, like you said, it seemed like Thursday and Friday watching was maybe when, hey, like track's going to go away quick. It's going to be hard for them to get a hold of it. But like Monday this year was like, because it seemed like maybe they ran all that practice, it just maybe they were able to work it. But then all of a sudden, by the feature time, even though they did that, they obviously didn't go as aggressive as maybe they thought. And then, 15 laps in, it rubbered down and it was, a choo-choo train around the bottom, which is a little expected, when you run on it all day, but still. So I think that was actually a little bit of, not a surprise, but a surprise in the sense of, maybe, we thought maybe the end of the week it would suffer, but I feel like it's been a fairly good surface, besides it getting a little almost too ledged up at some points to where the top then is so hard to run and guys are so tight that, they're almost asking to bike up and flip they just can't, their cars just can't do it. It's either one or the other.
Right.
Do you run any of that Smith titanium stuff?
Oh, on our sprint car stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah, we have their like the Smith titanium stops on the rear of a couple of our cars, and we use a couple of their products, which they're phenomenal. They're like the best in the tie game, it seems like. And I know obviously they're only on more and more people's cars every single year, but their products are so impressive and they're as nice as it gets, for trying to run at the top level.
I haven't seen any in person. I haven't, because I haven't been to tracks or trade shows or stuff lately, but it looks really nice. I didn't know.
Yeah, no, I think a bunch of people, now, especially like Chili Bowl and stuff, guys will probably, I'm assuming, go to the highest of highs to get their cars literally as light as they can. A lot of these guys are running just specific indoor cars. You even see like Courtney and I think Justin Grant, like, they don't even have the, every year they don't even run the full containment seat. They just run like I think it's like just a Kirky.
Just the old high back.
But anything to save weight, which I can totally understand, but it's just, everything about the cars. And if you have an indoor car, it seems like obviously that's an advantage because, you're as light as can be. There's no rules. It's just, you just do what you do. And then you have like the cars, like the Bondio cars, which are way different. They're built for how they, that's what's cool. I think about the Chili Bowl is just, you have a variety of people trying things and their tricks and whatever's up their sleeve.
Yep.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, those cars, if you look at somebody, like somebody's shop, they're saying they were putting together our Chili Bowl cars and they're always facing their outdoor cars.
Right.
What's the difference between like the setup of a midget for an outdoor track versus an indoor track like the Chili Bowl? I mean, do you set them up differently?
Yeah, I mean, to an extent, but I mean, honestly, it's not really it's more just for the size of the track. I mean, it is more than anything, it's just based on where you're running. So, I mean, if it was an outdoor track, I mean, realistically, you're probably running more of the same stuff that you would run at, say, like Wayne City, Illinois, a place like that, that's tight more than anything,
Yeah. I mean, the car's lighter, car's not going as fast, but man, when you start figuring in that giant ledge, that's a great question, man. That's a great question. I mean, you said it. Go ahead.
Like JJ Yaley, like I think is a prime example. Dude owned Tulsa, so great in that building, and started going farther and farther and farther down the purpose built, like this thing is only good to run inside this building, like it is specifically built for this. And the more he's done that, the worse he got. And it seemed like every year it was just farther and farther back. And it's like, man, and I love Yaley, like it's always been one of my favorites. And it just stunk because he's so good in there. But and I know he's good friends with like Flea Ruzick, and Flea would always give him crap because he would run Flea stuff, and he'd give him a crap about we've got to get away from this special stuff, and they just finally got to the point. And somebody asked him this year before he went, and he actually mentioned, and he was like, we're back. He's like, it's 100% stock this year. Like it is nothing trick. Like it is back to a basic car. So I thought that was pretty funny. But I mean, I think that it's way easier to get yourself dialed out on the purpose built stuff and the super lightweight and things like that. Like I'm a huge fan of going after like rotating weight, things like that. Absolutely. But I think, when you get so light on a car, you totally change how the motor handles in the car and the drivability of it. And it, if you're going there to win, that's a whole lot of dependent, because you're not going to go test it. I mean, I know some guys went to Port City and tested, the week before, but it's not like you're spending, your entire season outdoor focused on how the car is going to handle for Chili Bowl. So
there's people around here that's been going up to Logansport and running, stuff like that. But
right,
it's you gotta be so careful, because as Tanner's watching and Aaron, you'll see some of these cars, they get so light on the nose, they're super hard to drive because it's always flying the front end.
Yeah.
And
rolls the berm on the bottom, and they get in on that berm, and that left front just comes up real fast and doesn't upset the car. And it's like, man, and they can keep hitting it. And then next thing they know, somebody's there and they slide up to the cushion, and then it's boom, the car's gone. Right. So it's like, ooh, yeah, there's a very delicate balance there. So
we ran, remember that car we built for Ricky Williams?
Oh yeah.
So Hollings, so Spike built a special frame.
Yep. Shorter cage.
Esslinger built, because he was short at the time, because he was only, I guess he was 16. I doubt he was 16 at the time.
Not. Yeah,
I guess he was 16.
At that, somewhere in that vicinity.
He so he's shorter, so they built a short cage car. They built a special Esslinger, that the lightest Esslinger they could build for it, and we took every part on that race car, then went in and machined it again. So everything from the master cylinders to the aluminum stops, to the drive line, the rear end, torque tube, everything. I mean, we touched everything on it. We put titanium bolts everywhere on it, and had titanium front coil springs from Renton, obviously, Renton coil, and that car they ran it, and he was so young, but when you'd watch it, it was real nimble. But you try to go run the cushion, it's flying the nose. You try to run the bottom, it's dribbling the nose, and they didn't never get anybody in it that could really at the time drive it. So I don't know how good it would have been. It was super lightweight though. I know that.
Yeah.
Well, hey, I got to take off here. Thank you guys for having me. Enjoy the show tonight. I'll be enjoying it. I'm going to go with my pick of, I kind of feel like Grant might be upsetting this year. So we'll see.
I think that's a good pick. He looked good.
Oh yeah.
He absolutely looked great.
If there's anybody that can do it. I mean, it's hard. I try not to bet against Bell or Larson because you never do. Those guys are so good, but yeah.
Right. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Hey, take care, Tanner. Doug Wright's joining us. How you doing, Doug Wright?
Doing good. Sorry about that. I got a new computer and had to change the permissions for Zoom.
Well, it looks good now.
Good. Up and going.
Good, man. Look at you. Look at you with the little goatee and everything. I'm gonna come right out and tell you right now, you look a lot like your dad.
I hear that all the time.
So, how's everything? You feeling good?
Feeling good, doing good. All is well, no complaints.
Looks like you're in the shop.
I am in the shop. Yep, working away.
Man, that's a lot of race cars you got sitting there, bud.
Yeah, we got a lot of cars in here right now, both our own cars and customer cars we're working on right now. So that's why I'm in here on Saturday night and watching the Chili Bowl on stream.
Well, there's worse things, right?
Oh yeah. No, I love it. That's why I'm here, because I love it.
We were talking, and unfortunately you're in and out. And I know you ran a little bit of dirt. You personally didn't run a ton of dirt though, did you?
Not a lot. I mean, I probably ran, I don't know, 40, 50.
Yeah. Well, that's more than I thought you did. I mean, because so Doug was great. I mean, I'm not saying you weren't good on dirt. I just didn't see you run that much on dirt. Doug was great on the pavement. You won a bunch of pavement shows.
Yeah, I never did win on dirt. Actually, I finished second a number of times, but all my wins came on pavement. Yeah,
you won like you were driving with the Bray brothers, right? When they're their name?
That's where I won the most races when I got that ride. There was several guys had been in that car. They had really good stuff, and Dick Alberts took it over with that program with Gary Bray and that Michigan National Bank sponsorship. And Andy Mitchner had just got out of that car, was starting to work on his IndyCar program, and I got the opportunity for that. Yeah, I think I got in that car, won like my first 7 features in a row or something. Yeah. I mean, it was just nice. The chemistry was right and everything just hit.
Yeah, I remember every week just reading your name. I was like, damn.
Got good all of a sudden.
Well, I wouldn't say that. You're always good.
Yeah, it's just funny how you struggle along though, and then suddenly you get better equipment and everything kind of hits. And it's like you hear guys talk about it all the time. I'm an overnight success after 20 years of work kind of thing.
20 years later.
Yeah.
Now, Aaron, you'll appreciate this story, and I hope Doug didn't get mad at me for telling you this. So one thing I was 17, 18 years old when I met Doug. I was probably 16 when I met you, but more 17, 18 when Doug's running the speedrome. And we would go out to eat a lot of times after the races and stuff like that. Man, those were great times. And it was Jody and Pup, right? Wasn't that your buddies?
Right. Yeah.
And I thought about your buddy Pup because of Kevin Huntley just recently passing.
Right.
And so we would go to, I don't know, Bennigan's or whatever. It used to be really nice there by Castleton. Of course, it's not that nice there anymore. But but one time as a joke, because they didn't think I'd go in, we went to one of those gentleman establishments. I forget where, man. Where was I forget what street that was, because you guys just never
all that stuff I did, Scott. So I don't remember.
So it was more of a
John
joke
remembers.
on me. So it was more of a joke on me because he didn't think I'd walk in, and I just followed him right in, and I sat down with him. I was gonna hang out with him, and she asked me for my ID. I had a mustache. I don't know why she asked me for my ID. No, but Kellen and Aaron appreciate that.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's fantastic.
Good times. That's that speed roam stuff. That was a fun era back in the
It really
middle
was.
80s.
It really, really was. It's a shame. First of all, people can say where they want about John Styles, and they may not be wrong. I like John, but I can see why people, he's a track promoter, right?
Right.
And that's what they do. Oh, did we lose Doug? Oh no,
He's there.
There he is. We caught Kellen. So one thing he did is like when he started at Speedrun Midget Series, he was paying $1,000 to win every week. And then what was it for the 100 lappers? It was $1,500 for the 100 lappers. Is that right?
Yeah, at least. I mean, that was a great, we had to get away from work and stuff. I was still going to Purdue early because otherwise, if there was a decent race, 60 midgets and trailers, you had to start parking out in the parking lot.
Right.
The Thursday Night Thunder thing, people really, now when I speak to people, they think of IRP, but that all began at the speed room. And man, it was tough. I mean, McClellan and Vogler and Kenyon and all those Bigelow, all those standards of the USAC National Series were there every Thursday night. And, I was a really good karter at that point and came into that. And boy, I got humbled in about 3 laps. I found out I had a lot of work. It was tough.
Yeah, it was just, but so John, this is one thing I always liked about John is, of course today, and I'm not going to get into the political bit with the tires. I'm just going to leave the tire thing where it is. But John really cared about the racer in the fact that he went out and made a deal with Goodyear and bought Formula One tires, like obsolete Formula One tires. And that was what the right rear was.
Okay.
Yeah, I think when you look back though, Scott, when you look at NASCAR's heyday and kind of the iron fist that Bill France ran that with, and other sanctioning bodies when they had a leader that was really active and there was no malarkey. This was the rules, whether you liked them or not, much like Styles had at the speed room. Those series always flourished. And
I agree.
We need more of that today, in my opinion, because, everybody now says, well, what about this? What about that? Those questions were answered clear and well-defined back then.
Well, and they also had such a great Thursday night program because guys could get laps. How did it, so you run your heat race, and if they had enough cars, you would run a C, a B, and then a last chance race. And if they had enough cars for that, for the entire, and that's a lot of opportunity for young drivers to get laps.
And it also gave a place for new drivers to get laps.
Yeah.
For instance, if you recall back then, I remember I got that opportunity to run Speed Rome, and we raced there, and then we were going to move to, I forget, IRP or someplace, some bigger track. And, you couldn't just go there back then in USAC. I remember I had Gary Bentonhausen. That was the guy watching me at IRP to make sure I was ready to have those laps, and I was being scrutinized. And everybody was. I mean, that was just part of the growing stage in USAC back then. And I think they needed it again because it gave a great opportunity for a young person to get laps, and then they knew you were ready to move on to the next level.
Yeah.
We've got a really strange time, I think, in the sport, at least this level of sport, where we've got super teams, but the Scott Bowies and Doug Wrights of the world with their own cars have a hard time showing up and running. Kellen Conovers. It's really hard to come run these shows. And I'm not saying that I'm not saying there was ever a time where it was quote unquote fair. I mean, that's not true, but there was a time that, the Potters could take cars and be competitive, and Ralph eventually had big teams, but people don't remember Ralph when Ralph was taking, just like Tracy and a car here and a car there and stuff like that. And, he helped Trip before that. Anyway, we're in a weird part of the sport where it is amazing racing. We got a little too many. We have too few teams. We have enough cars and not enough teams, if that makes sense.
Yep.
We're just in a weird spot. I mean, even look at Bob East. Bob and Clyde don't go to all the races.
Right.
I really think the big thing on all that today, though, is the engines. I mean,
I agree.
People can afford, most people that want to do that can afford a car. They can afford all the good stuff you bolt on it, titanium, carbon fiber. But ponying up 40, 50, 60, 70,000 plus for an engine and header, and then you still got to get injection. That's where it starts to take away where most people are able to justify the expense. And, you go back to those earlier days. I mean, I got the ride in the brake car because I was often the fastest. It was either me or Hettinger, fastest Volkswagen at IRP. And people saw that I was wheeling that, and that's how I got that opportunity. But the Volkswagen was still competitive. I ran top 3 out there 3 or 4 times with the Volkswagen on TV. And the Pontiac and the Cosworth at that time were still, the engines to have, but you weren't out to lunch with the older style engine. Potter was still with the V6, and guys were trying the Subaru and trying to water cool a VW, and there were a lot of neat things going on where you could still take a $10,000 or $15,000 engine at the time, and you could win races, and the really good guys were winning.
Yeah, and I think that's one thing that they don't put enough effort into now, because there's tons of Chevys and Fords that are out there that in no way can compete right now, bolted in a car and go out with this. But there is an equation, whether you're bumping up cubic inches, whatever you're doing to get them to that level that that they can go out. And I'm not going to say they're going to go out and win at Eldora and things like that, but at least it gives a guy who can afford to go buy something like that. You go buy put an all-pro Chevy together and punch it out a little bit. Get you're at least there. It gets you to the track instead of just saying, what, there's no even, we're done. We're just going to pull the plug on everything. So.
Yeah, you go back, Scott, if you remember late 80s, early 90s when that Thursday Night Thunder thing was so popular. We had Volkswagens, we had Aries head engines on Ford blocks, we had V6s like Potter was messing with. Kenyon was still running that V8 Suzuki. Then you had all your Sescos and the stuff that they were giving weight brakes to for the steelhead inline engines. I mean, there was a lot of engines out there, and you had 50 plus cars at every USAC national race.
Wow.
Yeah. It's a really weird time, and I sure never want anybody to think I'm criticizing the racing, because the racing is amazing.
Oh, it's great right now.
I just and I'm not I've been a defender of the motor. I mean, if I had the motor money, I'd go right over to Speedway Engines and sign a lease and do the deal, or go right to Stan and do the same thing.
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't think it was any different back then, but through the way the rules are set up now, though, there's not something you can revert to and still be competitive with the lesser engine. I mean, everybody knew in 90 that a Volkswagen at 165 cubes wasn't as good as the Pontiac was at that time. Right. But if you weren't on your game, the Volkswagen could still win, and you don't see that today. You don't see some inline Chevy just showing up and beating the Toyotas or beating the Stantons. It's kind of a two-horse game.
Yeah, you're absolutely right.
They offered weight brakes back then. They would offer open compound tires on some of the lesser powered cars. You could open up to any compound. There were a lot of things, and none of that's happening. They're not saying it should or shouldn't, but it's definitely played a role, I think, in allowing more engine packages to be competitive.
Right. Yeah.
How many engine manufacturers are there, Scott?
Right now, boy, I mean, if you want to go out and win, you got 2 choices, and then you can then you can do something with a Honda like what my nephew's done. So essentially, you got two choices of manufacturers, and then you got a couple different guys building the Honda. So I guess you could really say three. You got your
And even the Honda is way behind. I mean,
Yeah,
realistically, you're
I
right.
agree.
I mean, it's a Toyota or a Stanton. I mean, that's the only thing that's doing it
well,
right
and
now.
this feature you're going to see when
Yep.
when this feature lines up, you're going to see only SR11s, and you're only going to see Toyotas.
Let's see. That's why I was just getting ready to look on.
Now, as far as engines that different combinations that are out there, there's numerous combinations that are out there. Just unfortunately, the older S-Slingers and the newer S-Slingers don't appear to be able to match up yet.
Well, we saw that this summer, with the guys from New Zealand. They're
Right.
New Zealand national champion, and then so they got two cars, but one of them was the New Zealand national champion, and they're not making shows. The one night they ran great was at what is that? I always forget the name of that place. Action Track out there in Pennsylvania during the Pennsylvania swing, and it's basically either Chili Bowl or smaller. I mean, it's a super little tight track. And he actually ran well, that had a good run there. And it was just like, man, it sinks because, I mean, I think they're RSIs. I believe they weren't even the older style S-Slingers. They were the RSI version. But
well, you got the RSI, you got the standard head. Well, actually, you got the ARCA head, and then you got the XT.
Right.
Then you got the RSI, which is like an XT flipped around.
Right.
And then you have the BB7.
The BB7. Yep.
Which I've never looked at one in person as
I
far as
haven't either.
really got into it.
But like the S-Slinger, I think the thing that really killed it was when they implemented the RPM rule.
That's exactly right.
That's what the S-Slinger needed, and they took away what that engine needed.
Yeah. Well, again, I'm not going to get into the politics of this sport.
Right.
Like it or not, though, it's why you probably won't see an S-Slinger in the main A-main.
Absolutely.
No,
well,
you're absolutely,
you're
absolutely right.
I mean, they it's very unfortunate because, again, as you say, we're not going to talk politics of it, but at the same time, it was the Toyota Midget Series, and suddenly we get our rev limiter drop down, and it's like, I mean, just kind of crickets. It's like, oh shit, so
right.
And the reason I think it's too bad, though, Scott, is because the racing today, in my opinion, is as good as it's ever been.
Yep,
I agree.
Since I've been following it, and if you would add another 10 cars that could catch that front 10, it would be even better.
Yep,
I agree. So I think I look through the sport through my eyes. And Doug and Kellen both kind of were in the sport the same way I was, at least at first. I come through the sport. My deal was always family until I had to shop, and then I'd go help other people. But it was always a family deal, and that's what those teams were when I was kids. For the most part, they were family deals,
right?
Like the Doties, or I mean, there was car owners. Don't get me wrong. Obviously, you guys know that, but like the Doties, or oh man, even the Canyons was a family deal. I mean, it was he and his brother. I mean, Knippers, thank you.
Yep.
And the list goes on and on. Trip was always on his own for the most part, with some help here and there. And Doug, I know your first deal was family, completely family, you and your dad. And Kellen, yours was you and Dan and your dad. And it's just that's the one thing I really, I think it's just my old age too. I just think that's part of the sport I miss. Because it's just not, I mean, you can go do the Chili Bowl as a family deal. I'm not saying that, but I mean,
it's
you're going to go try to run.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's its own beast. I mean, it's such a different thing that it doesn't count. Like, I mean, we're talking about, building a car and you're going to go out and run through the summer, I mean, just, however many races that is. But I mean, if you want to put a midget together and, go to a deal and go out and hit if you're talking 10 races, if you're talking 30 races, whatever it is. I mean, it is just, it's so tough. I mean, it is so tough. I mean, there's just, the amount of effort, and like you brought up the super teams, I will say this, that nobody really ever talks about, but one of the biggest advantages of those, in my view, is the volume of people that you bring with you. Instead of showing up to the track where it's you as a driver and you got one buddy with you, they're showing up to the track and they've got a crew chief for this car. And then they've got, he has 2 people that are working for him under it on that car, and I think they've really been pointing it out this week, some on social media. You see, them talking about Keith, like, Kaz Townsend was the crew chief for Rico. And then, each person, they've got a crew chief, they've got 2 people, and that's all they're doing. And the driver's focusing on the driving and talking about that. I mean, that's a huge, huge benefit right there. I mean, you can't put enough weight on having people that just know what to do. Like, you say, hey, you set air pressures here, you do this, you do that, and it's done, and you don't have to think about it again. I mean, that's
I agree.
Giant.
Hey, Aaron, why don't you introduce our guest?
Yeah, absolutely. Hey, Patrick, how's it going?
Good. How are you, Aaron?
Good. So we got Patrick Patton on now, and he actually owns a company that he started. How long did you start it? A few months, right?
Yeah, we've been live since October of last year.
So it's racercollect.com, and just take a second and talk a little bit about it, Patrick.
Sure. Thanks for having me on again, guys.
Mm-hmm.
We started this, formally back in October 2021. Been planning it for about a year prior to that. And really, it's a collectibles marketplace for anybody that's into racing. It kind of started in some conversations with some IndyCar drivers, primarily James Hinchcliffe, and started batting an idea around I'd had for a while. And kind of took hold during the pandemic. I had some time to devote to it and started building it out. And what we've come up with is it's really sort of a two-sided model. First side being it's a way for drivers and teams to sell their race used items, get it to the hands of the fans. And it's a simple process for them. And it also helps them to make a little bit of extra money, but also get the cool, what I like to call the cool stuff, the suits, the gloves, the helmets, the visors, into the hands of fans, not just in Indianapolis, but all over the globe. And so the second part of it is what we call the marketplace. And it's an area where other collectors can go up and set up a shop and sell their collections or buy and trade and sell, for just the everyday collector like myself, like you, Aaron and Scott. You can go out and sell stuff, you can go out and find stuff. And so that's kind of the concept behind it. We've been live since October and had great response. We've had some pretty good sales. And we're just now in the process of building it out and growing it and getting the name out there.
I think it's obviously a great concept. And one thing we've talked about is, knowing that in the like we've talked about, like in the memorabilia business, it's really hard to tell for sure if something was actually used. And in your case, it is because it's coming directly from the driver, it's legit.
Yeah, absolutely. That you're right, Aaron, that has been a problem. And so the nice thing, it's a couple things. One, we can, when we're dealing directly with the drivers and the teams, like you said, we know exactly where that stuff's coming from. Sure. The other side of it too, is it gives the drivers and teams an outlet where they can easily list this stuff, or we actually list it for them, saves them time and money. And hopefully we can get some more of these collectibles and memorabilia out into the marketplace.
And you have, I think you have at least one USAC midget team that you're getting some stuff from, right?
Yeah, we were working with Clausen Marshall. We've got some stuff from Sunshine out there, some arm guards and front wings and some other things. And we'll continue to work with CMR as long as we're a value add for them. So.
Doug, do you have a lot of collectible stuff? I have some, but a lot of my stuff's just stuff I've come across over the years.
Yeah, no, not really. I've got some neat stuff, but most of it, yeah, it's just been stuff I've sort of collected along the way, or I've kept, and it's now that I'm 60 years old, it's old enough that it's kind of worth something or a little.
Yeah, that's
Man,
great.
Dude, I can't believe you're 60 years old, by the way. That's insane to me.
Yeah. Yeah, when I was working, doing anything I could in racing, trying to get opportunities, all that, I used to do the radio show for a local station here in Lafayette at the Speedway. And I got a lot of really neat pieces of, giveaway stuff that teams would give away, bring into the media room and give away, and things like that I've kept that are pretty neat today. I go back and look at some of that stuff, and occasionally I'll go to one of the memorabilia shows and see some of it for sale. I was like, I think I got 3 of those laying in my box at home. But other than that, I don't have any, some of the items like he's talking about, which, by the way, I think is a great idea. And,
I do too. I think that's a
wish
stellar
you a lot
idea.
of luck with that business.
Well, thank
but
you.
I really don't have many items like that myself. I got a few that I could give away that we've torn up and replicated and things like that.
Right.
That's the stuff people want.
Yeah.
That's exactly right. And that market, especially in, the dirt car, small track, that stuff is just crazy popular right now. And a lot of the teams have picked up on it. I noticed they're selling a lot of the damaged, if the car is damaged on the track, within about 10 or 15 minutes, it's at the merch truck trying to sell it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's funny. I was at Springfield one time, and 3 guys got upside down on a restart on the front straightaway. and I walked by. I mean, it was a massive crash, and I walked by the trash can by their pits, and I mean they had all the Beast car has those number plates on the front.
Yep.
I guess these cars all do too. And they had the separate number plate from the hood. And
Right.
all 3 teams had them inside the trash.
Just threw in the trash.
With other body parts and stuff like that. Today they never throw that stuff away, but
Oh yeah, absolutely. That's funny.
Yeah,
I've seen IndyCar teams after wrecks at like 500 practice. I've seen them throw stuff away, and it was someone last year, I think, and they had stuff in the trash can, and they had yellow shirts like guarding the trash can so no one would get in it.
I can believe that. Yeah.
Yeah, I've got I had sold a Johnny Rutherford garage sign from 1972, and I had bought it. And the guy that had originally gotten it was a very similar story. He was a teenager out in the garage area after the 72 race. Teams were tearing down, and Rutherford's team just threw it in a trash pile, and these 2 kids went and snagged it. It's great stories like that.
Yeah,
to me, garage signs are some of the coolest things ever.
Yeah, some of those pieces, those garage signs are great. You'll go into somebody's shop, in the Indy area, and you look on the wall and you happen to see they've got, somebody, Bobby Unser from 67 or something, and his qualifying times painted on there. And yeah, I was like, oh God, I'd love to have something like that.
Yeah, that's probably one of my weaknesses is garage signs. I've got several. And the ones I really like, and you kind of alluded to, are the older ones that are hand painted. Now they're all computer generated and stickers and graphics and that kind of stuff. But
Right.
that 72 sign, the reason it appealed to me was part of the Pat Patrick racing team and had Patrick written on it. Of course, that's my first name, so I migrated initially. But I've got a Pippa Man, I've Sarah Fisher, I've got a Dick Simon that's hand painted, I've got a Tom Sneva that's hand painted.
Wow.
Yeah, those things are great. I love them. They don't come up very often.
Hey, this is a question I've never even thought to ask before. Where did that tradition start, and why?
That's a good question. Yeah.
That's a good question.
Yeah, I don't know.
Because no other tracks really do anything like that, none that I know of.
I don't know when that started or why it started.
It's a good question for the Speedway
What's the
Museum.
first year?
Yeah, it's
That's
been
a
around
Donald
a long
Davidson
time.
question, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. 'Cause
Huh.
I've seen pictures from way back in the day, and there were signs above those old garages.
Yeah.
Man,
I still got I still got my sign from the Speed Rome when we used to run that 500 lapper. Remember they used to make our pit signs like that? I got one hanging on the wall here in the shop.
Yeah, we got
cool.
one too. We got ours. Ours hung in our. My dad took it off the side of the wall. It was on those Jersey barriers. I mean, it's the worst decal ever in history. I mean, they really were. They were terrible. But Dad stuck it on the side of the wall of that little tiny trailer we had, and that thing hung there. So we ran whenever the first one was, or whatever the second one was, because we didn't make the first one. That thing hung in that trailer until 10 years ago. And it's somewhere. I don't even remember where it's at. It's somewhere though.
That's funny.
Yeah, that's crazy. It was. I mean, but they're the worst. I mean, am I wrong, Doug? I mean, it's not like it's this really well-made thing. It's just like this hand-painted 36 with the name, and then another hand-painted 36.
Yeah,
but they're cool.
Yeah, it's hanging above the bathroom door here in the shop.
Man, that's funny. I didn't forget about it, but I'd forgotten about it.
Is Patrick still with us?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Yeah. Do you get much with the drag racers? I know they go, especially engine components, they go through so quickly after each run sometimes.
I don't currently, but it's on my list. I'm interested in talking to anybody and everybody, if it's racing related. I started in IndyCar because that's where I've got most of my connections. But yeah, I would love to get into NHR. I grew up, at the U.S. Nationals, and Dad dragging me over to IRP for years and years, and that's really kind of where I cut my teeth on racing. So yeah, absolutely. If I could find a good connection within the drag racing community, would love to work with them.
Yeah,
we just had a really good NHRA
I saw that
guy on. Yeah,
Anton.
Yeah.
Yep.
Antron's the best, man. I love that dude. I love everything.
His head's a little sore because he actually ran through a wall.
I'd run through walls for that guy. I absolutely would. Dude, he's just a good dude. I mean, he's just an inspiring guy to me. We talked to Jack Root today, and man, that was a great talk too. I'd never met him, and wow, I didn't realize his family. His dad
owns a short track.
and his dad would come back here. Well, so they started midget racing back when the midgets were the hot thing, and then they ended up buying that track out there, and and Jack was like a flagman, but by the age of 14 or 15 years old.
That's funny.
His dad, but it's funny, he worked kind of independently of his dad. Like, he didn't do it just for his dad. His dad kind of made him earn it on his own.
Okay.
Yeah, Jack's a great guy to talk to.
Yeah, it was really, and he's so passionate. I really enjoyed talking to him.
Yeah, he's another one of those guys that just has he's a great storyteller.
He is.
I ran into him at Nashville this year, pitching the idea of my company to some of the IndyCar guys, and Jack actually invited me and had me and Hinch on his show. It's been a few months back. But yeah, he's a great guy to talk to. Great stories. He's been around and seen a ton of stuff.
Yeah.
Patrick, I'm curious, what are you finding is what's the hottest thing right now? Like, if you can get a IndyCar helmet shield, or is it a damaged wing piece, or NASCAR or IndyCar? What type of thing is, as soon as you get it, that's going to sell or be an enormous amount of interest right away?
Yeah, that's a great question. And it surprised me as a collector, because I really thought that the driver suits and the helmets and those types of things would be the hot items. And they're really, driver suits are tough to sell. And they're expensive, they're hard to display. But the smalls, the gloves, the visors, the boots, that kind of stuff just goes like crazy. Some of the body work does. Again, it depends on the size. I know with Ed Carpenter garage sale, I had a lot of people asking me for wing front and rear wing end plates, because they're small enough you can display them. They look nice. You can get them autographed, that kind of stuff. But a lot of the old Indy memorabilia, like the souvenir kind of stuff, kind of surprises me too. The hat pins. People go nuts over the hat pins.
Yeah.
The bronze and silver badges tend to be a hot seller. And tickets. I've been selling a lot of old tickets. I bought a lot of older tickets and didn't, I wanted to put stuff on the site that anybody could afford. There's stuff out there that's thousands of dollars, but I also wanted stuff that the average fan could go out and check out and buy. And that's been real successful for us, is some of this, what I would call smaller pieces.
Yeah, I would think those smaller pieces. I know I'm into music. They always have been. And I've got a huge guitar pick collection.
Oh, cool.
And that I've either got, picked up at concerts, or long story, I used to do some stuff at Purdue with the student concert committee. So I was able to get a lot of that stuff when I worked backstage. But I've also purchased them. And then for me, that was great because it was always a $10 to $100 item.
Right.
And it was always affordable for me, no matter where I was at in my life. And so I would think things like that would sell quickly.
Yeah, as a side note, I just picked up some Rick Nielsen guitar picks when he was here in town not too long ago. I'd never gotten any of those before. So
you throw so many out, you can literally pick them up off the street.
I know he threw a handful right at me, and I picked up 4 or 5 of them.
I mean, every show he throws out hundreds of picks.
Yeah, he does.
That's funny.
It's crazy. I got picks from him from like 4 different shows. So they just ran that the first poll shuffle.
Yep.
And so they take the top 2. Larson was in trouble there, man. I'm telling you, Sunshine was fast.
And I don't know that they just don't have the balance on that eagle. Like it just doesn't. It's not as stable. It seems like whenever they had it good that one night, but it took them so far to get there, and they were never good outside. At the end of the year with it. I mean.
Is that what they ran outside too? I thought
yeah.
They ran those King cars outside.
No, they had already changed to the changed to the Eagle at the end of the year is what I was told.
Okay. See, I can't tell. That looks like it's a wider body Eagle than the one that you and I both own.
Oh, it was. Yeah. No, so this would have been more like like what Dom was running Eagle wise.
Right.
Like this is like right. Probably like the thing I read said that it was like an 08. They had like a couple of 08 frames still sitting on the shelf, and they took them. But so somewhere in that generation.
Right. I'm telling you, man, they better do some work to that thing.
Yeah.
But no, I love guitar picks, man. I've been to so many shows, but I've gotten some good ones, but I don't have those great collections like so many people have. Speaking of Doug, he shared a story, and I won't bring it. I won't share it here because it's kind of whatever. But about you working at Purdue, working those shows, and talking about when the Go-Go's come to town.
The Go-Go's.
Nice. That was a good story too.
Yeah, that was a great job. I got a lot of neat. It was just a neat experience.
Sure.
Got to meet.
You were basically the ambassador, right? Wasn't that the deal?
Yeah, I was kind of the liaison between the university and the band management. And back then, a lot of the bands would just fly into Indy, and I would pick them up with the university van down there and bring them up to Elliott Hall of Music. So I got to meet a lot of neat people, a lot of entertainers and comedians and country rock. And at that time, Purdue was having. We would have 8 to 12 shows every year. So
yeah,
so I was in engineering, and since I couldn't finish in 4 years of my 5 years, I saw a lot of shows and met a lot of people.
That so Doug has a distinction of winning what is probably the coolest event in the country, and that's that Purdue Grand Prix.
The Grand Prix, okay.
Oh,
yeah, it's a great event. If people haven't been there, it's neat to see. It's take the 500 and condense it down to about 0.5%, but it's still that type of energy and excitement with the event. It's a really cool event.
How many miles is that race, or how many laps, or how long?
Yeah, so everything's kind of driven by the 500. It's 50 miles, which on this it's a 3rd mile track, so it's 160 laps.
Okay.
Which is extreme. It's extremely hard to win because all of your sprint cart type items are designed for, 8 and 10 lap sprint races, not really
Right.
for 160 lap haul. They make you run a roll cage. In fact, you can see behind me, those are Purdue Grand Prix cars we're building.
Okay.
We build 4 or 5 every year for competitors over there. But you got to run a cage on it, so the center of gravity changes, and the handling changes. And of course, the kart's all about flame flex and getting the cage to not interfere with that. It's tough, but it's a super neat event. And I was lucky enough to finally win it my senior year.
Did you win that with now? And I'm sorry if I'm sure I remember this wrong. Did you win that with Matt Sandy? Or
no, but that's how I kind of got my start. Matt was competing in the race as well. Matt's like a year younger than me. So Carl was up there, his dad, and of course owned all the Tom Bigelow cars and things at that time. And Carl was watching me run and just thought he was just impressed and thought I had a chance to do something more. And I didn't have the financial wherewithal to have any start in the midgets. And without Carl, I wouldn't have. Carl kind of found me and said, "Hey, why don't you come along?" So that first year, he got me hooked up with Paul Leffler, and I started with Leffler, and then I drove for Carl with Tom, and then I got my own car and ran with Dwayne some. And
right, yeah.
Carl played a big role that first 3 or 4 years getting me rolling.
Yeah, I remember that. I remember parts of it. I don't remember all.
Yeah, that's how I got to know you, because Carl was doing your dad was doing all these engines, and
poor Doug. I conned Doug into I think this is after you bought that Doty car, right? And to go run conned you in to go and run Danville, Illinois. And you turned in you turned in and Nerf bar Doug in, which is easy to do. And man, poor guy took a heck of a ride.
That was the worst I got hurt in my whole career. that night at Danville, it's the one trip to the hospital I made.
Doug, like I said, Doug said he's 60. Doug always looks so young, and especially then you look so young, man. They pulled you out and they had that air, not what's that called? Dongle, whatever that you put in your nose.
Right.
Yeah, for the air and stuff to keep you stable. Poor guy, I felt horrible for him.
Heck of a hit.
It was a big hit. That was a big hit.
That's one of those deals, it's all about how you land. And I think Jim Vivano got pictures of that. I've got them still, but the car got up and then it just came down right on its tail, and I hit my head on the back.
Yeah.
The backwards crash is always the worst.
Yeah.
Hitting backwards is bad news.
Got me good.
What if it makes you feel any better? I saw Tony Stewart do almost the same exact thing in Ralph Potter's car one night.
Yeah, it happened.
That old Justin Grant here just spun leading the race, didn't he?
I couldn't remember if he was leading or if Bell had gotten around him at that point, but yeah, he spun up front.
So the fast guy in this deal looks to me like Thorson.
Yeah.
I'm not watching, but has Kofoid been out yet?
He was out in the last round. Yeah, he didn't transfer to the next one.
So who's leading it? Okay, I'm sorry. Bell's leading.
Yep. Bell, Thorson, Rico, and Grant now.
Man, I'm telling you, that Thorson's fast.
He's looked good all week. Yep.
He's due to win one of these big shows like this.
Yeah, he is.
Hey,
that kid, it's really interesting because of like seeing him whenever he first would show up to Tulsa to now, like, and listening to him now, he's a very interesting, that cat knows a whole lot more about everything that bolts onto that race car and how it works than what you would give him credit for. Like, you hear him talk and he kind of comes off as just, a little flighty sometimes, but he is sharp. I mean, he is very, very
look at
sharp.
this right here. He's just straight driving by Bill. Nope. He got her bent too far. He got it bent too far trying to catch the bottom.
Yep.
Hey,
I must
Matt,
be.
Well, you know,
I must just be
Doug,
a slight click ahead of you because I was like driving by him. I was already seeing Bell had already gone back past him.
I think that's what happened to us last year too.
I think so too.
you're-
Yeah, I think we were
I
all
think you're
different.
like a half second ahead of me.
Yeah.
I have a question for Patrick again.
Sure.
Patrick, I was curious. So I grew up in a little town called Wolcott, Indiana.
Mhm.
And Roger Wolcott, who grew up there, had Wolcott Indy cars in the 50s. And so I'm always collecting stuff like that. And he was the guy that funded the first Hoosier 100. And the trophy used to be called the Wolcott Cup when you won the Hoosier 100. And he was real big on the fairgrounds races. Now that Hoosier 100 is going away, are you finding like programs? Because I'm always trying to find old programs that have Wolcott. And I'm finding that stuff's really increased in value or what it costs to buy.
It is, and I've talked to several people that are doing the same thing you are, that are looking for programs and tickets and stuff from some of those old races. As a matter of fact, I just got from a collector a poster, and it's back here somewhere, but it's a framed poster from the Hoosier 100, and I can't remember what year it's from. I want to say it's late 70s, maybe early 80s.
Cool.
And it's a neat piece, but yeah, there are definitely more collectors looking for that kind of stuff.
What's on the poster? Do you know?
If you give me a minute, I can grab it for you. Hang on one second.
Yeah, my internet's kind of frozen up here, so hopefully I see it.
All the nights we'd have internet issues, right, Scott?
Well, I think my bad computer here is I'm a little.
I love it how he talks about his connection and it cuts out.
Oh, this is the best. Like, I've got to take a picture of that. I love
92.
that. I love when he freezes it. Perfect.
Yeah, it's blurry because that stupid
Yeah,
filter.
because
Hang
of your
on, let me
background. Yeah, there we go. Oh, yeah,
Wait.
you kind of see.
hang on, let me turn the filter off. I can figure out how to do it. Hang on one second, guys.
No, you're good. I'm just still dying. It's not frozen
Yeah,
there.
Scott's a little frozen. Dude, the best part though is his cat
I know. Yeah.
with
Yes.
the cone on its head.
Yeah.
Poor thing.
Oh, that's so funny. God love him.
Yeah.
And I haven't checked.
That's great.
All right, let's try this.
There we
now.
go.
Oh, nice. Yeah. That's awesome.
Wow.
And it's an original. It's not a repop. But yeah, it's in great shape, great framing. And then we've got another one. It's not as old, I don't think.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
This one's from the Hoosier 100. And it's from what? Let's see the date on it. Oh, 2006.
Okay.
Yeah,
Do they
so
sell
it's,
those? Do they like sell those at the races, or how do you get those?
Well, you know, most recently they have. I've noticed people doing it, but you know, back in the day, a lot of these were just the marketing promotional stuff that they didn't sell. They're, you know, home and grocery stores, or
Okay.
you know, the hardware store, or any place where they could advertise. They pay them, you know, a little fee to hang it in the front window. But yeah, back then, I don't know. I don't think they sold them back then. I know, like I said, more recently I've seen them. You
Right.
know, like Mid-Ohio and some of those places will sell some of the promotional posters.
Nice.
Yeah, we're getting ready to do the memorabilia show in end of this month, 28th and 29th at the Deloria IndyCar Factory.
I actually saw that was coming up the other day, and I sent that to Scott. Yeah. Interesting.
Yeah, Marie Hall puts that on, and it's an annual thing. And last year they had some trouble because of COVID, but so far everything looks good for this year. It's at the Deloria IndyCar Factory. I'll be there. promoting Racer Collect, we'll have a few things. We're really not there to sell. It's more about promoting the online business, but
Sure.
we'll definitely have some stuff there, but there'll be tons and tons of collectors. My guess is the fact that they've had, some trouble with the last couple of years with COVID. I have a feeling we're going to have a really good turnout.
Yeah, I would agree with that. It seems like any of that stuff that does happen, it is kind of gangbusters.
Right.
So,
yep, absolutely.
It's kind of bad timing though, because it's the same weekend as Rolex.
It is. It is. I definitely ran into that. I've got a lot of things going on that weekend.
Something similar. I was actually at an auction last summer, and I picked up this poster. While you were getting it, I went and grabbed it real quick. This is a USAC sprint car poster they used to put out. I'm not sure what year it is. I'll see if you can see it on here. But
yeah,
nice.
That's very cool.
But it's here's the pic. Tells what a USAC sprint car is, and you got Raleigh Beal, Dick Tobias, Joey Saldana, Jim Malloy, Jim McElreath, Ralph Liguri, George Snyder, Lee Koonsman, Jackie Howerton, Jimmy Oskey, Dwayne Carter, Peter Rice, all those guys on it.
That is awesome.
I like that, but it's a pretty cool piece.
That is a very cool piece.
That's cool.
I got it for $1.
That's awesome.
I'll give you 2 for it.
Oh, shoot.
Excuse me. Yeah, I just today, Pippa Man reached out and we picked up a bunch of Pippa stuff today. More boots, more gloves, some die cast. So like I said, it's the word's getting out, and like that poster you just showed, Doug, I love stuff like that. I've got a 10 by 10 storage unit, and I'm one of those guys that I love art. So every year at the Speedway or anywhere I go, that's one of the things I buy are the marketing posters. I love that kind of stuff. And I've got hundreds of those things rolled up in tubes in my storage facility. Yeah. And the same with the music. I'm a big music fan, and anytime I can come across those music venue posters, I think those are awesome, especially the old ones that they printed when they came to town.
Right.
They're normally that yellow, blue, green, that funky looking stuff.
Yeah, like the tricolor prints, and
yeah. I
Silk
think those
screen
are
or whatever
really
it's
cool.
called. Yeah.
It's funny. Brandon, so I'm actually over in St. Louis, and I'm a very light Cardinals fan. Always been a Cardinals fan growing up, but not huge. But I have a local collectible shop that stumbled on, and I never thought about all of the stuff. But like you mentioned, gloves and things like that, and it's wild to look at all the things that come through there that they tag that, so they have acrylic hands that, like, they sell so many gloves, like they have acrylic hands that you can put the gloves on, to do that. And like, they'll sell these whole sets, but it's just really interesting, and you don't think about a market for some of this stuff until it pops, and it's just like tons of people want it. It's like, oh, okay. So.
Yeah, I think we talked about this last time I was on, just some of the stuff you wouldn't think was even collectible that people collect. I mean, I talked to a guy that collects parking passes from like the infield. And then there's another, recently a guy sent me a list. He had like 4,000 items on this Excel spreadsheet, and had things like the gift shop bags, from the different eras. I can remember when I was younger, they were the paper checkered flag, print on them, and now they're the clear plastic with the wing and the wheel logo. But this collector had, all different sizes from different eras of those museum gift shop bags. I was just, wow. Yeah.
That's,
Well, Scott he's frozen again.
Oh, that's funny. Now, is there any, like, other than are they doing like a certificate of authenticity with some of this stuff, or how's that work for you?
Yeah, so that's what we're doing. For the stuff that's coming directly from drivers and teams, because we can vet it, we know 100% it's coming from,
Nice.
from Hinch or Pippa or Connor Daly. We do offer, or we do provide a certificate of authenticity for every item that we sell from the drivers and teams. Now, other collectors, we don't police that, we don't monitor that. But we definitely watch to make sure that people aren't trying to sell stuff that's recreated or reproductions. There are definitely, eBay's full of it. You got to be really careful. And so so far, I've talked to everybody that's opened a store on Racer Collect. I talked to for a couple of reasons, really just kind of get a feel for them, what they're trying to do, what their goals are. The cool thing is I've met a lot of cool race fans and made a lot of friends from these other collectors, to the point that I'm texting them on a weekly basis. Or if I see something I know they're into, I'll send them a text or a Facebook message. Hey, I just saw this bronze badge, you were looking for from 83 on the, go check it out. It's not even on my site. It's just something I came across. And so that's, the big part of it too, is just to become a community. It's a one-stop shop. Yeah, you can buy and sell, you can trade, but I also want to get it to the point where people can connect, get to know one another, and just create this huge racing community that can, ultimately help kind of self-police itself. Is that, when somebody hears something going sideways or somebody's doing something shady, we can let everybody know, hey, watch out for this guy. I'm a huge fan, and this is a passion project for me. Never got to be involved in racing as a racer, an owner, or team guy, which I always wanted to. But for me, this is kind of that next step, is kind of being involved in the bigger racing community and just having a ball with it.
Nice.
Yeah, I mean, for me, like doing the podcast and stuff, it's kind of the same thing. And we were joking before, Patrick, that it's kind of like, I mean, we have to kind of deal with the same challenges you do, and like, reaching out to people. And I mean, a lot of times you don't hear back from people. And it's like with the podcast, people see the people we've had, but they don't see all the people that we've tried to get.
Right.
There's Scott.
Yeah, I may be in and out a little bit tonight, boys. That's all right. That's all right. This won't happen again next year. I promise you that. I have identified an issue.
Hey, I think your cat is out too.
Right.
Oh man, that cat's something else, guys. I'm telling you, he's a good cat. So his name is. So Robin likes to name the cats after just with like play on words type thing. So she had one, a Himalayan, that looked like, I mean, they all look alike, right? Everything in the house is white. Every dog, everything in the house is white. And the first cat was named Edward Scissorclaws, which is a great name. Ed was one of the best cats I've ever been around. Unfortunately, Ed passes away. So we then get one that looks just like him. And we name him Juan Pablo Montoya. And he was absolutely one of the most aggravating animals I've ever been around. he's literally the only animal I've ever had just a business relationship with. And I love that. I mean, don't get me wrong, I love the cat. He was a good cat, but he just was one of those cats where he was just frustrating. So unfortunately he passed away, and then we got Simon Pagino.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Simon's a good cat. He had a little surgery recently. There will not be any little Simon Paginos running around.
Yeah, but cone of shame.
Poor thing has to have a cone on its head.
Right.
Yeah.
How would you like to have a cone on your head, Scott?
I probably need one from time to time. Especially around buffets. If you guys could just put a cone on my head around the buffets, it'd probably be the best thing for me.
No, that's
I
funny.
can't believe they've got this much of a downtime.
Yeah, so I think it starts at 8:30, right?
Yeah, it comes on MAV at 8:30.
So they're working the track, and I think they did this last year.
Yeah, that's wild.
So now we get to watch the Winged Outlaw feature again. This
Yeah.
is right up Doug's wheelhouse right here. Doug is all things micros.
Oh yeah.
Doug's got a great driver in Sarah Elrod.
Yep.
He does a good job.
She is a good driver, man. She turned some laps in our midget because Doug was trying to help her. Is helping her do some stuff, and she was good. She is good.
So Doug, did I hear you're based out of Lafayette?
Yes.
Okay. I spent some time up there. I'm a Boilermaker.
There you go.
And worked with a guy up there named Gary Edmondson. I don't know if you know Gary or not. He used to own the University Spirit stores around town.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know the University Spirit store, but I don't know Gary.
Yeah. Cool.
Yeah, Sarah does a great job, and hopefully you're going to see her quite a bit this summer. She's won a lot in the micros over the years, and then been trying to get her a midget opportunity that she can earn and just get a ride without having to pay a ton of money. Finally, Bob East saw her run some and put her in a car at Gas City, and she was really fast over there, qualified third. Unfortunately, the feature got rained out, so we don't know where she would have finished, but she was going to be right there in the mix in her first run. And so I think this summer this upcoming season, she's going to drive for Bob and Janice a few times, one of the Clatt cars. And I think she's also going to get a few chances with Charles Breidinger on some of the pavement stuff that his daughters had been driving previously. And
she just got that ARCA deal, right? She just
right.
her ARCA deal.
With their schedules, Sarah tested quite a bit for them last year, and as he was getting that turbocharged Honda developed, which they'll let him run at Anderson and at IRP. But yeah, Sarah's great. She's worked here at the shop for 6 or 7 years now, and she's really active. I mean, she takes maintenance on Silver Crown cars. Everything we take care of here, she's right in the middle of it. I mean, she's kind of my number one guy. So
she's a welder.
Yeah, she can wheel
a welder too, right? Yeah.
Yep. She's a great welder. That's where she graduated from college for welding. And we're sponsored by Miller. I put a deal together with Miller, and she actually goes to SEMA or PRI, and she welds in the booth.
Nice.
She's an excellent welder, and they've got great support from Miller. And she does a really good job.
Hey, Doug, I've got a question for you. Are you seeing a lot more females entering, the go-karting, the micros, the sport in general? It seems like there seems to be that trend, but I was just curious, you being on the front lines, what you really see.
Certainly in the micro range. So we are real active in the micros, mostly because of their cost. It's a level of racing that I can afford to have good stuff.
Sure.
I can't at the midget level anymore. It's just more than I choose to spend. But certainly in the micros, there are a lot of young ladies competing, and there are several that are pretty good.
Sure.
Just like Kaylee Bryson came out of the micros. She's actually part of the Sawyer family, which is a big micro chassis manufacturer. That's Sawyer's granddaughter, actually. And
Tyler Raymer.
Tyler
Raymer.
He's come out of the micros, and there's a lot of young ladies coming out of there, and several of them are really good.
Mm-hmm.
No, that's good to know. I know that Pippa, I've gotten to know her over the years, and she's got an organization called Shift Up Now that they try to raise money to help sponsor young ladies, up and comers in different divisions, raise sponsorship money or money to help them, get them into a car. She sponsored a young lady from the UK last year. I actually came over and lived with Pippa. Her name was Emily Linscott, and she ran the Formula 4 World Championship here in the States last year. So, no, I think it's great. That's why I asked. So I'm glad to see that.
We've met with Pippa a couple of times, and Lynn St. James and some of that whole group that's been real involved on some of the things Pippa's working on with Sarah in the past. We just seem to have gotten really close on some larger marketing and support programs, but just haven't got over the hump with the right one yet. We got some things
Sure.
we're working on right now that hopefully will close soon, and if so, will be really good for. But it's tough. It's that whole money thing, as everybody knows.
Oh, yeah.
It's a tough deal. Fortunately for me, I've finally got fraternity brothers and friends that are my age now that are finally getting up where they're presidents or CEOs. Got some ends
Got a
where
little
you can
money,
actually
or
get in
yeah.
and talk to some people, which nearly every program that happens, when it gets down to the end of it, you find out somebody knew somebody that was able to get in to actually be heard. And
Finally, those secret handshakes are paying off.
there you go. There you go.
How many secret handshakes have you done, Scott?
Ooh, more than I care to count. No, I never did go to college though. My secret handshakes have to take place in, like, truck stops and alleys and stuff.
Right. That's what I was going to say.
I think it's a different kind of thing, though, Scott.
Oh, my bad. Sorry. This Wing Outlaw deal, how much did you say the motors cost? Would you say about 16 grand for these?
Yeah, anywhere from 12 to 17 right now.
Yeah.
And the biggest thing on that is if they've got titanium rods. That's $3,500 of extra in there if they've got titanium rods.
Yeah, it's just, man, that's a cost.
Yeah. I always struggle with that because it was just like, and I know this is dumb, but it's like, man, it's a motorcycle engine. Like, you just run them stock. Like, it just always seemed crazy to go to all this extra expense. But
the reason the Outlaw classes are more popular is that the bike engines are really hard to tech.
Yeah.
The double overhead cam and everything. You can't. They're really difficult to tech. The transmission's all in the same case. They're tough to tech. So a lot of places choose to go with outlaw type rules just to stop a lot of the cheating.
And that makes sense.
They're expensive. But the thing is with the micro scene right now is the purses we're racing for. I mean, we'll race this year for $10,000 or more to win, probably 7 or 8 times. We'll race for 1,000 to win more than 20 times. I mean, it's better than midget racing in a lot of ways. That's why
it is.
That's why you're seeing the USAC guys come run all these big races we're running now.
Yep. And that's a big struggle. Right. So my background, like I ran a lot of what would have been the AMSA, so the 1200 mini sprints.
Yeah.
Ran those a lot, but we ran like the Yamaha, the R1s. So we were after, ran with a lot of guys that still ran the old air cooled motors, but we were on the newer stuff. And, so I had a lot more experience with that, of course, being a lot bigger motor, and then stepped down and ran a micro a little bit. And I hated it. And I was just like, after having all that power, and then it was just like, I just didn't care for it. But, that's the struggle now, because you take that same organization, AMSA or MMSA now, and, run with that stuff. And again, you're buying midget parts. I mean, yeah, the motor's different, but you're still buying a midget roller and converting it. So you've got the same amount of money in that. And then you're going and running for like 300 to win. And it's just like, wait a minute, you're buying a Hoosier SP2 midget right rear to go run it off of. And, you step back and then you look at the micro stuff, and, on any given weekend, as you mentioned, you can run 2,000 or 3,000 wind shows if you really want to, if you want to put it in the trailer and haul. I mean, in a heartbeat. It's just like, holy moly. Like, yeah.
Absolutely. I mean, it's crazy. And the competition level is great. At US 24, which we're close to up here,
Sure.
And it's a great racetrack. Their A-class Clash, personally won it last year. Keith was there with the semi and all of his micro program. You got all kinds of USAC regulars showing up because they paid $10,000 to win. They had 140 cars for one class.
Wow.
I mean, it is tough, and that's why though you're seeing guys like Emerson Axum that are truly dominating there move right out and do really well at the next level because it's so tough. And these cars are getting more and more and more. They remind me a lot of the midgets when I started. When I started in the middle 80s, the Volkswagens only had 240 horse or whatever. Well, now these things are up to 150, 160, and similar type car, and they're light. They're only 750 pounds with driver. So that horsepower ratio, weight ratio is pretty good, and they're fast. They're extremely quick. They're quicker than a midget. Midget's quicker than a sprint car in terms of reaction and wheelbase, and it develops really great drivers.
Yep.
Yeah, I agree.
You go to 24 any weekend, there'll be 130 cars there. It's crazy. And just 20 miles away is a competing track at Peru called Circus City. They'll have over 100 cars as well. I mean, the market is huge for these people that are really making parts, and your Hypers and your Joes and these places that are making parts and selling cars. It's really popular.
That's where I guess I think it's kind of a bummer to our previous conversation about how, and I realize they're trying to kind of go that route, but that there's not a more of a USAC regional series that's there for these people. Because again, like you mentioned, there's two tracks, 25 miles from each other. You got 200 cars. There's probably some people there that would put a midget together and go run it. But back to that conversation about you just can't justify it, whenever. So yeah.
Yeah, it's and I think it's just cost because the regional series. I've had Sarah in a couple of regional races, and she was supposed to run Bloomington for Bob East this year, and we got canceled at the last minute because they didn't have enough entries. They only had 12 cars entered, and yet you can run a micro race, 10 miles down the road and have 140 cars show up.
Yeah, it's wild. It's just wild.
But you can buy a top of the line as good as you get micro, for half the price of what you can buy a Toyota engine today. So I think it goes back to the money, and I'm not naive. There's always going to be money in this, and there's people, unfortunate. There's people that can't afford the nicer end of the micro side, and I get that. So it's just that way at every level. But I really enjoy these cars because they're real race cars. They respond to a half a turn in a bar or one click or two clicks on the shock. You see response from it. And the quality of the drivers just keeps improving. And you see it now as Mitchell Moles that's showing up at USAC and doing well. Axum doing so well. All these names you're starting to see come out, they're all micro champions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just wish it had a different name because I think micro is a misnomer for them. I drove them when they were 125s back in the 70s. That was micro. These things are micros. These R6R Yamahas and these GSXer.
Right.
Well, so
it's all
deal. Because they're micro sprints, and I don't know. I mean, marketing's a big part of the game, right? I mean, it's hard. It just sounds odd, but midget racing sounds odd too.
They ought to be a half midget's what they ought to be. The quarter, half, TQ, and full midget. They would be a half midget if it was all in sequence, had the right nomenclature.
Right.
Pull that word out for you, Scott. Nomenclature.
I like it too. It made me feel good. That reminds me of when we had the shop and we'd get salespeople coming there talking about their nomenclature. When they talk about when you're selling this tooling and stuff like that, they talk about their nomenclature.
Oh, that's funny.
No, nomenclature.
I don't even know that word, Scott.
You don't?
What word did I miss?
I'm sorry, where are we at?
It's Tyce. Tyce is coming in.
Oh.
Scott's just here.
I know what I missed.
You missed nomenclature.
All right, so I gotta pull out my my Encyclopedia Britannica.
Oh shoot! I don't even see Tyce's name up on the board. Where we at here?
It's Tyce's iPhone.
Oh, all right.
The
So
best part
joining
though
us-
was Scott just hears a voice and he doesn't know who it is.
I'm like, who is talking?
Uh,
Joining us
God,
is
I
Tyce
am
Carlson.
your father.
Tyce, baby.
What's up, Scott?
How you doing, bud?
Good. Just waiting for Mav TV to start picking up everything. I hope that my Mav TV subscription picks up the Chili Bowl.
So the other night, so all week I'd watch Flow, right? And then the other night I turn it on and all of a sudden goes to this different screen. I'm like, what is going? Then I remembered that last year I paid for Flow subscription like on Wednesday or Thursday night. I'm like,
well,
oh, looks like I got to pay for it again.
Hey, come off that $150.
right.
Yeah, I did too.
I was going to subscribe because I thought they billed monthly, but it looks like they bill yearly.
On Flow or on Mav?
On Flow. No, on
Flow.
Flow.
See, I know
Yeah.
on my Mav, I'm like on the $6.99 a month. So
Right.
Yeah, me too.
I'm
Yeah,
just
they
hoping
kind
with
of
that.
trick you on that. They've got the monthly price, but then in the small print it says billed annually. So
That's what it was. They ran into that last year, and they had a lot of people complaining about that because everyone thought they could just go on and buy it for the week and then
Well, it says
cancel it.
cancel. Well, it says
Yeah.
cancel anytime.
Right. And they're
So
like, well,
it's
yeah, you can
definitely
cancel it
misleading.
anytime, but you're still paying us $150.
Right. You're not getting a refund.
Right?
Oh, Tyce.
Tyce Carlson. So Tyce, how many Chili Bowls did you race in? Was it just one?
I was actually in a car 3 or 4 times there. I think that so my last time there, I was in the West Coast 24 car. I think Robby Flock, he may have won the last.
So Hart's car. You were in Hart's car.
Well, it was so they bought it from Hart. So, but it was
okay.
the same car. It was the same car. And so I started 5th in my heat race, and going into turn 1, I got this little opening, and I would have won from 5th to 1st. And then I ended up on my head down like turn 3. I flipped my ass so bad. I ran out of a shitload of talent that night.
Well, a lot of people do there, so you shouldn't be too ashamed of that.
But hey, if it would have stuck, I would have started on the pole of the A.
That's right. That's right. You people out there don't know how close he was to sticking that.
Yeah. Yeah, but the thing is that everybody came up to me afterwards and said, you were so close. That would have stuck. Yeah, thanks. Then I ended up in the soup after that, after we fixed it.
Man, that was a good car too.
What was is the operative word.
We were talking about, we've been kind of talking on and off here. We're talking about Ferrucci's crash. Did you see that crash the other day?
I did. And then I saw Chase's crash tonight, and Jesus. I don't think Chase is going to get back into a midget anytime soon. But did you guys notice that there's a lot of guys that ran over right rears going in turn 3 that flipped their butts off, thinking that they were going to go up and hit the cushion and just ran over right rears?
Yeah. Well, that thing of Ferrucci's, they were saying, boy, this thing doesn't look like it's hurt too bad. And they're looking at the bolt-on stuff, and I'm looking at the back of the cage, and the back of the cage is pushed over. It's pushed in and over and down. Like, if he's okay, that car's not running.
Yeah.
They're not fixing that one tonight.
Yeah. We're not getting that thing square.
No. That's a funny thing. Something like, so we're watching obviously these micros here, and
I'm watching late models.
Oh, I'm watching micros here on Mav. What's everybody else watching?
I'm watching late
Mav,
models.
So the micros.
Yeah. So they showed Han. So he lost the left front. We've seen 2 or 3 midgets lose the right front. I wonder if they're using like aluminum like nuts for the spindles.
Maybe.
The micros that was the problem there on the left front. Well, they were backing. It was those aluminum pinch nuts. The aluminum nuts. It's got the slot, the Allen through. You pinch it to lock it rather than using the key and all that.
Okay.
On the left front, they were coming loose and they were screwing them off on the left front. That's why the left front wheels were coming off of them. And everything.
Doug, how many cars do you have in the shop there?
There's two micros right behind me, and then two Purdue Grand Prix cars behind me, and then there's a couple midgets and a Silver Crown. I can turn my.
Gotcha. It looks a little packed in there.
Yeah, we're busy right now. Especially we've got 6 Purdue Grand Prix cars we're building, so they're getting ready for tech inspection in a couple weeks for that race coming up this spring. So I never would have dreamed early on, or back when I was competing in that would be a big part of my business for 1 month out of the year. But our Februaries are pretty consumed with Purdue Grand Prix programs and building all the exchangeable fuel tanks and roll cages and headrests and seatbelt mounts and all the things that they have to run this race on a standard sprint car.
Nice. Yep. Looks busy.
We're
What
busy.
kind of-
Things are
What kind
good.
of midget is that? What kind of midget's sitting there? That sure looks like a Drynan.
Which one?
That midget sitting back there.
No, the midget is a beast.
Is it a beast? I was gonna say I was surprised because it looked like a Drynan.
No, it's a beast pavement car.
That
Beast Silver Crown car, and then all the micros in here are D1s.
yeah, that's what you were telling me. Man, Rob Klepper's starting to look a little older. He used to look so young.
Hey, switch over. What time is it? Is it 8:30 yet?
Yeah,
Yep.
it's on right now.
All right, let me see if
People are throwing stuff in the grandstands.
Yeah, they're doing that. They're doing marshmallows.
Yeah.
They've been doing that all week. They ran out there for a second, but
Did you see them throw that guy out earlier today? That
Was taking the ones that were throwing at me, throwing them out on the thing.
racetrack.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah. He wasn't too happy. I would imagine there was a lot of alcohol consumed too, though.
No.
That's a
You think?
Yeah. There's
Yeah.
old Days and Pursley right there.
yeah, they said if you come into the turn 2 grandstands with a bad attitude, they will get to you. They're gonna throw you out.
Yeah, that's what you said. They said they'd hunt you down.
Well, guys, I'm going to take off. I appreciate you having me tonight.
Yeah, no problem,
Patrick,
Patrick.
it was
All right.
awesome talking to you again. Hey, Tyce, Patrick runs he does a memorabilia thing, but he also does like a lot of stuff on consignment and stuff like that.
Yep. Hi, Tyce. Nice to meet you. Like Scott said, we sell, we're a marketplace for any collector, but I'm working with a lot of drivers to help sell some of their race use gear as well on like Scott said, on consignment. So
Gotcha.
definitely take a look and see what you think.
Absolutely.
It's racercollect.com. I'm in Beech Grove, live down on the south side.
I was just down there showing houses the other day. So
Oh yeah.
yep, in the heart of Beech Grove. Yep.
That's
My brother-in-law actually owns a body shop down there on Churchman and Walker. It's called Walker's Auto Body.
Okay. Yeah.
Yep. So that's my brother-in-law down there. So you ever get an accident, take it to Timmy.
Okay. Will do.
Man,
Fingers
Tyce has got it
crossed.
covered on all fronts. He's
Yeah,
got
I
you
know.
covered all across the board.
I'll fix your ride. I'll get you out of jail. I'll sell you a house.
Hey, Scott's probably needed help to get out of jail a couple times.
I only went to
Hey.
jail once. I already told you that story. I didn't go to jail. I went to lockup once.
Hey,
Sounds
there's
like-
like I think I told you guys before. There's a lot of good people that do stupid shit. So
Well, I was definitely involved with something like that. That's for sure.
Ty sounds like a good guy to know. He's got a lot of connections.
Tyce is
I got
that's the best way to put it.
just like Sarah Fisher's commercial, I got a guy.
Hey,
Well, cool,
Scott, I've got a
guys. I'm gonna sign off. Thanks. Nice to meet all of you, and hopefully
meet
we'll
you.
chat again. Thanks, guys.
Take care, Patrick.
Thanks,
All
Patrick.
right, see you.
Patrick.
Bye bye.
Scott, I've got to run too. I enjoyed being on. Thanks for having me.
Hey, it was awesome, buddy. Thank you so much for coming on.
Yeah, great meeting everybody, and talk to you soon.
Good seeing you,
Take
Doug.
care.
All right.
Take care, Dave.
See you,
Bye.
buddy. Bye.
Is my
This is where
camera
we-
not on?
No.
Nope.
All
Your
right, so
camera's not on.
how do I get my camera on?
I figured that you didn't want us to see you or whatever.
I am not. So hold on. Start video. Okay. Unable to access camera. How in the hell do we do that? So hold on. I gotta go to my settings. Just a second. Excuse me while I trying to get technically inclined.
I changed your name on there because it said Tyce's iPhone and it let me change it to Tyce Carlson.
All right. So where in the hell do I go in here in settings? So camera. I have no idea.
Wonder if there's something here. See if you just got a prompt. I clicked ask to start video. Oh,
We're gonna get him on
nope,
twice.
there he is.
There he is.
All right, I'm back.
Look like you're getting upside down for a second.
I have had a couple cocktails, so
Oh man, Tyce, buddy, what do you think? What do you got? Who do you think?
It's been a long week. I tell you what. So the smoothest guy I saw was Rico. But he's always like that. I mean, I don't know if it's the weight or what, but he always looks smoother than anybody up top. But man, Justin Grant's been outstanding all week. From the Race of Champions to last night. Ricky tried to get him last night, and they got the yellow, and he just came right back and said nope.
Yeah.
Yep.
So I would like to see Sunshine do something, but man, it's going to be hard to. I mean, as every night, it's going to be hard to beat a KKM car.
Yeah, I think Thorson looked good, especially in that deal they just ran. They ran the pole shuffle on Flo, and I thought Thorson looked good on the pole shuffle. I don't remember where he ended up at, but I thought Rico looked good.
So I didn't get a chance to see that. We're watching football at a bar in Westfield, so I was trying to watch as much as I could on my phone to get home for this. But so was the pole shuffle? Was it the top two of every night that ran for it, or was the top one of every night?
Top two.
Top two.
Yeah, and so they, instead of running heads up match race, it's top two from each night, and then they run four against each other, and then two move on, and two move on, and two move on.
Gotcha. So it's a four, and the top two of that four move on, and the top two of that two. Yeah. Okay, I remember seeing that last year. Gotcha. So did Tanner end up winning that, or?
I don't know. We got to.
I think Bell. I think Bell was the.
Was he?
Bell was the winner of it all.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just hoping that it's obviously I don't think anybody's going to walk on it. I hope that there's a lot of green flag laps. There are a lot of those races through the Soup tonight that that got called on time that just ended up being shit races. With crashes and everything. But yeah, I mean, guys are trying to make it up through, right? I mean, they're trying to get in the top 6 at first, and top 5 and top 4. So can't blame them for that.
No, I agree. It's tough. You're already frustrated, especially the guys who've been there before and who have been quick in the past. and they're
Yeah, so
struggling.
Thorson went from the 4th to the final round. So he did start I couldn't remember if he started in the 3rd or 4th, but so he drove it from the 4th round up to the 1st round.
Gotcha.
So
man, I tell you, you wouldn't think that last 5 laps makes a big deal, but that last 5 laps is a big deal in this thing.
yeah.
It is, especially. I mean, it looks like they're gonna. I don't know how much of the track they're gonna cut. Do you think they're gonna cut the whole track or just the top and the bottom?
That's a great question, man.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I mean,
Honestly,
you'd almost want them. I mean, because it's a 50 or 55 laps. What's the 8 tonight?
It's 55.
So you'd almost want them to cut the whole track because it'll go, it'll be all over the place throughout the night.
Right. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. We were talking earlier, and I know you've been watching this week. Man, have you seen those photos of people sitting on the rail when it's over, sit on the giant cushion when it's over? I mean,
yeah. So the first couple
massive.
nights, the curb was at least a foot high.
Yeah.
I mean, and they like last night, I think it was, they thought it was a little sandy, a little grainy, like he got knocked down. And I know Sammy was complaining about it earlier tonight that it was he was wanting it to build a curb that he could run on. And he said, there's really nothing up there. And he got over it and it was a little, a little grainy, no grip or anything like that. So, yeah, but it'd be nice to get something, 6 to 8 inches high that you got to enter on the cushion and not be able to slide up to it.
Right. Man, there is a man there who took a financial beating for the first few years, but I think he has come out the backside of it doing pretty good.
I mean, so this is the only race that they put on every year, right?
I think now, yeah.
And yeah, I mean, have you guys, Scott? Have you ever gone there and like as a fan or anything like that? Have you ever been in Chili Bowl?
Oh yeah, I mean, I've been there several different ways, but
well, did you go there with your nephew?
no. So me and Bill went. So me and Bill went together 4 or 5 times. I went and helped Kellen. I helped another buddy. I helped a couple other people. I've been there as a fan before that.
Did you go there and help Critter? Or?
I didn't directly help Critter. So I went out there with Critter one year. He was driving for Mike. It was that red 69 car that Irwin drove. Mike.
So it says Mike with the white hair.
Yes.
And he passed away a few years ago.
Yep.
Oh, what's his name? He's a good guy.
He was a good guy, and his wife was really nice too. Yeah, I feel terrible. It'll come to me. Mike had some great stories, some stories I can't share here, but he had some pretty crazy stories.
I've heard some of Scott's stories about the Chili Bowl. Are those stories that like the after party, or is that during the week, Scott?
So the entire week is a.
I was going to say it is the after party, but every night has an after party. So
but the venues have changed for the after party.
Right.
And we used to go to Elephant Run, and then they would shut Elephant Run down, and now there's it's like an Asian bar or something like that.
I don't know about that.
But all I remember is Elephant Run. It would shut down, and in the hotel there'd be a banquet room. Yes. And Weld would have like 3 dancers come in.
Yes.
There'd be 800 guys and 3 dancers. It was fun, but it was a sausage fest.
Well, not only was it a sausage fest, man, there's some intense stuff going on there. Again, stuff we can't talk about on here.
Yeah.
there was some intense stuff going on. Oh, we lost Tyce.
Oh, I'm answering text. Hold on.
Hey, Hey, someone's got to
man.
get. Hey, someone needs to get bailed out of jail now.
No. It's my wife going, why are you yelling in the basement?
Oh, that's great.
As she's watching this upstairs. So I met my wife at the Chili Bowl 29 years ago to this week.
Wow.
Nice.
That's crazy. I know you said that you met her there. I didn't know it was 29 years ago. We're not even 29 years old.
I've been married for a long time.
Man, it's just so crazy.
Yep. So I met her what was it? 93. January 93. Man. We got married September 94.
You didn't meet her at one of those crazy parties, did you?
Nope. So so I was there looking for a ride, and she actually came with, she was Leffler's chaperone. So Leffler's like her little brother. So she grew up going to Ascot every weekend. Her dad and her little brother. So I'm sure you guys know her brother, Jimmy Pinkley. He was my crew chief in Indy cars. Yeah. So he was running mini sprints and micros. So Denise Shimshak, who was Nick Drake's mom. So Jay Drake and Denise were boyfriend, girlfriend. So they had Nick, they never got married or anything like that. So she came with Denise because Jay was running. And Jason was 15, so they brought Jason with them. And so she was the chaperone, and I just ran the West Coast tour and met Jay and everybody. So they're like, hey, my girlfriend and her friends coming in tonight. Why don't you guys come out with us? Let's hang out. And the next thing I know, I'm fucking driving to California to hang out. Yeah, so it was and then finally, like a couple months later, my mom was like, because I was still living at home, she's like, why don't you just ask her to move here, because it's going to be cheaper than you driving there every week and flying. So it's like, you want to move to Indiana? She's like, okay, why not? The rest is history.
That's awesome.
That's awesome, man.
But she understood it. I don't think that if it was somebody that didn't understand racing, with everything that we went through and everything like that, we talked about it when I was on your show about, racing in the family and everything like that, there's a lot of racers that have wives and girlfriends and everything outside of racing that don't understand it, don't understand the time, don't understand the liability and everything like that. And, most of the time it doesn't work out.
Right. Yeah. It's tough, man. It is so tough. Yeah. Yeah. So the first time I went to Chili Bowl, I went out there when Critter was driving for Mike, and which was like 90. I don't remember what.
That'd been like 94, 95.
It must have been 93, 94. And so I went out there for that, and I played in that basketball game.
What's now the Jeff Gordon kickball tournament, or the
no?
Yeah, it was the charity basketball game first night. Yeah.
Yeah. So I played that charity. It was on a Saturday night when I played, or Saturday day, because it used to be you didn't start racing at 9 o'clock in the morning. It used to be you had till like
7:30.
Yeah. Well,
like 7:30.
There used to be like 95 cars instead of 380. So
right. And I played in that basketball game one year, and it might have been the same year, but yeah, it was just man, it's just something you gotta experience. It's really its own thing. You can't really describe it. I mean, because you can find your own event. It's like choosing your own adventure, right? Like
that's a great way.
You just choose your own adventure. You can go out there and be a straight racer, which I've done. You can go out there and be party guy, which I've done. Or you can try to marry the two, which really is not good. So I mean, there's a lot of different ways you can go out there.
Yeah, the last time I went out there was probably probably 3 years ago. I went out there and Hunter Schoenberg, he's a client of mine, and a lot of guys out there. Sunshine's like one of my kids, and so I went out there by myself just to hang out with everybody and see what's going on. And I found myself kind of stuck at the Hard Rock Casino as much as I possibly could.
So before that was the Hard Rock Casino, it was a different casino. And I went out there with a guy, and I won't mention his name. Nobody here would really remember him probably, but he was a car owner.
You think that?
Right. And the guy was a car owner, and he was really good at blackjack. Like he was a great card counter. So we went to the Hard Rock had been a different casino at first. It was just one of those.
It was just Indian casino.
Yeah, it was just straight Indian. So we had already been to one Indian casino, and he lost a bunch of money, and then they shut all the tables down where he couldn't get it back. And so he was trying to get us to go to jail at that point. I mean, he's throwing a fit outside this casino, and I'm like, hey man, I'm not going to jail in Oklahoma. I mean, you can do whatever you want, but I'm not going to jail in Oklahoma. And I got him out of there. And somebody, as we were leaving, somebody said, this place is a joke. Go to this other place where that place is located now. And we went there, and we were there till like 5 or 6 in the morning. And he was and by the time he was done, he had all the money back he lost, plus probably another $10,000. But man, it was unreal.
You probably can't bail people out of a different state, can you, Tyce?
Absolutely.
Oh, you can? I didn't realize that.
Yeah, we do. We do what's called a transfer bond. Mm-hmm. So we have any place that allows bail bonds or surety bonds. Our insurance company has bondsmen there. So what I do is I do all the paperwork here, and I pay somebody there like $150, $200. They do the paperwork there, but I take all the liability. So, and we do the same thing here. If somebody's in California and they've got somebody here, but their bondsman's there. We do what's called a transfer bond. Yep. All over the country. If there's a will, there's a way. Just so you guys know that we can get it done, Aaron. Don't get in any trouble. I mean, I know you're always stalking all these celebrities. I see all the
Here we go. I get in a lot less trouble than Scott Bowie's got in. I can promise you that.
Scott Bowie's way too old to get in trouble anymore. So
it's too much. It's too much work.
It's a lot of work.
Yeah, right.
I get tired easy.
One of our buddies is out at Tulsa right now, and he was talking about last night they didn't get back to the room till I was like 4 or 5 o'clock. I'm like, well, dude, I was at 4 or 5 o'clock. I was still up, or I was up this morning too, except I was changing diapers. So like, it's pretty much the same thing. But I was like, they both sound horrible, but
yeah. But then you went back to sleep. He was
right.
He was at Whataburger.
That's right.
He's getting those fries Whata-sized.
Yep.
Man,
Whataburger. How about Whataburger?
I love Whataburger.
Man,
we're getting one here.
Where's the closest one? Oklahoma?
Well, I think I just heard we're getting some here in St. Louis. At least one here in St. Louis. So
really,
yeah.
So I've got a place down at the Lake of the Ozarks, so I'll have to hit that.
There you go.
We usually hit Cane's on the way down. So
absolutely.
Whataburger instead.
Yep. Yeah, I just heard that like a month ago. They were talking about that. Yeah.
Oh, nice. There's Zach Down. One thing about Zach, you can always pick him out.
Well, so how many cars did he destroy in the All-Stars this year? I mean, there's at least a 6-race stretch that he destroyed a car every night.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
But hey, he's rolling.
Yeah.
He won some races too.
Yeah. That man, it's just so I think Aaron really wants to go out there and experience the Chili Bowl.
Yeah, I'd like to.
you got to have this mindset before you go out there. See, you're still young enough to really do all that. You just got to have this mindset that sleep is not something you're concerned about.
Right.
And just you got to let the night play out however it plays out.
It's kind of the same thing as the old Belleville Nationals.
Yeah, see, I never went to Belleville.
You never went to Belleville?
No,
Scott.
I never went to Belleville. I know it's the one thing I never went to.
I would say it's the same thing as doing anything at Eldora now, or it's the campground.
Knoxville.
It's all about the campground.
Yeah.
Knoxville, going to Dingus or anything like that. It's all about the campground after, especially if you don't have to run for 2 days. It's just it's crazy.
How concerned, Scott, what you think my girlfriend would be if I went to the Chili Bowl and experienced all that?
Well, probably if you don't say nothing to her, you'll be all right. Now, if she listens to the show, that's going to be a different thing. But,
and what you got to explain to her is that the ratio is like 10-1. You're going to be fine.
Yeah, that's true too.
Well, I'm like that 10-1 kind of guy though, Tyce. You got to remember that too.
You got that game.
Yeah, he's the one.
Yeah. Hey, big girls need loving too.
It's a man. So they've had
we're like live on TV right now, right?
Right.
We're live on YouTube.
Sweet.
62
So
flips.
they've had 22. They've had right around 22 cars get upside down today.
Hey Scott, you're in Hey Scott, you're in trouble. My girlfriend just texted me and said I'm listening, Scott.
Well, I'm not the one in trouble.
Right, he's not the one wanting to go.
Yeah, the last count I saw was 59 for the total count.
Well, it's 62 now.
It just popped up. Yeah, so it's 62 now. I think they started the day around like 40 to 42. So yeah.
Yeah.
So Dave Dusick's up there just like flipping his
wearing the button out.
when he's not texting or anything.
Yeah, every photo is every shot of him is just him staring at his screen texting.
62, there you go.
Do you know the Blairs, like Chris Blair that runs Worldwide Technology?
I don't.
Yeah, I don't know him either.
Yeah, I know Dusick though.
Yeah, I don't know Dave that well. I've met him a few times. I don't know him that well.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to get on him because he I helped him get his first house, and I think that he used somebody else to get his new house.
What?
So
Oh man,
I'm gonna have to get on him about that.
Man, you're supposed to gamble amongst your own crew.
Right.
I don't know.
That is a big deal.
So do you think that she's really got coffee in that tumbler that she has drank?
No. I'll be right back here, fellas.
Oh man, I love being in there.
Man, that place is wound up. Man, the crowds are huge this year too.
Yeah.
I mean,
we don't have any COVID restrictions.
So you got to remember. So when I first started going, the 3-4 grandstands were about half that size. We had the whole front straightaway, and then on the back straightaway, you just had what was considered the pit stands, which is like half of the stands right there going into 3. There was nothing down the rest of the back straightaway or 2. So yeah, they've added a lot of bleachers, and can't blame them. It's more money.
Oh sure. Well, I mean, you could shoot a cannon off and they're not hitting anybody on Monday, or what would have been like Thursday, Friday.
Exactly.
And then people would show for Saturday. Yeah.
I mean,
how many people does that hold?
It holds like 30 grand, doesn't it?
I think total pits included, it holds like 20 to 30 grand with the pits.
Yeah.
And the stands are like 15, 18, 20, something like that now.
Yep. And then they've got the big screen right at the top of the ramp where everybody just camps out.
Right across from Keith's.
Yep.
Keith's
where
trailer.
Keith's always been. Well, it was
Right.
Pete at first, and then Keith, and yeah.
Well, actually, it was actually if we want to get technical, it was Larry Howard and then Keith as well. Because Keith had his own. When he and Rusty had cars together.
Yep.
So like Larry Howard would park there, and then Keith and them would park right next to Larry Howard.
When Larry was the original 71.
Right.
He brought everything from the West Coast. Yep. That's when Leland. Well, no, because Leland always ran for Bondio.
Leland won for Bondio, so like.
But it'd
Howard,
be
like
Schumann and.
Yep, that's what I was getting ready to say.
Page, PJ, or.
So the year that so Larry took care of that car, that the year that Page was leading it, he and PJ got it together, and then what's his name won, and then Larry took care of those cars a lot for when Page and PJ ran out there, and then but like you said, same like Schumann and all that, and Gurney. Remember when Gurney used to drive that? Had that white Cosworth that they brought back here a few times.
I remember Schrader would always run the Wilkie old ass Cosworth, and they'd run the bottom. And
it's over.
And win his preliminary night every time he ran.
Yep, it's sitting over at USAC right now. It's in the window at USAC.
Really? That old Cosworth 11 was a Challenger?
Yep.
It was a Challenger.
Yep. Yeah, it's over at USAC.
Where is USAC? They moved, didn't they? Or did they put a new building?
No,
or?
so they built that new building there.
Right there on.
I think they're still where they were, but they built that new building.
Gotcha.
About the one in Speedway, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they've got that parking lot now next to it where it used to be that chicken place and all that. And they made a building bigger.
That's been years. Church's Chicken.
Yeah.
You're talking about Church Chicken, right?
Churches used to be there. Then you had
White Castle?
The Village Deli. So Churches and White Castle were on the corner. Then you had the Village Deli or whatever that was right there, right next to it. And then all that's gone.
Well, you had that Mexican restaurant that was over there by the White Castle.
Now you're getting me hungry. I was hungry. And then you had the Wild Cherry.
You did have the Wild Cherry.
So, did I tell you guys that my mom and dad owned that when I was a kid?
No.
I thought I told you that on the.
Well, hold on.
No.
Wild Cherry. This is a gentleman's club, or what is a Wild Cherry?
Oh, Aaron won the live then.
I definitely wasn't.
I wouldn't say that the people went in there were gentlemen. But,
well, no. So I remember my mom and dad telling me that, like, at the middle of the night, that Al Senior and AJ and all the boys would come to the back door to get some free liquor.
That's fine. I had no idea. I didn't know they owned that.
So they owned it for about 6 or 7 months. They're buying it on contract. So I'm walking down the stairs. And something happened with the town of Speedway and the women in the town of Speedway. And they pretty much got them to close it down. Yeah, they were going to close it down for them. So they gave it back to the owners and said, nope, we don't want it anymore.
Wow.
And that's a stroke of luck.
Yeah. But my mom will tell me that I grew up in the back room of that place, so that's why I liked them so much.
That's got to be quite the education.
Yeah.
Well,
I think we grew up in a family of like bell bondsmen and bounty hunters,
I gotta be honest with you. I think the back room at a strip bar would be almost like going and watching the sausage get made. After you're back there, you're probably not too interested in.
Well, when you're like 2 or 3, you're always interested.
Well, yeah, no, I get that.
Yeah, Scott, I think it's a little different, bud. I think you're always going to be you're with the testosterone. You're always interested. Aaron, sorry that your girlfriend's they're listening, so I'm not getting you in trouble.
No, she's totally aware of what Scott's all about. So,
hey, that makes me sound really bad.
Yeah.
You think Scott's bad now? You should just hear him after hours.
Tyce and I hung out a little. Tyce and I have hung out a little bit, not much, but a little bit.
Yeah.
Well, what was it? What was the story with you and Ty? Something about a hotel room leaving the door open or something?
Well, that was nothing deal, but so it was one of those hotel rooms where the door opened to the out. So it was a motel and the door opened to the outside, and there was a race, and we all went to there was a bar at the hotel we were staying at, and
we were the only thing that was happening in town that weekend.
Yeah, and I think it was a Holiday Inn or something, and so we all went to the bar, and man, you guys left before I did, but I didn't get out of there till like 3:30 or something like that. I was talking to the woman who sang, she's part of the band. And so I went back to your room to get my coat because I left my coat in your room, and I must not got the door shut. And it was cold that night, man, because it was the fall. It was the fall.
Yeah.
Those in the poor Tyce and his girlfriend and everybody that they slept in that room with the door standing wide open.
It's like we froze our asses off.
Yeah, that's what you said. Oh man, I went racing with Brent Berry one time, and I got some chocolate milk when we were done, and I stuck I just put the thing. I was going to pick it back up when we got done, underneath his truck, and I forgot, and he didn't get back in that truck for like another 2 or 3 weeks.
Oh,
and
God.
he had it all rolled up, and he said they opened the doors, man. He said they all about puked.
Oh, I guarantee it. Yeah.
And we lost Tyce's video again.
All right. So I just got a text from Jacob Donahue. Just saw you on the YouTube channel. So we do have people watching.
Wait, I didn't know that was going to happen.
What?
Oh, we're live? I didn't know we were live.
That's so funny.
I'm back. I had to check
Man,
my text.
Some good days, man.
Yeah, I guarantee we had more fun, clean fun, semi-clean fun.
Yeah.
than the kids today.
Well, and that really is the thing, though, right? They are kids, and that they don't, and they kind of miss out on a little bit of all that.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not saying going out and being a drunk or whatever is the coolest thing ever. But there's part of living that goes along with it. I mean, we're sitting here talking about stories that happened 30 years, 20 years ago, 25 years ago, not 20 years ago. It was like closer to 30 years ago, because we actually were able to live a little bit.
Well, it was, I mean, where we at a bar a lot of times, doing this or that, but it's more about the time that we all spent together, because there was a lot of us that hung out together. I mean, it wasn't like 2 or 3 guys here, 2 or 3 guys there. It was, 15, 20, 30, whether we're at Kelly's Pub or no matter really where we went to, we all hung out together.
Man, and people don't, of course, you got Union Jacks today, and there really wasn't a racer's place. There has been. But the McGilvery's kind of a racer's place. That's a little unfair to say, but man, especially though at John's
Nothing
place,
was like Kelly's Club too. Nothing was like Kelly's Club too.
John's place was great, man, and it was all. For whatever reason, they just decided that theme was going to be racing, and there was half of one of your midgets on the wall, and half of Dryden that car Dryden destroyed at Springfield.
The car that Danny died in at Springfield. And,
yeah.
Man,
I'll tell you,
my midget was hanging above the my midget was hanging above the jukebox. I had a side pod in the entry. Had Danny's car hanging half of it, cut long ways above the bar. And yeah, it's just, but that was John, and John's a good friend of mine. He's living down in Fort Myers now, but he wanted, that's what he wanted. He gave a lot of us gold cards. So like me and Danny and I think Tony and Kenny. So like we drank for free because he knew that if we came in there after the races, that a lot of other people were going to come in and eat and drink and hang out and do. And everyone did. I mean, it was packed. And I think we talked about that. It didn't make a difference if it was a Tuesday, a Thursday, a Saturday. If there were races, we all met up there after the races, whether we're running midgets at Raceway Park at the same time, the sprint cars are running at Paragon or Putnamville, or everybody came after the races.
Yeah, it was really good times, man. You know Andy Pierce. You remember Andy Pierce dated that waitress from there for a while, and then because he broke his toe playing volleyball, and she taped his toe back together. No, he didn't marry her. He didn't. I know he didn't marry her. So she talked like the old cartoon character Betty Boop. She had this real high voice, but she taped his toes together because he broke one.
Married.
No, they dated. But he and her dad became really good friends. Mm-hmm. And when she and him broke up, he stayed really good friends with her dad, and her dad ended up being like putting a lot of money into his race cars. Yeah. No, he married that girl that worked at Raceway Park, like in the ticket booth, I think. All right, I say ticket, but that's not fair. She worked with ticketing and stuff like that. That I don't remember her name.
So I know John's deal was to his waitresses is that they could not date any of the racers. So if they started dating them, then he fired them. So that's why Jay started dating Lisa, and she got let go. And then my brother Jimmy got married to Kendra. And then Tony started dating what was her name? She actually
everybody.
Everybody. But she moved to Charlotte with them. And yeah, so yeah, eventually all the girls got fired, got let go.
Tom Beaudry dated some girl, worked her named Heather. I don't remember her last name. Her name was Heather though.
And Paige, I'm trying to remember all the girls' names that were there.
Yeah, so Paige dated that. I don't remember her, like
long blonde
Anna.
hair. Anna.
Yeah, Anna.
Yep, Anna.
Yep. That all ended when he got hurt.
Yep, Anna Banana.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm trying to think who did. Man, it doesn't make a difference. Not getting anybody in trouble. Where they go? There.
Man, yeah, John. I mean, that was a really cool deal. And then he and Simpson opened that restaurant up for a while.
Yeah,
Flat
so
Top
it was Flat Top Johnny's for a while. Then he and Simpson went sideways, and then Simpson kept it. It was like the Caribbean Cafe or something like that. After that, yeah, it just depended on if Bill was on his happy pills or not.
Yeah, I was getting ready to say it wasn't hard to get sideways with Bill.
No.
Bill was always very nice to me, by the way. I would never say anything bad about Bill, but I can see why people got. I can see why people got sideways.
He saved a lot of lives. There was times I wanted to punch him in the nose when he went on his happy pills. But I remember when so I don't know if you guys know who Flash is. Flash was always with him. Yeah. And I remember he just embarrassed the fuck out of Flash one night at Kelly's. And they out in the parking lot, Flash just waited for him. And when we walked out, he beat the shit out of Bill.
I didn't know, but I never heard about that.
And they were friends. But he's like, you're never going to embarrass me again. I don't care how much money you have or whatever. But yeah, we just beat the shit out of him.
I remember I was there one night. Me and Critter were hanging out, and it was Brian Kopinski. Oddly enough, was hanging out with us. It was Brian Kopinski, Critter, me, Simpson, somebody else. We're sitting outside. And I kept walking back in just get my own beer because they round for the table, and I'm like, this ain't going to end well. And so I would just go in and get my own. And he come in. Well, he said, "What are you doing buying your own beer?" I said, "Oh, it's all right. I had to go to the bathroom, whatever." And Bill came. He looks at the bill. He goes, "You so and so's, and want me to pay for this and all that." And I thought to myself, well, that's exactly what I thought was going to happen.
Yep. Exactly. You just didn't know. Are we not licking ears tonight, or
he's had a surgery so he could not reproduce.
so we're not licking nuts tonight,
right?
God's having that surgery next.
Yeah, I need it. He's a good cat.
He looks a little unhappy right now, but
he's always like that, man.
Tell Tyce that he wasn't here when you were talking about his name.
Yeah, his name is Simon Pagino.
Simon?
Huh? Yeah, Simon.
Simon.
He's French. Simon Pagino. He's a good kitty, aren't you, kitty? He's just a little frustrated with his cone.
That would be.
I don't blame him.
Weird. Yeah.
Then we got.
So what are we on now? We pushing off for the C or
B?
Pushed out for a C.
Right? Oh, I thought
this
this was
is
B.
C. No, they've been working the track. They worked it all the way from top to bottom. They cut it all up, and now they're working it in. And they're.
Yeah, I didn't realize they already did the opening ceremonies too. That was why that was such a big break.
Yeah.
So they were supposed to do the opening ceremonies on flow, but they cut those off.
Okay.
Yeah. I'll tell you, it's gonna be a hell of a feature tonight.
So did you guys? And I never knew it. Did you guys hear the story earlier today on how the Chili Bowl got its name?
Yeah,
I've always wondered that.
Go ahead and tell him. I know the story.
So 87 was the first Chili Bowl, and it was sponsored by a restaurant called the Chili Bowl. So, and it was owned, and so I guess that the restaurant's gone away, but it's the same chili that Sonic uses for all their chili.
Oh, I didn't know that. No, I didn't know that part.
And I hadn't heard that. They said that the company is still open though. Yeah.
Yeah.
So you know who the owner of that company is, right?
It's a Berry Hill, correct?
It's Berry Hills. Yeah, it's Berry Hill. So the restaurant's down, but the company's still there, and they supply the Sonics with all their chili.
Hey, I wonder if that logo they used to use on their decals and stuff. I wonder if that was that restaurant's logo.
The one with the bowl of chili with the steam coming out.
Yeah.
Probably was. They should. I'm thinking they still should get some royalties.
Well, you probably got a guy who can help them with that.
I'm sure I can find somebody.
Tyce has a lot of people. And you know what, Tyce?
I get a cut.
It's like your interview is one of our most watched interviews, I believe. Still,
yeah, it really is. It was great, man.
You got more views than Mario Andretti.
Bullshit.
No, you really do.
Seriously.
Well, I've only watched it about 2,800 times. So.
He's all the views.
Oh, that's not good.
Ooh,
Did they stop? Yep, they stopped.
Are you guys ahead of me? Who stopped?
Must be a little bit. It's weird how this works, man.
Don Dowd.
Yep.
Don Dowd Jr. Big time wing sprint car driver, man. What a stud in the wing sprint cars. Man, the midget deal's never really worked. He's drove for Bob and that, and he just never had that.
He hasn't, but he's had flashes of brilliance out there, right. And then that 44 car.
I'm taking the initial green on the C right now. Did you guys already take it?
Oh yeah, wow, yeah.
Did you think did you rewind it maybe accidentally?
No, I just hit I mean, I'm just on Mav TV Plus.
Wonder if the app is played.
So it just went yellow.
Yeah,
the
so
22?
you're about a minute behind us.
All right, let me see if I can. So was it the 22?
Yeah.
Yeah.
22T, yeah.
Yeah, down, yeah. All right, let me see if this sucks.
How many people advanced from this, Scott?
5, right?
4.
4?
I thought it was 5 or 4.
I thought, well, they've been advancing 5, I thought, from the other races. Man, that McDermott kid
I
sitting
know
up front, he's pretty fast.
it decreases every time. All right, you guys aren't going to see me for a second. I got to
Very good.
go back on my Roku app on my phone.
Now, does Alex Bowman, does he have a lot of dirt experience, Scott? Like, did he grow up racing dirt, or?
He actually did he did all the USAC stuff.
Yeah. So he did it for a couple of years. He didn't do a ton of it. He was really great at payment, though.
Yeah.
He was a stud.
All right, so are you
payment
guys
driver.
about to go green? Are you guys on the lap before green?
We
We're
are.
on 3 of 15, 4 of 15 laps.
So we're about a minute ahead of you.
All right, it must be my Roku TV or whatever. All right, so we're not going to talk about it.
We'll talk about it after the race is over.
Right.
Do you have the regular
Are-
MAV? Because I'm just on the regular MAV channel on
I'm
my
on-
cable.
No, I'm on my Mav TV Plus on the Roku stuff.
If you have
I
like,
bet
I don't know
that's what
if
it
you have
is.
like cable, you can go MAV TV on cable. That's what I'm on.
All right, maybe I'll switch to that. See.
You know, that Jones is pretty good. You know, Ronnie Gardner's had a hell of a week, too.
Yeah.
I think I've got Mav TV on my regular cable. So I haven't used it in so long. I need to cancel this shit.
Yeah, I know that.
Do you have direct?
No, I've got MetroNet.
Metro. Ooh, I didn't even heard of MetroNet. That's how connected you are. You got stuff that nobody's even heard of.
All right, so let me go on my MetroNet and see what I got for Mav TV.
McDermott looking good, man. That
Yeah.
McDermott kid's good. Somebody just hit the fence, didn't they? Just spin, hit the fence. Nope, they kept going. Briscoe must be. They must be taking 5 because they keep showing Briscoe. Brad Sweet's trying to drive by him on the outside.
Earlier they were taking 6, but
Sweet just got by him. Brad Sweet's starting to look more and more like Brad Sweet. I didn't think early in the week he looked like Brad Sweet, but he's looking like Brad Sweet now.
it is. So top 5. Yep. Yeah, isn't it funny to think about Brad Sweet, you know, such a accomplished USAC driver before he goes to World of Outlaws, and then now multi-time champion with Outlaws. Is like just crazy.
No, it is. How about Ronnie? Good for Ronnie Gardner, man. He made it to the B.
Yeah, I'm going back to the back. I don't think I have a search on this.
Chase Brisson. Nick Drake. You know, Nick Drake runs pretty good for somebody that doesn't run a lot.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you guys do know that's Jake Drake's son, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Guapo runs good, too, for a guy that doesn't run a ton of dirt.
Yeah, he does. Yep.
Yeah, Nick runs a shitload out of Millbridge, though.
Okay.
Oh, does he? Okay.
Yeah. I mean, like every week out of Millbridge.
Maybe Ronnie Gardner's Racing Gardner's son.
No, he's actually related to the Dumans.
No. So you guys, so when Racing Gardner when he made the 500, what was that, 96, 97? He said if he would have won, he was going to get up on the podium and blow his head off.
What?
Yep.
That is insane. What? So I take it this guy had some issues.
Yeah, he only ran IndyCar for like 1 year, or like for a couple races.
Right. Were you in the five? It was 97 because that was your first 500, right?
97 was my first 500. Yep.
Slick Racing Gardner. I never heard that story about him.
He got in some trouble like 10 years ago. I think he got a DUI and resisting arrest and all this stuff. So I don't know.
Yeah, 96 year I tried to qualify.
That was the year of like Brad Murphy and like Joe Gosick.
Yeah, so Gosick was there. I don't think I think Brad show. I think it was a different year. But Gosick was there. Brad was there. Yeah, I don't got mad on my regular cable, so. All right, hold on. I got to make a break real quick.
All right. Oh, love Tyce.
Yep. Tyce, man, I love him. Tyce has always been Tyce. Man, look at that, Kellen. There isn't that giant crush of people.
Well, they've actually been talking about that. I saw some people talking about it on Twitter, and I think they're policing it a lot more. They're kind of like pushing everybody off to the sides.
Okay.
Did you see the thing about did you see the thing about somebody had a baby stroller out there and a race car smoked a baby stroller like that was coming down the aisle? Yeah. I'm assuming, nobody ever said, but I'm assuming nothing was in it, but it was just like, oh my God.
Well, Keith got hit earlier.
Yeah, Keith got hit earlier today. Keith Coons got hit. More than one person got hit because Keith got hit, but like two other people were standing there that got hit as well. So,
how many animals you got on your couch right now, Scott?
I got 3. So there's Baxter. Baxter's tired of being ignored. Kitty, and then Gidget. Gidget's laying over there.
What's Gidget? Is Gidget a cat?
No, Gidget's a dog. It looks very similar to him.
Oh.
She won't come in that office. Ain't that right, buddy? She won't come in that office. Man, I'm telling you, this thing is ramping up to be a hell of an A-main.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Of course, people forget that the other Kuntz brother is taking care of like Sweet's car and that.
Sweet's car, yep.
Yeah. Rusty.
Rusty is no slouch.
No. So I remember when they were running their dad's car, the 1K car, and they were just two brothers working on their dad's car, and we were working out of the National Hildren shop there in Wisconsin. So you had Dean Billings and Brian Kopinski and those guys, and we were just hanging out and those guys they just taught us everything that they knew. And there's great guys, and they still are. And I'm sure as much, Keith, I know Keith went to the National Rodeo the other night with his daughter, and Rusty's does something. But if you ever had any questions, I think they'd be more than open to tell you exactly what they know.
Oh, he's a great guy, man. Keith. Pat Sullivan is reporting directly from the Chili Bowl.
That's right.
How's it going, Pat?
Oh, it's good. It's cold here, a little icy.
Oh, Pat, you're not drinking beer. Don't lie.
I don't drink beer, so I've got
exactly.
National Hall of Fame historian Bob Mays next to me. Outstanding Hall of Famer racer Junior Parkinson to my left. So we're at the back of the trade center having a good time.
That's the best place. That's exactly where I like to watch too.
Yep.
Everybody wants to be up by Keith. I like being in the back.
Yeah. I had really good seats on the top row between 3 and 4 for many, many years, but I get media credentials, and as things evolved, you didn't really get a seat in the stands with the media credentials. So I wander around and then come back here and sit and watch on a big screen. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah, I like it. I like it that way too. A lot less traffic. It's pretty quiet back there.
A lot
You
less
look pretty
fumes.
comfortable.
Yeah, it is. Hey, what do you think of the racing action tonight?
Well, I've watched off and on. I've actually been working on some stories, and I actually am fortunate enough to have a room right on the grounds, and so I come and go quite a bit. And when I came back the last time, I helped Bob load folding tables into a truck, which was fun. But I would say that the action over the course of the week has been, from top to bottom, maybe as good as I've seen at the Chili Bowl, and this is number 35 for me. A couple of the features I think have been very compelling.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. And Tyce and Kellen and Aaron and I were talking about the same thing. It's been this is tough group of cars, man.
It is. It's interesting. I think I don't know if Junior would agree. I think Bob does. A long time and great racer Jerry Stone, I know, felt this way. I spent a lot of time with the former NCRA champion and sprint car racer Pennsylvania. We both think Kyle Larson is still the odds-on favorite to win, even though he finished second in 2 events. He simply does things with the race car that is a little unfathomable. The way he attacks, the way he races, and quite frankly, in both events, I thought by all rights he should have been on the end of a wrecker, and somehow he continues to go forward. I don't think he's had the best car either night, so you would think that Ball Silva would go to work, but I think that's bad news for the competition. Although Buddy Copeland's going to be tough, and Justin is going to be tough, and there's a lot of potential winners in this field.
I agree.
Yeah.
So I would say that Larson's car, and we were talking about this earlier with Tanner Holmes. Larson's car has just not been easy to drive.
No, and he said that. Yeah.
Yeah.
He said that that they've had, it hasn't been easy since the West Coast with USAC last year.
Right.
And so I was going to slow down here, but we've got a yellow. There's been some interesting comments about that. Christopher Bell made a very interesting comment in the press conference. He said that in the time that he went over to race for Chad Boat, he spent his whole time trying to get Chad's cars to perform or feel like Keith Kuntz's cars. He goes back to Keith Kuntz's cars and he says, and I don't recognize this car anymore. So I'm now, and he said, I'm not comfortable yet in this car. And then Buddy Kofoid went with a car that was essentially bent. So that's interesting. Of course, we're talking about fine lines for what the guys want, but most of the drivers have candidly said that they thought Buddy looked the best. I don't know. I mean, there's guys you just don't count out at any time.
I think that Rico looked the best myself. I think that he looked the smoothest.
Yeah, he looked very good, and he was very comfortable. It's been interesting watching. When I watched, I was at home on Monday and Tuesday, and I watched the Flow broadcast from home, and I thought Logan Seavey was so good to be able to provide a driver's perspective about things. And you guys, you're looking with eyes that I don't look at. I mean, I've been around the sport a long time, but I haven't raced. Junior next to me and Bob both raced. They can see things that I don't see. So, yeah, that may very well be right. I mean, Rico seemed really pleased in the press conference and is back in his element. So,
yeah, I agree. I agree with Tyce. Actually, I thought he looked the smoothest.
So, Pat, tell me this. So, with the big screen and these guys looking up at the big screen, it looked like the guys that were running second, they were more comfortable of not charging for first, knowing that they were comfortably in second than in years past where they didn't have the big screen and they're like, hey, I got to go for the win. Did you talk to anybody about that, or just being comfortable just making the show? Or
it was a little loud in here. Just give me the brief synopsis of your question.
So I was asking about so guys looking at the big screen, you got the guys that are running first and second. Looked like the guys that were in second weren't charging a lot because they knew they were ahead and they were going to actually make the show. Were you able to talk to anybody about that, about just being comfortable just making the show or not charging for first? Or
yeah, certainly Kevin Thomas Jr. said that. Kevin Thomas Jr. said, first of all, Thomas Jr. said very candidly, I'm not necessarily really great on the top anyway, and why would I think that I could go up there and outrun Rico Abreu? So I'm on the second. I've got my position locked in. I'm going forward. I would be silly to left that door open and then suddenly not have a lock-in position. One of the interesting things that happened has been all the discussion about the video board, which we now know is going to be moved to the second turn for 2023, because we know drivers look at it, and Kyle Larson admitted he sort of used that to help beat Justin Grant. Well, Chris Windham sort of admitted that he looked at the video board in his preliminary night feature. He sort of misidentified the cars involved and sort of fell asleep and left the bottom open, because you remember he got around Kyle Larson, and they left the bottom open, and Kyle got underneath when he should have shut the door. And Kyle said that. Kyle said he was surprised that Chris went off to the bottom. The other thing is that I think some are still not recalling the fact that a podium finish didn't lock you in, and that's one of the certainly the shock faces. I mean, Zeb Wise was thrilled with this run from 17th. I mean, he didn't expect to be there, so he was okay with it. Blake Hahn was sort of okay with his. But that's been another twist over the last couple of years with the Chili Bowl.
Yeah, and that makes it different. I mean, that had, like they were alluding to earlier tonight, that has to be weird standing up there being celebrated for running third and you're not in the show.
Right.
Yeah, because
boys, it's going to get really crowded.
It used to be the top four.
I think I'll sign off, and when there's a break, I'll get back in, if that's okay.
Hey, that sounds great, Pat. Thank you so much for calling.
Yep. Thanks, Pat.
If I remember right, back in the day, it used to be the top four that were locked in, correct? But we had fewer days.
Yes. When it was 3 days. When it was 3 days or 2. Yeah, when it was 3 days total.
It was Thursday, Friday, and Saturday.
It was like top four, and then is that right? It had to be top eight, and then they took 6 out of the B, the final night. I think it was top 8.
Yeah, and then it went to top 4 with more cars, and then then top 2.
Yeah, it was top 3 all the years that I went, but that was like 06, 07 was the first one. So they were doing top 3 by then.
It's crazy.
Your animals are out, Scott.
Well, Baxter, I think, got jealous of me petting the cat, so then he come over and was standing up and looking at me. Poor guy. He's a good boy. Baxter's a good boy.
All right, boys. So I'm about to hop off, watch the rest of this.
Hey, man. Thank you so much for calling in. It's always, man, I love talking to you.
Anytime I can be with you guys, just let me know.
Absolutely, buddy. Take care.
All right. Later, guys.
See you. Ladies and gentlemen, Tyce Carlson. Oh, I love Tyce. Tyce is one of those people that in so many ways has never changed. And I mean that in the best way possible. From the very first time I met him to now, he just had a perm the first time I met him. And weighed about $120. Man, he was real thin when I first met him.
Hey, as Tom says, everyone gets Bigelow. What do you say? Everyone gets a little heavy in their old age.
Yeah, yep, that's exactly what he said.
He was picking
Tommy
on
B.
you.
Huh?
I say he's really picking on you.
Oh, he should. That's all right. Tom can say whatever he wants to me. That man carried me through a torrential downpour to save my life as an infant. Carried me on his shoulder.
How many people can say that?
Not many.
Nope.
Man,
Cottle,
these dudes
changing lanes.
These dudes
right
are
back.
going at. Man, how about Day? How about Day?
Yeah.
I love watching that kid race. He's in control tonight. What I always love about him, man, he'll throw a wild card lap or two in on you.
Yep.
Just to keep you on your toes. Hey, you know something, Kellen, that with the advent of in-car cameras, and you're the only one sitting here who can have an intelligent conversation because I've never driven the cars. Is it really that quiet in the car as it is on the cameras, on the in-car stuff?
No, probably not as much because they've got a lot of like noise canceling built into those microphones now.
Gardner.
Not Gardner, Cottle.
Cottle, sorry.
Yep.
Sorry, people. Cottle. Man, that's a rare mistake by Cottle.
Yep,
that is
and
a
transfer.
rare mistake. That ledge is creeped back into play. Like Tyce was talking about, you got to get in on it. You can't slide up to it.
Yep.
Yeah, that was the one thing. Yeah, see, he slides up to it.
Yep.
Oops. He was on the gas. He was hard in the gas. Man, he's gonna be mad about that. He's gonna have to go back in the back and find himself.
There's 2 laps left.
Yeah. That's too bad. Ethan Mitchell's running right in front of him, man.
Yep.
Did you see where what's his name was helping Mitchell? Hoffman.
Oh yeah.
Hey, what race is Hoffman in?
This is a C, right? I think he may be in a B.
Okay. How about that, man? That guy's I really like watching him race too.
Yeah, he is. He's a wheelman. McCready.
Man, McCready, I picked him before anybody even knew who he was, man. I picked him to win. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
I kept telling people I didn't realize how big Chad Kavanaugh was.
Yeah.
Because at the time he and Kavanaugh were just red hot.
Yep.
And I didn't realize that Chad was so big he really didn't fit in a midget very well.
Sure. Yep.
And I told people, I said, if I was hiring drivers right now, it'd be McCready and it would be Kavanaugh. And man. Man, Mitchell's doing everything he can, ain't he?
Yeah.
I hope he can transfer in. Andrew Falk a good racer, man.
Yeah.
Oh, Sewell.
Oh, yep. That trips you up.
Man, he's turned himself into a really good racer.
Mm-hmm.
It's taking him a little bit, but he's turned into a really good racer.
I was just looking, Cottle would have been an RSI, and you've got the Honda for Mitchell. But like there's SR11. We're getting to the point where it's basically solid TRD or SR11 at this, even in a C main. So
right.
Because Felker's an SR11.
Me and Bill were talking about, and you may have talked about it with me too. Is I can't believe how many TRD in SR11s are out there.
I know, man. And, you kind of forget how long they've been out there. So, I mean, I guess it does make sense. But, yeah, I mean, there's a lot out there. I'm anxious to see this, how this – I would love to have more info on that LS motor.
I would too.
That Damien had.
The worst part is I don't think you can get it. I don't think you can get it in under 20 grand.
Probably not. Yeah.
I mean, I could be wrong.
I don't know though. I mean, yeah.
Know.
I mean,
because they don't have a 4-cylinder LS, do they?
Well,
so
see, that's the hit.
Oh man, what a shame.
That's horrible. Wow.
Oh,
I have no idea why he did that.
Well, I think he just missed. I mean, obviously he missed. I mean, that's the most obvious statement ever, right there.
Very generous. Yeah.
We have a question actually. What engine is Thornton running?
Thorson run SR11.
Yeah, Thorson's an SR11.
They've worked really hard on getting those things to run a little easier to drive.
Yeah.
When he went there, and CV, I know. Oh, I really put that on McCready. That one angle looked different than that angle right there. It looked to me like McCready was opened the door and thought, "Oh no."
Yeah, I think he kind of opened the door and then hung.
Deal, right?
And hung. Yeah. No, absolutely.
I mean, I'm not anybody out there. I'm not trying to put blame. I just when you see an accident, you just try to figure out what happened. Yeah, those SR11s are good motors. But the TRD, one thing that happened when Speedway Motors took over the TRD program from the original builders, they really worked on getting them to drive real smooth and take off easy. And that's so when you watch the starts, you never see those cars stumble. You never see them kind of load up. They always have a real nice, smooth takeoff. When they accelerate off the corners, they're really super smooth.
Yeah, it seems like the SR11 must be a little bit higher in the RPM range to run, at the best spot. They're a little bit higher than the TRDs are. So.
Yeah, so when CV went to drive for Swindell, he said that was one of the big differences was how hard the SR11 came on.
Is your MAV buffering really bad?
Yeah, mine is.
Okay.
I didn't know if it was just me or.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too.
Yeah, only when they go up to the top. It's only upstairs.
Yeah, that's true. Now that I think about it,
because what happens is you see it breaks that link.
Yeah.
And all that. Well, I like Shane Cottle, man. I've always enjoyed watching him run midgets.
Yeah, absolutely, man.
I mean, he is a stud wheelman in a midget.
They killed that car. So what have you got now? You've got Axon. Yeah. Because that wiped out 3 cars or 4 cars out of it.
There was 4 cars there in it. I don't know how many it took out, but
that's what I thought. Man,
how about Emerson Axon just out there just slowly rolling the bottom with Day? That's as smooth as I've seen Day look.
Yeah.
He's usually he likes to get up on top and really go for it.
It's so tough there.
Is that Trey Markham? They're in 3rd?
Yeah. That's what I was trying to figure out. So you got Markham in 3rd. You've got, is that, well, I thought it was Randall, but it's not Randall. Alex Bright. Yeah. Wow. And then Stevie Buckwalter there, man. The Pennsylvania contingent.
Did Buckwalter make it?
No, I don't think so. I think Bright was fifth.
Okay, Buckwalter was coming pretty hard.
Yes, Buckwalter was sixth. I think Bright was fifth. Buckwalter sixth. So yeah.
I would like to know a little bit more about the Chevy he's running.
Okay, well, so it's not his normal motor, and it's actually his uncle's motor, and it's they've got a sign on the car that says "for sale." So it's not the car, it's the engine's for sale. So yeah, because a buddy of mine was talking to him about it. So, but
Steve Buckwalter's a guy who is a stud race car driver.
Absolutely is.
He doesn't have like that big Chili Bowl win, or he's won a bunch of ARDC stuff, and I think one USAC national race.
Tons of wing racing out Pennsylvania. Great wing racer out there.
I feel like he's way better than people realize.
Yep.
I mean, he's one of those guys that unless you see him run every week and you don't realize what a great race car driver he is.
Yeah, man, I remember back, there was a few times there back, during midget weeks or like Gold Crown, and they come out, and I mean, that dude was just flying, it was just unreal.
Yeah, so they first come back here. Bob Trafford was the car owner, and Bob bought Critter stuff, some stuff from Critter, and that first car he ran was a Critter car.
Okay.
And then he ran that, and then he took in they hooked up with Spike, and I'm not so sure he wasn't a co-owner in Spike when it first started.
Okay.
And Trafford, and so they had Spike cars and all that. You just have bigger versions of my animals. That's all you got.
It never makes a noise until now. Oh, goodness.
Man, Scott's cat usually acts up when we record podcasts. And it's like he knows when we're recording, when we stop recording. He stops recording, and then they just sit there and stare at him.
That's funny.
It happened today, actually.
Yep. I've mastered the whole under the table shutting the door where you can't see my arm move. Axum's a good racer. It'll be interesting to see
what he does this coming year. Jeez. Buster.
What's he doing?
All right. He's mad at me. He wants me to let him upstairs, so I'll be back.
Okay.
Here's another question for you, Scott. Who built Spike, and when did they get popular?
So the Spike chassis was so Spike chassis evolved out of Stealth chassis originally. Stealth was built by a man named John Godfrey and his wife Dana. John owned it till about 2001. One of the most successful chassis builders in that time period. He ended up selling Stealth, and there was I can't remember the gentleman's name who owned it, but Mark Daly, who ran midgets, and he has a fabricating company down in North Carolina now, and that he ran CED Motorsports, which Jerry Coons Jr. drove for, and a bunch of other people. He at the time he ran those companies, and then he was tasked to run Stealth. So that deal went along, and then John had a clause where he couldn't build cars for such a certain period of time. Well, by the time that started to run out, Stealth chassis had kind of fallen on hard times in terms of things just weren't the same. People were kind of moving on, looking for different brands of cars. So Spike chassis came from John Godfrey. John Godfrey gets back in the car building business. I think Bob Trafford was the co-owner. So John starts building cars again. I forget what year this was. This is 2006, something like that. They start off by owning some midgets. And I think Jerry Coons drove for him. Shane Hollingsworth drove for him. A couple other people. And then he started building Spike chassis. And he named it. The story he goes, he actually named it after one of our guests, which is Spike Gilhausen, which he always liked the name Spike. He didn't know Spike Gilhausen. He's an old dear friend of mine as well. He didn't know Spike, but he liked the name, so he just called him Spike Chassis. And so from there on, John built cars until under the Spike name brand till, I don't know, 3 years ago, and he ended up selling the company to a gentleman. I believe he's in Australia or New Zealand. I apologize. But he's a guy who owned cars for a long time. I don't remember his name. But they're still built here in Brownsburg, Indiana. And I don't know who's in charge of the shop right now, but that's where they're built. That's the story, as best as I could tell it, of Stealth chassis, Spike chassis, and all that.
Well, I always wondered if it had anything to do with Spike, and obviously it kind of does. That's kind of weird,
roundabout way. It does, yeah. And that's what John told me. I don't know. I mean, obviously, I don't know. I mean, he had no reason to tell me that because he didn't even know we were good friends with Spike. So, John's a good guy.
I'm sure Spike could confirm or unconfirm that story. Maybe.
Well, not really. To my knowledge, Spike didn't even know about it until I said something to him.
Really?
Yeah. So in Spike Gilhausen, which Spike Chassis, Spike Gilhausen was named after a big band leader his dad liked named Spike Jones. And when his dad was young, there was big bands, and they played everywhere. And Spike Jones was one of the big band leaders, and that's what Spike Gilhausen was named after. His real first name is Daniel, but that's Spike Gilhausen was named after.
Yeah, old Spike. We'll definitely have to have him back on.
Yeah, I really wanted to ask him for tonight, man. It was just we weren't sure how many people were going to come in and out, and so, but we'll definitely try that again next year and try to get him on. Spike's so funny and good dude. Spike went to the Chili Bowl a bunch of years too. He and his brother Carl Jr. We call him Junie. They've been to the Chili Bowl a bunch. It's been some great crowds this year, man. I mean, those crowds are bigger than I'd ever seen for Mondays and Tuesdays and Wednesdays out there. So Jesse Love. So Jagger Jones, I think, goes to college with Jesse Love's sister, if I'm not mistaken.
Really?
Yeah.
Jagger knows all the ladies in college, doesn't he?
As he should. He's verified on Twitter and Instagram.
Yeah, that's what he's talking about. He's verified. Yeah, that's right. How old's the youngest? What? How old's the youngest person in the Chili Bowl? There's someone.
Well, this year you could enter if you were 13, and I think there's 13. I think Brent Cruz
man, that's crazy.
One of them is 13, and I apologize if I have it wrong. I don't remember who all the young ones were, but what's funny is Tyler Reddick, when he was a kid, they tried to get them to let him run, and they wouldn't. And there's been others, and not just Reddick, but they have like some sort of vetting process they use now, and all that. That's really cool to see how they keep the people, man. That you get such a crush of people in that aisle, you couldn't move the cars.
Right.
So I'm glad to see them, because that's not fair to the teams.
I saw they brought back Jeff Gordon as the Grand Marshal. Did he ever?
Yeah.
This is probably a stupid question, but he do the Chili Bowl?
So he never ran the Chili Bowl. He
what-
may have ran it once, but I don't think he ever ran it. Maybe he did once. I don't quite remember, but the Chili Bowl wasn't the Chili Bowl then. I mean, it still was a big enough race that he would have ran, but I don't think Raleigh went out there at the time, which that was his car owner, and I don't think he drove for anybody else out there. There may be one. He may have went out there once. Pat Sullivan, though.
Yep. There we go. There's your answer coming up.
What's that?
Hey, so Jeff Gordon, he's either run the Chili Bowl 0 times or 1 time. Which was it?
I think it's 0.
I think it's 0 too.
Jeff
I think
Gordon
it's 0 as well.
What's that? No. I don't know if
Yeah.
Raleigh Helming ever ran the Chili Bowl. He may have. I can't remember who he had. He ran it.
Well, he did. No, he did run Chili Bowl. He ran it with Stevie Reeves and he ran with Tony Stewart.
Stevie Reeves. Yeah.
And
That year
Stewart
Stevie
both.
finished second.
Yeah. Yeah. One of those years.
Yeah.
Because they ran the V4 for him.
Yeah, that's that V4. You remember that V4 car that Raleigh had Tony Stewart in that car, and he won the 100 in it. But the thing had mechanical gremlins a lot during that year as they were trying to develop it. He ran it at Thez.
So it's really, Jones and all them down south worked on all that, and it's that Tom Lieb, their Scat Engines, is who designed it. It had some harmonics issues. It just, they tried it, and tried it, and they weren't. I mean, the most successful one I know of is the one that Raleigh had.
Right. I can tell you, gentlemen, right now, if we're going to start getting into specifics of engines, what I know is I put gas in this hole, and my Chevy Cruze has a button I push, and then it starts. It's really cool.
I'm on the same level as you with that, Pat. Scott is definitely
right
the more knowledgeable one here.
What year? I kind of like those Chevy Cruzes. What year is that you got?
2019. Yes, I do too. I like it a lot.
Now, those things, they oftentimes they have a problem with it. It gets a water leak. A lot of times those things will get this water leak, and you got to replace replace the valve. The valve cover deals like plastic, but somehow or another it's all tied into it somehow.
Of
But
course,
those are neat cars.
When you say, we have to replace, it's they have to replace.
Right.
So,
It's actually, I've watched people do it. It's pretty easy, actually. It's not as complicated as it sounds, but they're cool cars. It's the thermostat housing they have problems with. That's what it is.
Oh, well, we'll see. Hope that it happened on the way home.
Well,
so we're getting down to some B's now. Pretty
we
big.
are. Yeah, and I tell you, man, there's some good racing out there right now.
Yeah, it really has been. I don't know. I think from top to bottom, I said this earlier, I think it's been one of the best in terms of competition. I don't know what Junior thinks.
I thought last 3 days very, very well.
Yeah, last 3 days has been really good. I thought Tuesday's feature was great. The battle between Grant and Stenhouse was pretty compelling. I mean, really, nobody's totally ran away with it. Even Rico had some pressure. But it's been pretty good.
Yeah, I think that A feature, maybe it may be one of those deals. Whoever starts up front too may be fast enough to hold them off. But I firmly think that you're going to probably have 5 or 6 guys in the end who, if they get through traffic okay and all that kind of stuff, really have a shot at running well. And there's been some real standout guys who aren't going to make this race. And I mean, I don't mean any disrespect. They may make it. I don't think they're going to get all the B's, but Bowman's looked good. Kyle Jones has looked good.
Yeah.
I saw somebody. There was another name I was going to mention in there. Ronnie Gardner. That's who I was going to mention.
Yeah.
These guys have looked, and not that Ronnie Gardner's not a good race car driver as it is, but man, all those guys have looked great this weekend.
Well, Ronnie Gardner, of course, multi-time USAC Western midget champion, racing with Walt Johnson. But I mean, he's been most of his time now. Last year, of course, serving as a wrench on Robbie Rice's Silver Crown car. I do think that Alex Bowman Racing has looked really very solid with Jake Swanson and CJ Larry. I don't know that they're going to win the race, but I think it's certainly been a very credible performance by that group.
I absolutely agree. A real and I don't mean this in a bad way, but it's been somewhat surprising. Just because they seem to have some little spurts and stutters at first when they started doing it, but they've really hit their stride.
Yeah, and Jake actually was sick there for a while. He thought he was down with allergies. He told me he loaded up on Dayquil and spent part of the time in bed. But sometimes racers race well when they play hurt.
Yep.
But I've been impressed. I've been impressed with that team. But I think Christopher Bell said the race sometimes is dictated by the grader and the water truck. But that was his line. So
and he would know.
Yeah, he would know. I'll let you boys settle in on this. It's the noise of the year. I'll check back in with you.
All right, buddy.
Good.
Thank you.
Thanks.
How awesome is this? We're getting live check-ins from a Sprint Car Hall of Famer.
Yep, exactly. Why has he done any of the broadcasting for Flo during Chili Bowl at all?
I don't know if he has for the Chili Bowl. Now, he's done a lot of the USAC stuff when they're out on the road and stuff like that.
Yeah.
You got yellow. Oh, man, I really like McDermott, too. Yeah. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I was just saying my cat is trying to eat stuff.
Baxter's growling at me because I'm petting him. Ain't that right, buddy? You don't like when I pet you. I've been watching McDermott for a few years, man. And, he was running kind of this underpowered to USAC specs Honda. He is the same motor he run up with the Badger group up north in Wisconsin. And man, he is really, I'm really glad to see him, with a little bit more motor, see what he can really do. I think this guy's a great driver. If I was a sprint car owner, no, I don't know McDermott. I don't know his age. I don't know anything about that. But if I owned a non-wing sprint car, I'd have to look at putting him in it.
Well, you own a non-spring. You own a midget, so there you go.
Yeah, I don't. My nephew does. How about Chris Wyndham just coasting the bottom there?
Is that Zeb Wise there?
Yeah, I don't know where he's running.
That's him in the front, isn't it?
Oh, it isn't. I'm so sorry. Yeah, I keep looking for him in the Clausen car. I'm sorry.
Oh, is that T-Maz? In the pink car?
T-Maz up top. Tim Buckwalter's running fifth. Tim Buckwalter, Steve Buckwalter's cousin, I believe. And Tim Buckwalter is driving for the Seymour family. Seymour family owned, I think they owned an Indy car or two, but they owned a lot of sprint cars and Silver Crown cars and stuff like that.
I didn't know Brad Sweet was racing this year in this.
Yeah, I think he ran last year too.
I didn't realize that. Yeah, I didn't know that his wife is Kyle Larson's sister or something, or no. Kyle Larson is dating. No, Kyle Larson is married to Brad Sweet's sister. That's it.
Right. I was gonna say, man, I hope he's not dating anybody. His wife ain't gonna be happy.
Yeah, I got all mixed up there.
T-Mez just running top's pretty smooth right now though. Wyndham saw him on the screen, moved up and bounced her off the curb. lost a spot.
Oh,
Sorry, I was listening to you guys talk stuff in my face here, and then like all of a sudden I realized that Scott was locked up again. I was like, oh no.
oh, I didn't even realize he was locked up.
Yeah.
I thought he was just watching the.
That is kind of his standard face there. So no,
It
you're right.
is. It's a resting Scott Bowie face.
That's right. It's resting Scott face.
It's funny.
So that is okay. Zeb Wise. Yeah. I was trying to remember who that car was. I was like, I know I saw it, but yeah. So Wise out.
Yeah, Scott was looking for him in the isn't he using like the Clausen Marshall car or something?
Well, he always has been, but he kind of left that camp, and then yeah, he's driving for. I'm pretty certain that that's like a Matt Wood racing car, which is the same as like there's the 27, the NOS car. That's Kobe Copeland. Oh man, dang it, that's Nick Hoffman. That stinks. I was hoping he'd have a good run.
Someone commented and said, "I keep waiting for Bowie to fake y'all out."
I wish that would be fantastic. I'm not sure Scott's up on it with enough for that.
Well, he lasted a couple hours at least since the last one.
Yeah, it actually has been a lot longer than I thought it would be.
I think you missed another Pat Sullivan check-in. He checked in about 5 minutes ago again.
Yeah,
he said he's coming back. So
nice.
Scott says it's kind of cool to have a Sprint Car Hall of Famer check in with us throughout.
Right. Yep. No doubt. No doubt.
Yeah, I was kind of surprised. He works for Flo that he's not doing any of the Chili Bowl stuff for Flo. And maybe he did earlier in the week. I don't know.
No. So I think that always in the past, the Chili Bowl was done by the Racing Boys network. And I think the guys who do the Racing Boy network are the guys who do the Flo broadcast.
Gotcha.
So I think there's like some sort of a deal worked out there, and I may be totally wrong on that, but I do know that those are the same guys, like the Scotty Cook and guys like that. So
what's going on? I don't know if you're watching on Mav, but we're working on that car.
Yeah, so it looks like either the Nerf bar into the header. I can't tell what they were trying to bend though. Like, you've got a lot of stuff right there. I mean, of course, again, the Nerf bar, the header, and then you've got the drag link for the steering right there as well that connects your steering arm up to the tie rod.
Right.
But they may just have the left rear Nerf bar may just be wedged into the left rear tire now. So you can kind of see, like if you look on the far left rib, that's kind of, so the Nerf bar is just jammed in there is what the problem is. So. And then on Hoffman's car, looks like, it cut the left rear down.
How hard is it for a car to, to go into the A main from B? I mean, how long do they have from B to A? Not very long, right?
Well, on those, it's a little higher or a little longer. At the in the lower mains, I mean, it's literally like you roll to the top of the ramp, and if you transfer, you just turn around right at the top of the ramp and go into your next line. Otherwise, through the week, you normally get to go back to your trailer or whatnot. But on those, it'll just be like turn around at the top of the ramp and go back down. Again, with the A main tonight, though, the second B main car, I mean, they'll do like a track rework and everything, so they'll have a little bit.
Right.
But yeah, normally during the lower mains on Saturday, you have to take and you basically take a crash cart up to the top of the ramp with fuel jug and everything like that, so that you can just flip it right there at the top of the ramp. So.
I guess there's not much they have to do to the cars between the races.
I mean, it depends a lot on what the track's doing. I mean,
right.
If they are doing a total track, I mean, it's everything from air pressures to, you got to keep in mind a lot of this, like the rear suspension, you need a 9/16 end wrench, and that's how you're going to make your adjustments in the back end. On the front end, most of them are coilover cars, so it's like a spanner wrench to loosen that and adjust your shocks. So, it doesn't take a ton of tools to do everything, but, again, if you get caught where they're working the track or something like that, where you've got to, maybe slide a right rear in or out, or air pressure changes. I mean, there can be several things that you want to do. So
Scott said it's telling him that I removed him. I definitely did not remove him. Yeah, we don't want him on anymore.
Right. Exactly. We're done with him. Oh, Buck Walters up there. Okay. So I'm trying to figure out what ticker is right.
Oh, he's sending me a thing. Oh, it says I removed him. Believe me, you are unable to rejoin because you were previously removed by the host.
Oh, that's funny. Wow. Yeah, the bottom got cleaned off there, and it just was so much faster than the top. I mean, that's kind of the bad part. Again, like I mentioned earlier, they're talking like 30% farther around, and it just, you can't just jump to the top and go. Like, you're not instantly that much faster. It'll take you, it might be one lap, it may be 2 laps before you can get it up to full song and you can carry that speed. But it's so tough to jump back and forth here, because again, whenever you're jumping from the top to the bottom, you are braking, you're entering so much differently, and the car speed, I mean, everything changes. So you've got to know like what to do on both of them. And again, whenever there's so much traffic in there, it gets tough.
I mean, that's pretty standard though, most tracks, right? Like about the bottom being, I mean, the top, I mean, being harder to run.
Well, and it's not necessarily that it's harder to run, because a lot of times it's easier actually, really, because the cushion will catch the car. and just kind of hold it. So I mean, you're on the throttle, you're not lifting. Whereas this is usually a lot more technical cushion. Like they mentioned earlier, where when it gets a ledge like that, you've got to enter with the right rear on the cushion. You can't slide up to it and catch it. Whereas outdoor, most of the time you can, because you're not lifting on the throttle, and you can just blow right into the corner, and it doesn't upset the car as much as this does. So, but again, whenever you look at it, you see how much sidewall there is to a tire. And outdoor, you may see a cushion only get that big, but because of here, the way the jersey barriers are and everything with the turns, it just kind of keeps that dirt right there at the top. And so that's, like you guys were talking about before I got on, how people are sitting on it. It looks like a lawn chair, basically. It's just shaped perfectly. So, but I mean, that's as tall as a wheel is, and so yeah, there's just no way to survive that whenever you go blowing into that. So yeah, that was B main 1. So I mean, you can see they're putting water down, but the bottom was just way too fast there.
So does that dirt stay? So does it stay like? Do they always have the dirt in the building, or do they bring in the dirt from somewhere else?
Yeah, it comes in. They bring it in before the shootout, and so they've got a storage area, and that's all it does. They take it and they store it all year, and then bring it back in for the races.
See, I don't know. Because I know something similar, obviously, with like the Supercross races and stuff. And I don't know if they use like the same dirt or if they use like fresh dirt.
No, Supercross is actually the same way.
Really?
So, and I know, like, because of course with having the one here, and I remember him talking about it, where there's a guy that owns the dirt, I think over on the Illinois side, and they have a building that they keep it in. And so it's actually I don't know about if this one, they were talking about how they moved it, and it used to be on like a gravel pad, or somehow or another they had a lot of problems at the shootout because of there was a lot of rock in it. It got laid down on rock, and so getting it transferred, they picked up a lot of chat that way. But I know like Supercross stuff is usually very, very particular about it, and they do there's a lot of work to it. So
yeah, like I know the dirt and like for Supercross, and I'm sure it makes a big deal with midgets too. I mean, depending on where you go, the dirt's different.
Yep, absolutely.
Man, what is Scott? Since I think what happened was he had like 3 phone. It had them on there like double joined, and I removed one of them.
Right. That's probably what it was. Yep.
Suspend everyone will help. I don't want to do that. Yeah, I don't know. He hasn't messaged me back yet.
That's so funny.
Poor Scott.
Yeah, so we're 100% ready. Yeah, we've got full lineups now, don't we?
Yeah. Let me see.
Yeah, that's
I don't see an updated one.
yeah. That's why it's hard to tell on video, but it looks like it was taking rubber there. So that's going to be tough, man. I'm anxious to see what they do. I can't imagine that they just put water down.
Someone's got it on Twitter now. Oh no, that's B feature. Oh, here we go. Yeah, they still have a C. I don't even see the A.
Yeah, I don't see it on their stuff either. Let's see. I took a picture of that earlier, but I don't know. Oh, there was. So second B. Okay, so this is Leary.
So this is what? So we starting A now, or are we starting second B?
No, this will be the second B.
Okay, that's what I was looking at then.
Yeah. So it's Leary on the pole. Blake Hahn is on the outside. Golubic's in here. Vicento. Yeah. McDougal's in this, and then your transfers from the second C, which was like Alex Bright, those guys. But I mean, if it's laying, if it was hard to tell it was black, but Zeb Wise's tires really looked like, whenever it starts to take, you can really see it. The tire really changes color almost.
Right.
And, so if it was already doing that, you got to be worried about it in this race. You pretty much put it on the bottom and then hope you can either root the person out in front of you or.
All right. Scott's going to call the number. Oh. So how long do those tires last? Or how long do most people keep them?
A race, like one race. Like most of the time, you're going to have. I mean, most of the time you're going to want to put at least a fresh right rear on every time you hit the track. Realistically, sometimes you can make do with running the same thing between the heat and the feature. By all means, I mean it doesn't kill it in a heat race, but again, a lot of it is just so dependent on what you're trying to do setup. If you need to cut stagger or add stagger into the car, but most of the time, if you run, if you start the feature on that tire, you're not going to run it again after that.
Right.
So, you're usually looking at it like a 30 lap, 40 lap window on it.
So in a situation where like you're in the alphabet soup and you go from one race to another, I mean, that would be a disadvantage, right? If your tires are old.
Yeah. And yeah, 100%. And, most of the time, yeah, you would really have to be on your game. Now, you got to also keep in mind, those are shorter races. Those are like 8 lap races.
So it's not right.
So yeah, so it not as big of a player, but yes, it could cause you problems, especially if you didn't start out, if you started out with something that was used on and then you started transferring it could put you in a bind.
Sure.
You still can't figure out how to call in?
Nope. Yeah, at least he doesn't have these problems when we do the podcast. We really haven't had any. Had any real big. We really haven't had any, knock on wood. I think it has something to do with he's upstairs, and his router or something is.
Yeah,
I think he does his
he's
podcast
told me
in his
about
basement.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, so Leary, man, he's kind of catbird seat, like I say.
Right.
So that's SR11 Toyota.
So this is what top 4 as well that goes into the A.
Correct. Or actually, maybe 5. What did they say? No, I'm sorry. It says 7 transfer.
Oh, I didn't realize there was that many.
Yeah, it was 5 for the C, the D and the C, and then 7 from each B. I didn't even notice the Bowman was back there too. So you've got, or I assume that was Bowman.
Yeah, I thought Bowman was up front, wasn't he?
No, that's CJ Leary that started on the pole.
Oh, I saw the Ally car, right?
Jake Swanson. Jake Swanson was in the third Bowman car. That's what it was.
Man, they got the drone. I thought I saw something on Twitter that a car about took out a drone or something a couple days ago. I think Scott said something about that.
Yeah, he got close. It wasn't as bad. Like, he did hit a car at Gateway at the late model race.
Man.
But so actually, the kid that flies the drone is Chris Blair, who's the promoter at Gateway.
Mm-hmm.
It's his son that it does that. So he's got some great. Austin Blair is his name. He's got great video on his Twitter feed of it. So.
Boys, I've gotten upside down, I think.
Hi, Scott.
You're a mess, dude.
Hi. Huh?
I said you're a mess.
Yeah, I have no idea. Last time it kicked me out. I don't know. It just keeps saying that you removed me from the meeting, which I know is not true.
You kept talking. You kept talking. You kept talking about those strip clubs. So Zoom kicked you out.
Maybe it was your girlfriend.
maybe Gabby got on here and kicked you out, dude. That's very possible. I wouldn't put it past her.
How about Kaylee Bryson leading this? Bryson, Hahn, Leary, Golobeck, Wiedemann.
Yeah, I'm very shocked the top came back that well. I mean, it's. I would say I'm shocked that the top was running in that well. I mean, it's rubber on the bottom.
Yeah, boy, that don't bode well, does it?
Nope. It's going to be a major track rework.
Yeah, because I mean, it shouldn't have rubber. I mean, you wouldn't think it would have rubber like that.
You wouldn't, but that's like I was telling him. You could see it on Wise on his tires after that last race.
Well, I mean, I guess in all fairness, it's about 55 laps before it took rubber, right? So, I mean, the 2 C mains plus the first B.
Well, that's what I was trying to remember when they actually put the power hair out there, but it may have been the C main, yeah.
Well, they did that big rework before the C main started.
Yeah.
So Kaylee Bryson, if she wins this or runs top 7, she'll be the first woman ever to make the Chili Bowl.
Yep.
Really?
Yep.
Now, is that the one? Which girl's the one that's related to Dale Jr.?
Oh no, that's Chris.
Okay.
Nope, she retired. She sells T-shirts and tries to keep Jason McDougal in line, I think.
Yep. Yeah, they're all on the berm. Casey Kane.
You know, it's going to be really interesting to see how well he runs here next year after running full season World of Outlaws.
Yeah, it will.
I got a feeling we'll be talking next year about Casey Kane turning the clock back a little bit.
Yep, I cannot argue that.
I thought that the whole deal was kind of weird how he was running for I mean a different what team? I forget what team he even was. Or it was Roth, right? I know next year he's doing for his team, but I think it was Roth. I just thought that was weird how, he has a team and he was racing against his team.
Well, I mean, he also, he had like, basically if you want to say sponsor obligations, they had McFadden in the one car. And so, I mean, there was no way really around that. So instead of building your own car, and I mean, that's who he drove for whenever he first got onto the national stage. He drove for Dennis Roth and the Roth 83. So, I mean, I think that was kind of part of it. So
I'm looking at an ad here on Yahoo, a diagram on how to completely empty your bowels in the morning. I don't know if it's directed at me for some reason. I don't know.
What kind of things are you looking at, dude?
I think you probably don't want to ask that.
It was the.
Well, we know what Scott
homepage,
Bowie
what it was.
looks at.
I look at very tame stuff, so.
I mean, his woman's been gone for the past week, right, Scott?
No, she's been gone for 1 day.
Oh, I thought she'd been gone for a while.
No, in fact, I gotta leave here at 12:10 to go.
I was getting ready to say, I was thinking you had to leave at some point to go pick up. Go to the airport.
Yeah, for some reason when I try to log back in, it just keeps saying you removed me from the meeting. Which
Well,
tells me
I tell you what happened, Scott. I did and I didn't. What happened was it duplicated yourself, so I removed the one because it was a duplicate. I didn't know that it would stop you from joining. So I did remove you.
So it did it. So you removed. So when it stopped for like the 5th time, whatever it was there, and I had to reboot. When it first pulled back up, it just kept saying that you removed me from the meeting. So I don't know why it's telling me that. And then I asked you for that new link.
Right.
So it already gave me that error before you sent me the new link. I will I will have this corrected before next year. I will not have this.
I'm not gonna hold my breath.
Well, what happened? Yeah, well, you have to realize when Scott Bowie says he's going to do something, it's a drawn out.
Oh, he knows.
Oh, trust me. I am well versed in Scott.
Hey, Scott, how's that pickup truck running that you have in your driveway?
It sits there nice. No.
Whoo.
But Dougal said, "Screw this, I'm done."
Yeah. Bright smoked him.
Man, that's an uncommon error for Bochelle right there, right?
Yes, yeah. And then there was another. So that was happening on the inside, and then somebody smoked the cushion on the outside.
Yeah. Can you add me back to the meeting? Like, can you take me off both of them and then add me back?
You're not even on a list to remove. I mean, to re-add. I don't know. Hold on. That's so weird.
I'm just that it's not a big deal.
No, I know.
I can do it like this.
But we all like to look at your beautiful head of hair.
Hey man, if people want to look at my hair, they better take photos of that now because it is quickly exiting my body. Kellen, is it going to be okay once I finally get bald? Tell me.
It'll be okay, Scott. I promise.
Coming from comb over himself.
Yeah, I always see Kellen. But you started losing your hair at an early age, though, didn't you? I mean, like a weirdly early age.
I mean, I don't know, weirdly, but like I probably had a little bit of a bald spot. I was probably like 16. I think.
That's pretty early, bud.
Yeah, but whenever I say that, I mean, I'm talking like, very, very, very small. But what's really shocking about it, though, is I don't see it, so I don't care.
Right. Well, my buddy Frank, he just he sees it all. Like his would be like yours. He just shaves it all off. He don't care.
Yeah.
Man, I'm afraid to see what my head looks like without you.
Oh, that's funny.
I'm a Michael Facento, man. That kid's
Yeah.
really done really
He
good,
is.
too.
Yep, he has had a good week. Whew.
I miss Pat's. I
Oh,
missed Pat's second call there, or third call.
He didn't call again.
Oh, he didn't.
no, he only called twice.
Well, he called once when you weren't when you weren't there, Kel.
Right. He called the one time, and then he called after I was, or while I was gone, but that was it.
Since you've been gone.
Well, we're on commercial
Hey,
mode. I'll be right back.
He tried to get that thing rolling again. Yeah, it's just not allowing me back in. Something's wrong with my Zoom.
Well, I think the issue is between the keyboard and the seat.
Well, I would agree with that, but I'm pushing all the same buttons I normally push. I would normally agree with you on that. But for whatever reason, it's like I bet you I'm gonna have to uninstall it and reinstall it. I'm not gonna do that right now.
Hold on. I'm trying to change the settings. Means
Can't you just drive over to my house and do it for me?
yeah, I'll be there in about 5 minutes. See, it should be right there under meeting options, but it's not letting me. Oh man.
Yeah, so obviously this is why you guys need to go ahead and spring for that studio.
Yeah, we got Scott Bowie money now.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Well, you guys are screwed then if you guys got Bowie money.
Studio is going to be a porta pot on a construction site.
That's being generous right there, buddy.
Scott's got a pretty big following.
Why is that?
He's Scott Bowie.
That's funny.
Here we go. Maybe.
Ooh, somebody broke. Oh man, that thing broke big time right there, Kellen. I don't know what happened. It was enough for him to say, "I'm not even going to try to."
All right, hey Scott, you should be able to get in now. I think I fixed it.
Hey, look at all that rubber, Kellen.
Yeah. That's why I say, I mean, you see the right rears coming off of 4, and I mean, it just, you can see it.
What are these guys doing? No, that's something on my end.
Still not letting you in?
I just, yeah. I just clicked on that link, that last link you sent me, and it won't allow me in.
Is it the same message?
Yeah, same message. Yeah, I don't know. I guarantee it's on my end. It has something to do with when they kept. I mean, this is just so the people out there know, this is a $low computer I'm doing this on. I got a cheap one thinking, well, if I blow this deal up, I won't have too much money invested.
Hey, we've done how many episodes we've done so far, Scott? Like 40?
Yeah, at least, right?
Yeah. Haven't blown it up yet.
See, I've got another laptop here, but I don't know the passcode to get into it. Or I just use that.
Oh, that's fantastic.
I think I know what I'll be working on tomorrow.
What's that? Your internet?
Yeah, well, I'll be working on the trying to get my Zoom link to work.
We're a little late then, but
Well, I know, but we may want to do some shows next week. So,
well, I mean, I think you'll be fine on a different Zoom link.
maybe. I don't know.
So who we got? So Days in the last transfer. Beeson right behind.
No, so they're taking 7.
Oh, that's right, 7. Yeah, so Beeson was the last one then. And I also did. Dylan Welch made it in. Jonathan Beeson made it in.
Good for them.
Beeson
man.
didn't
That
see the
is
checker.
awesome. Good for Kaylee Bryson. Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I know it. Good for Kaylee, man. At home in front of her,
Yep, that's awesome.
Good for her, man. Hey, that goes back to what you and I talked about last year. She's got the makings of somebody who can really do this.
She does, man. She's one of the best that I have ever seen.
Yeah, I mean,
Casey transferred.
Yeah, I didn't realize that was Casey in the. Yeah, I thought Beeson was the. Yeah.
I thought Beeson was too. Did you hear him say? Is that correct?
Yeah, I don't think it was. I think their ticker was off.
Yeah, most likely. Whew. So McDougall got out of the car, then got back in?
Yeah. Man, look at that. Right in the center of the track there where they were all. Whew.
Oh, yeah. Well, good for her, man. She's feeling good. She's feeling good about that. Her confidence level is way through the roof right now. Is that her micro uniform?
Must be.
Because it has Engler on the arm. But it has TRD on the chest.
Yeah, it must just be because that's it's not TRD on the chest, it's that dealership that's right there on the car.
Okay. I gotcha.
Yeah, see.
Yeah.
We got comments on here. I totally
see, I can't get to him. I couldn't see the chat.
Yeah. Oh, here we go. Amber's Asylum, Scott.
Oh,
She's
is she?
watching. She's watching.
Who?
So so what we're gonna, I don't know if you heard Kellen about Scott's Bigfoot adventure.
I did hear about Scott's Bigfoot adventure.
So we're gonna get him set up on a ghosting adventure too.
Nice.
How do you feel about that, Scott?
That's on me.
Scott will try anything 3 or 4 times.
Yeah. I'll keep failing at it until I fail at it.
Right.
Hey, what's your name never called in? You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I
Aaron?
never heard from her either, so I'm not sure what's going on. I was talking to her earlier. I talked to her like an hour before we went on.
Huh.
Said she was going to come on too, so I don't know.
Yeah, that's too bad.
LMAO.
I'm gonna try clicking into the link from earlier today and just see what kind of message he gives me.
It's going to be the same one, bud.
No, not the link
Oh.
for this show. The link
Gotcha.
for the other show.
Oh, okay. I mean, I can make up one too and send it to you if you're that concerned about it.
No, I just want to see what the information is, because if it gives me the same error, I know there's an issue with it.
So another comment here and this will be good for. Well, actually, we'll wait for. Well, are you're staying on, Scott? So another comment from Amber. Amber's Asylum is very expensive hobby.
Well, I can't argue with her.
Scott is a perfect one to comment on that.
Oh well, Kellen can really comment on this as well. Kellen has spent quite a bit of effort, let's call it, on these things as well.
Yeah.
What did I tell you one day, Aaron? I've lost a lot more money a lot quicker than that, or something like that.
Yeah. So when you bought that truck from my dad, I told you that this is before I really even knew Scott. This is, I mean, I had met you like once or twice, but this is way before Scott became a podcast viral star or whatever you want to call him.
He's a virus, all right.
He's what?
He's a virus, all right.
He's a virus, yeah. The Bowie virus, the Bowie strand.
Yeah, so it is just our link, by the way. It is just our show.
Yeah, I figured.
Yeah.
Well,
anyway,
sorry, Kellen. Kellen was going to be your replacement for the podcast if you weren't able to get on anymore. We were just going to replace you with Kellen.
Kellen would be great, man. Kellen's a smart dude.
I will say the funniest. I think the funniest. One of the funniest things I've heard in the past year had to do with you, Kellen. So Scott probably knows what I want to say, but you like had texted him and he didn't respond for like a couple hours, and then he was like, "Sorry, I was interviewing Paul Page." And
that is right. Yeah, I forgot about that.
You name dropping mother effer.
Yep. Oh shoot.
Yeah,
that's great.
So yeah, we were talking that one day, and he said something about money on that truck, and I said, Aaron, I've lost a lot more money a lot quicker than that. So
right.
No, because I said it may not. So he paid for the truck and he kept the truck there. And I said, well, just to let you know, the truck may not be here when you come back. And he said, well, I've lost a lot more money than that a lot quicker.
Yeah, no doubt.
And then I think that's when he was going through the trash. You were pulling stuff out of the trash like you never you can't afford stuff. He's pulling towels out of the trash can. A Jimmy Johnson ornament that you sent to Jagger.
I sent that ornament to Jagger.
Yeah, that's funny.
Gosh dang it, that's funny.
To be clear to the people listening, I was not digging through the trash. I was trying to find blankets for one of my dogs to lay on.
I mean, it does kind of sound like you're digging through the trash, Scott.
You took other stuff out of it too, so technically you were digging.
There was an ornament, and there was Man, those blankets are great though. I can't never find them either. Those blankets your uncle had, those are the best blankets for that dog.
Yeah,
I can't
where
never,
did Kellen?
well, I
Kellen
can't
just
find them.
disappeared.
Do what? I did.
Okay.
I'm trying to eat my dinner.
Oh,
and I didn't want to just sit here and eat in the camera view, so.
That's funny.
Uh,
So that's pretty good night. How about just having Sprint Car Hall of Famer Pat Sullivan doing live updates for Chili Bowl?
right? Hard to beat
Carlson,
that.
Robby McGehee, Doug Wright.
The Tyce?
Doug,
The Tycer?
The Tycer.
What about
Doug's
Tyce, man?
good dude.
How great is that guy?
Tyce is great too. So you can tell that Tyce and I have different money levels because Tyce can tell people things that I can't tell them. See, to be able to tell people what you think, you either got to have a ton of money or no money.
Right.
Well, maybe you're on one side of that spectrum, Elise.
Oh, I'm absolutely at the. I am not at the no money. I'm at the. I still have to currently earn money to have no money. So, I still have to earn money.
Right.
So after Kaylee got in, that means that KKM locked in 5 of their 15 cars to the A-Main.
A full third. I'd take 5.
Yeah.
I remember me and Bill talking about how these super teams were locking in 2 and 3 cars.
Right.
This was back in the day. Like there was one Chili Bowl where like 14 or 16 cars were teammates.
Yeah.
Some way or another, Well, I'm gonna log my computer off because it's useless at this point.
Hey, you probably could have joined. Hey, you could have joined from your phone on video too.
No, I couldn't.
Why?
I'm not. I don't have email on my phone. I don't do anything with my phone.
You don't need email on your phone. All you need to do is click on a Zoom link and it should join you in.
I'm scared. You can send it to me. I'm scared. It could really cause me problems.
Well, at this point, I don't know what could cause you more problems.
No, you can go ahead and send me a link if you want.
You may have to download Zoom though, but
yeah, there you go, right there.
how have you functioned from, I don't know, your daily?
Well, it's really weird. It's really weird. People used to just wake up every day and eat and then do whatever and hunt and go to bed. Now I gotta download Zoom. You're making my life complicated.
I mean, how else are we supposed to do this? Like, freaking, I don't know. Does everyone call in?
Do what?
Everyone just call in.
Yeah, right.
We don't need to do the Zoom. We'll just do it in your front yard. We'll do it in your front yard with the loud.
That's what I was getting. Yeah, we're just gonna show up at your place.
Hey, I got a megaphone. I'm sure your neighbors would enjoy that.
That would be awesome, though.
And then we can blast some like Bigfoot calls and stuff too in your neighborhood. Maybe we get some responses.
That's right. Hey, Kellen, Aaron really wants to come down there and go Bigfoot with you down your area since one was
right.
So we've joked about doing a because we want to do some more like actual video stuff with Racer to Racer. We have some things kind of planned for maybe this year, but one of the fun things I wanted to do was like Bigfooting with racers.
Just to be clear, Kellen knows everything I do. He's always my sounding board. So we're not going to mention it here. Kellen knows everything I do.
I was going to say there's a good chance.
But I mean, like Tanner Holmes is actually kind of interested in the subject, so he said he said he'd be willing to do it. Obviously, he lives in Washington State, but so maybe Kellen could be our first official contestant, or whatever you want to call it.
I like that, contestant.
Kellen's wife would actually be a lot more fun to go with.
I don't know if you want Scott alone with your wife. That sounds kind of dangerous.
I think there's absolutely zero worry on his part. She's one of my sounding boards too, but we can't talk about that here.
Yeah. She actually is, but yeah, we definitely probably can't air that.
Yeah, we can't talk about those discussions.
I even think like ghost hunting with racers would actually be pretty interesting too.
Well, you gotta. I mean, I'm not saying that you're wrong, but you gotta find guys who are willing to go do it. And I gotta tell you, a lot of race car drivers I've met, they wouldn't, even if they
no,
thought
I
they
know.
wanted to do it, they would be hard to get them to go do it.
Yeah,
I think Connor Daly would probably he'd be more apt to do it of anyone. I think.
I don't know. After that last crash at Chili Bowl, he may have knocked all his chili.
Yeah.
I mean, it may have knocked all of his sense out too. So he may definitely do it. But apparently, like IMS, I've heard stories about IMS being haunted. I've heard all kinds of stuff about IMS being haunted, like the museum. When you talk to Doug Bowles,
it's haunted by the ghosts of people who lost everything they had trying to do it. I know that.
100 years from now, there's going to be a Scott Bowie ghost.
Yeah, I didn't lose my money at Speedway though. I never got to that kind of level of money. You know, what was I say? That other show we were talking about doing, I really like that concept. I think that's gonna be fun.
What was the other? What were we talking about?
The shop thing.
Oh yeah. I have all the equipment for it now. So I have the mics and the camera. Yeah. I mean, we could go do it somewhere tomorrow.
Yeah. Hey, well, Chase Briscoe didn't make it. Where's his ace mechanic, Kellen? Where's Andy Bradley at?
Andy's actually out there spinning wrenches for him this year. He's out there.
I know. Where's he at right now? He's Chase right now.
Right. I don't know who that is behind him. I think that's Rosenboom's behind him.
That's my favorite position where he was, by the way, leaning up against the metal
right.
The cord for the door. That's one of my favorite spots.
Absolutely.
Sure.
So we were talking about this earlier about in-car camera stuff. You said the car is actually a lot louder inside than what it is on these cameras, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think the mics definitely cut a lot of noise out.
Man, Mahindra tractor is making a splash out, this year because they had a brand new Mahindra they were using.
Yep.
Out there, had a flat tire the other day. Hey, you see his other sponsor on there? He's got Huffy as a sponsor.
I didn't notice that.
See? It's on the sun visor.
Oh yeah.
Maybe they'll have a Chase Briscoe Huffy bike.
Now it's a party.
Now it's a party. Kevin Briscoe there. Kevin Briscoe behind him, man. One time, whoo, he was a load in the Indiana sprint car scene.
Absolutely.
An absolute load. You know that stings a little bit, right? Being a spot short, that's going to sting a little bit.
Yeah, probably does.
You know what? There's a guy there that was pretty overlooked in Kevin Thomas Jr. And it would not surprise me at all if he won tonight.
I can't argue that. He looked a lot better the other night than he had in a while, but I mean, that could have been anything.
But the way the bottom come in, and he likes running the bottom.
Yep.
So Henchman, so all those Henchman HP2 suits, are those all sublimated?
It kind of looks that way, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy because obviously I like collect I have some driver suits and I have suits from like the 80s and 90s, and you look at those compared to I have a couple that are like the newer from the past couple years and they're like sublimated. And they're so light. I mean, they're so light they don't even feel like fire retardant.
Right.
Right. Bill,
Yeah, whenever that sublimation first started coming out, there was one place that did it, and like how the process they were doing it was actually killing the suit and basically got rid of any fire retardant properties that it had. Like it turned into a huge ordeal.
Well, here's a question.
I didn't know that.
Does washing do you have to wash a suit a special way? Like if you wash it, will it get rid of the fire retardant properties?
No.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Kellen. I'm sorry.
Oh no, you're fine, Scott. Most of them will say like dry clean, but yeah, I mean, usually they will even tell you like it doesn't, it's not going to remove any of it.
So,
right.
So back in the old days, when they first started coming out, like when guys would wear coveralls, they would take those and then wash them or dip them in a chemical to make them fire retardant. And so, that was a process. And I don't know how long that went for, but then they started putting the Nomex in that, inside the suits. And like Bill, like Kellen, did you ever wear a three layer suit?
That's all I ever wore.
Oh, he's there.
Yeah, so that's what Bill always wore, a 3-layer quilted suits is what he always wore.
Yeah. I always wore a 3-layer and then like the underwear under it as well.
Right. Right, man, those guys wear that, and I understand that there's superhero race car drivers out there that wear the t-shirts, and hey man, you know what, if that's what you want to do, that's fine, but people they never take into account that when that fire gets hot, that sweat in that t-shirt boils you like a lobster. And you just got to be so careful with that. That's why all the new suits, as Kellen knows, they try to do suits and all the underwear, they want to wick the sweat away from your body so that it's not against your body. And plus, it's Nomex or Carbon X, actually.
Mm-hmm.
And
is that what it is now, Carbon X?
It's that or a version thereof, right, Kellen? For the most part.
Correct. Yes.
And it so which like when I sold Carbon X, their whole selling point was it had a higher flame rate, it tolerance to flame, which it seemed accurate. I don't know. I mean, I don't know if you were ever in a fire with any of that Carbon X stuff, but just from the test and stuff I saw, I mean, it seemed like it was a excellent product.
Yeah, luckily I never actually had to test any of it out, but I did like their product.
The only thing they really screwed up with is when they first introduced their socks, they were a mid-ankle sock. And that was, so it was Chapman, the same people that own Chapman heads is the same people that own the technology for Carbon X. So that's why I had to get it from, or maybe they licensed it, but there was nobody else selling it. And that's where I would buy it from. And their socks were shorty socks, not in shoe, obviously, but it was just like a little over the ankle, like a 3/4 or whatever you want to call it. And guys did get burnt above the socks. And they did go finally to a longer sock later on.
Now, I don't think the only thing that's required, like when you race, Kellen, like were you required to wear like the wear shirt or whatever, like the undershirt?
No, the suit is the only thing that the requirements. That's the only stuff that they have in the rule books. Yeah.
I wonder if it's different in like IndyCar and stuff. I bet it is.
Probably so. Yeah.
Now, a lot of IndyCar guys I've seen over the years wear the short sleeve and the shorts in that.
I've talked to a couple of drivers and they've said that they feel like it makes a big difference wearing a long sleeve shirt. I mean, it can make a huge difference. I'm sure it could. Depending, in a situation like Romain Grosjean and his accident he had 2 years ago, whenever that was, I'm guessing he probably had the long sleeve shirt on, and I'm sure that probably made a huge difference.
Yeah.
Well, I would tell anybody to wear as much as you can. And
just watch that. Just watch that accident, and you will understand why.
Yep.
Well,
I got away from the long sleeve just because of what we were doing. When you're, most of your racing is in the middle of the summer and it's 100 degrees out and you're basically wearing long underwear, and then you're trying to work on stuff. So you're sweating, you're getting dirty. It's just miserable. That was where I think it was Bell started carrying the line. It was a short sleeve and went to that. I really liked those, but
Well, I know they have they have like those cool vests that I know they have the vests like NASCAR drivers use to hook up to like a cooler thing, but they also have like vests that like you put in the freezer and then they keep cool. I don't know how good those work.
Yeah. The problem with any of those vests is when that cool suit quits working.
This isn't even right. I'm not saying like this isn't hooked up to anything. It's just a vest.
Yeah, it's just like an ice pack.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
same thing. Once it starts getting hot, then it's hot. But
Kel and I talked about
the other side of it.
Go ahead, Kel.
Oh no, what I was going to say was the other side of it is in these cars, you've got so much air moving on you that realistically, that's the worst time is when you're not in the car and moving. Like that's when you're the most miserable in it. Like when you're out there, you don't notice anything. So
that one thing I've thought about a lot is, especially when those hot summer days, is some sort of like shirt or something that has where you can put a ice pack in the shirt or the suit,
right,
against your heart to keep your heart cool while you're running. Because those, like you said, those 100-degree days, man, those are some roasters.
Well, and I think especially you're getting to the point now where everybody's wearing data stuff, whether it's Apple Watches or, whatever. And, that tells you that they're watching it. Like they're all monitoring it. So.
Right.
Yeah. There was, I think it was Ferrucci before he got into IndyCar, like F2 or something. He got in trouble for like texting while he was like in the pits or something. Like he had his phone on him.
That's funny. There's been several Cup guys that gotten in trouble for that.
Yeah.
Had their Kozlowski had that under red or yeah.
The funniest thing I heard was actually on our good buddy David Land's. He was doing that video stream, Scott, with they were doing the race review with Colton Herta last year, and Colton was saying during the Daytona 24 when he got out of the car he couldn't find his cell phone, like he had no idea where it was. So he went to he got on his girlfriend's phone and did locate my iPhone, and the phone was going around the track.
Go around the track.
He had forgot to take it out of his pocket and it fell into the car.
That's funny.
And the phone was destroyed, I guess, because it was just going all over the car. And
that's funny.
Like during the pit stop, he like went in the car to try to find it real quick, and they couldn't find it until they got it back to the shop because it was wedged in somewhere.
That's funny.
That's hilarious, man.
Oh.
Man, so when do you leave for the 24 hours?
In a couple, in like a week or something.
All right. So are we releasing that show then after the 24 hours or right before?
We'll do. I think we'll do it the week. I think we'll do the week of the 24.
Okay.
So I think we'll. Yeah, I think we'll release it like that week. That's what I was thinking, and that'll just be our podcast that week.
No,
it's up to
that
you.
makes sense.
Right.
No,
it's just like it's like a preview. So.
Yeah.
But I think the two people we have will be perfect because we have one guy that obviously, I mean, he's won in his class 3 times. So,
right. No, that's good.
Man, I love Pete though, dude. Pete's a great guy.
Yeah, I really like him too.
Yeah, he called me the other day and I was actually working, but he like called me. It was right before I was taking lunch, but he was just talking to me about racing there and just asked me how I was doing. Hopefully I get the chance to meet him sometime. I know he doesn't really come around much.
Right. Yeah. I mean, dude, it sucks. All these dudes are getting older. And I'm not saying that's why he don't come around, but it sucks, man. I hate it.
Yeah, and then Pete's still pretty. I mean, he still like flies, and I mean, he's still pretty. He raced just a couple years ago, I think. I mean, he still stays pretty active, and he's in his 70s, I think.
Right. Kellen's going to race in your 70s, aren't you, Kellen?
Whew. Probably not.
Well, we have another question from Amber's Asylum. She is interacting. I'm glad someone's interacting in the comments. I know they have this program at the Speedway that allows people to ride along with a driver on the track. Have any of y'all done that?
You have, haven't you?
I haven't. My dad has.
I thought you did too. I'm a little what they call large to do that.
Oh, you fit. Man, too bad we don't have.
I'm too big for it.
Too bad we don't have Tyce on because Tyce can just say, "I've done the real thing."
Right. No, I'm too heavy for it.
No, you're not. I've seen bigger.
I read the thing. I'm too heavy for it.
Yeah, I would like to do it. They also have a thing where you can drive an Indy car around the track.
Yeah, I've seen that too.
But is that the top speed on that's like 120, 125.
That's plenty.
So
yeah.
Well, I would imagine though, like it's still it's probably not. I don't think anyone's. I'm sure someone's wrecked doing it, but it's probably not. Super hard.
I promise you, for anybody who's A, never ran 120 mile an hour before, and B, never driven anything that's small and nimble before, 120 mile an hour is going to get your attention.
That is hauling the mail right there.
Hauling the mail. No, I have a buddy that he did that and he flat spotted the tires coming into the pits, I guess.
That's how something Kel would do. Kel would flat spot the tires. Kel would flat spot the tires, jump out and chuck them their helmet back.
I've seen a video. I think I saw a video of Kellen. I think you were flipping or something
Probably.
on YouTube.
Yeah. Yep, there's one of those out there.
That was a hard one.
It was.
The better one is the one where if you run it at Macon. If anybody wants to watch Kellen run a midget, you can find that one out too. That's a lot better one where the camera's on the Nerf bar, right? Is that where you get
on top of the cage pointing down into the car, I think, or something like that? Yeah. Or maybe there is one that's like the right rear, isn't it? Now that I think about it.
Yep. Yep. Dude, I remember. I've got a so Golobeck and Clausen's are friends, and during one sprint week, Golobeck had torn her car up the night before, and Bill fixed it for him the next day. On Saturday, Golobeck's come over and Bill fixed it for him, and
Right.
I still have a signed one of those promo cards.
Yeah.
From somewhere. But he
Who-
looks a lot
who's
older
this?
today.
Yeah.
This guy right here, Shane Golobeck.
Are there any Kellen Conover? I can't even say your last name. I'm sorry. Kellen Conover promo cards out there?
You're good. No, I never got that. Never got that impressive.
There was T-shirts.
Did have shirts.
Really?
Yeah.
Cool.
That was a good shirt too. I like the fact that Kellen's the only man I ever know to release a T-shirt of a car that never existed.
This is true. That is true about that.
Oh,
Yep.
there's other people who's done that.
Well, no, I mean this was a car that was going to exist, and then he just never had the scheme done.
we didn't end up doing that scheme. Yep. But yeah, that was a good one because that had the crown car on it. Yeah.
That was a good one. That was a good one.
See what Kellen could probably do. I know of someone who's like a I know the Indy experience, a 2-seater experience, they hire like anyone with any kind of racing experience. You can't go like the full 200 mile an hour, but I think they hire people to go like 100 mile an hour or something, or
Sure.
some kind of ride-alongs around town or whatever. So someone like you would definitely qualify for that.
Yeah,
Because
I knew a guy that used to work for like the Richard Petty one at Kentucky, and I think did that.
You
He would
might
do
something like that too.
Yeah, he would drive for the ride-alongs. Yeah.
So basically, right as the A feature is getting ready to start, I'm going to have to leave.
Yeah, well, why wouldn't it?
And that will, ladies and gentlemen, top off my evening.
Yeah, because then your woman will be back in your house, and you have to clean up now and all that.
I already cleaned up the house. I didn't fix the dog's hair though. Robin gets to see her hair all messed up. These dogs absolutely rule the house. I would say if I didn't come home for like 6 or 7 days, she wouldn't even notice. Until the dog.
Hey man, as long as well, if if you're not there for a couple days, you get a brick thrown through your window again. She'd probably be very suspicious.
Yeah, if I get another brick thrown through my window, that's going to be. I'm going to have some questions because I have no idea what that was about.
Well, you do. You
This
do.
time.
It had nothing to do with you, but it was your neighbor or whatever.
Well, yeah, no, but if it happens again, I'm going to be very suspicious because
The best thing I can't even say it because we're live, but the best thing Scott said, it's just we'll have to say this off there, Kellen, but it made my year. I think it was the funniest thing I heard all year.
well, no, Kellen's going to know everything I said. I guarantee you, I told Kellen the same thing I told you.
I don't know. So the brick came
Huh?
through the window, and Scott told Robin, he's, I'm just going to let you know right now. Blank. I think he told you that if you're laughing. Yeah.
I said, I promise you, I am not seeing any. I mean, it's not, of course, it's on Valentine's Day, right?
Right.
Hey, Scott,
So beautiful.
Amber's Asylum wants to know what island you're from. I think she's getting you confused with Chin.
Yeah, no, I am not Chin. Chin is my island is one they haven't located yet. Yeah, she's getting me confused with Chin. She'll love Chin. Chin's the man. Kellen's got to meet Chin someday. Chin's my boy.
Scott, are you available next Saturday?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Maybe.
It'll probably be
Maybe,
too
I
cold
don't
for
know
you,
yet.
though.
Well, if we're going outside, it's going to be too cold for me. I promise you that. If we're doing it inside, I got no problem with that.
Yeah, we're going to find Bigfoot inside.
Oh, I'm not going Bigfoot in winter. No, that's not happening.
Somebody's got a group on Twitter right now. Chili Bowl Spaces thing. It's like 230 people on there.
I can believe that. I tell you, this has been a hell of a Chili Bowl. I will tell you, this has been the best. You know, as far
Race
as
hasn't even
competition
started
every
yet.
night. Well, I'm just talking
No, I
about
know.
the event so far.
Yeah.
You know.
No, absolutely. I think somehow we've kind of missed any major, issues, and it really has been some of the best racing.
What's really funny is that, it used to be, as much as I talk about the old days, it used to be we could take 10 names out of the hat and just put them on a wall and say that's roughly going to be your top 10.
Right.
And then the rest of them, you'd have to race them out, see what happened. Today, you just can't do that.
No, not at all.
What time you have to leave, Scott? I thought you had to leave at 11:10.
No, I had the times wrong. I got to leave in about 40 minutes.
Yeah, it's easy to get the time zones.
Well, I misunderstood what she was telling me.
I'm shocked at that.
Yeah, all right.
No, when we schedule interviews, I always make sure, I tell people, EST.
Yeah, well,
because we've had people. We've had a couple issues. We've had a couple issues with people getting times mixed up. We've had at least one person completely, what's the word to use? Stand us up. What did you say, Scott?
He ghosted us is what he did.
Stood us up, ghosted us.
You know what, though? To be fair, we've only had two occasions, really. One, we were just straight ghosted, and the other one is, I got sick. It's really more my fault. He didn't understand the time the first time. Second time I got sick, and then that just kind of fell
and
apart.
it was the same person both times, actually.
Okay.
Right.
But
well, yeah.
Other than that, we can't complain. We've had a very good record of people.
Man, yeah.
The one today, man. The one today was one of our better ones for sure. From earlier.
Man, I'm telling you, we are on a roll, man. We are absolutely on a roll as far as the such great guests, man.
You name drop a mother effer.
Right, exactly.
Absolutely. I will tell you I don't want to name drop it, then I will name drop bombs everywhere.
Oh, I'm name dropping all the time, dude.
No, Jackaroo was just so great, man. I was hoping he'd call in tonight.
Yeah.
Good dude. Absolute good dude. I wonder if the reason why I wonder if Pat didn't call back. I wonder if Pat actually got removed from the call too.
Well, it's very possible. It's all my fault.
Oh, I'm not blaming you. Not at all. I don't. Man, I don't. Trust me, man. I don't blame anybody hardly for anything.
I didn't think it would cause a problem. No, I know you're not.
Hey, so that's something we didn't talk about earlier. With Pat, I was hoping to talk to Pat again. how about Zeb Wise, man? No, there's a kid there that kind of, I think, people, he kind of left the
Right, Klaus Marshall.
He's been out running the wing cars and some non-wing, and man, he really come back. He really gathered it up and has come back strong.
Yep.
Good for him, man.
No, absolutely.
Tim McCready took one of the worst Chili Bowl crashes I ever saw.
Yeah, God, it was terrible.
He kind of had a Kevin Swindell type moment there, and but it just, for whatever reason, didn't result in the same thing.
Right.
When the suspension broke and that thing flat-sided.
Yeah. No shit. I mean, whenever you go over the fence and then come down on the concrete, so nothing's gonna survive that.
Right. My dog is burying herself under a pillow over there. And the cat's just looking at her. I really like McCready. His dad was just a stud race car driver.
Absolutely.
I mean, man, his dad was so good.
So we've got cars lining up.
Yeah, well, they're just getting track done. They got to work that track, because that bad boy, 55 laps, you're going to take a rubber in the last 6-7 laps, and you sure don't want that to happen.
Yeah, probably before that.
Well, yeah, because there's more cars.
Yep.
I didn't even think about that. Yeah. So what? Each one of those had 20 cars in them. Is that right? 16 cars. So those races had like 16 cars in them, something like that.
So the Bs were 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So 16, 18, 20. No, they had like 20 cars in the Bs too.
So the feature. So what we got here in the feature, we got 24, right?
Correct.
So there's 4 more cars out there, which isn't that big a difference.
Yeah, I just mean more the fact of, like, once it's there, it seems to always come back quicker.
Yeah, although they had that problem early in the week, and
that's true. Yeah.
In the other nights until tonight, they hadn't had that problem.
Well, it was bad this afternoon. There was.
No. That's what I said. That's what I'm talking about. It come back this afternoon, but they went 4 days without really having an issue.
Right. But I guess maybe that's just I don't know.
Miss our buddy David Land. David's having a watch party at his house.
Yeah, he said he was going to. Yeah, because that was cool last year having him on. What?
It really was. No, I liked it.
We need to get with him and record an episode with him, maybe next week.
Yeah. No, I like David. He's a good dude, man. I like the fact he's really hitting his stride too. He's just getting to live the dream. It kind of goes back to what Jackaroo was talking about today, which I'm not going to get into all that, but just following his passion,
Yeah. Well, YouTube's a tough game to be in for sure. And I think David Lane has definitely figured it. I mean, David Lane is 100% monetized and he's making money. So good for him.
Yeah.
I mean, he's got. I need to look up his subscriber count. David Land currently has, wow, he's gone up a lot. 68.8 thousand subscribers.
Wow.
I mean, he'll be
he's
at
done a lot
100.
of
I mean, he'll be at
NASCAR
100 in a year. What?
He's done a lot of NASCAR stuff here recently too, which probably helped.
Yeah, no, that definitely helps. I mean, he's bringing style quite a bit. But yeah, once he gets to 100, I mean, he'll get the YouTube plaque in the mail.
Kill him to make you one of those plaques for like $50 once you kill him.
Absolutely. Why not?
But if Amber's Asylum is still watching, she can tell you how hard the YouTube world is.
It's tough. Oh yeah. Well, she's got a whole nother problem we can't discuss on here. Did you see the Coons cars there? Prominently displayed, Kellen?
No, I missed it. Just slipped right past me.
So the guy talking, and I apologize for anybody out there. I just don't remember his name. Is that kid, what's his name, Kellen? Do you know the guy's name who's talking right now?
No, I don't even have it turned up loud enough to hear.
Do you know his name, Kellen? Or excuse me, not Kellen. Aaron.
The guy talking?
Yeah. He does like I think he does a lot of NHRA stuff as well. But you know, he hosts that podcast for called The Skinny with Fathead.
Oh, you talking about what's his name? Like Rico or not Rico? What's his name?
No, Rico is the owner of Fathead. This guy is like obviously an announcer and stuff like that.
Like Flea or something?
No. Flea, poor Flea.
What? I don't know who I'm talking about.
I don't remember this guy. I feel bad. I just don't remember his name right now because I don't have it really turned up very loud either.
Yeah, dude, the Skinny podcast, they got a pretty good gig going.
Yeah, no,
they get all their people in studio.
Yeah, no, they got a really good deal. No, people just haven't really found out about them yet, but they have good guests and stuff. They got some really good Robin. They got Robin Miller in that studio and had a really good talk for a while. Because when Robin was done, he just got up and walked out.
Hey, we gained 10. We gained 10 subscribers, Scott, since
Did we really? Well, thank
beginning
you
of the
to
week.
anybody listening that subscribed.
Beginning of the week. Well, we gained maybe 3 or 4 from this, but we gained a good portion from Antron.
Well, yeah, I mean, but if any of those people are listening or any of those people hear it, thank you so much. I thank each and every person who subscribes and likes our videos, man. To take your time out of your day to do something like that, man, thank you.
I think what we need to do is we need to set when we hit like 200 subscribers or something, Scott is going to do something.
I guess boy Scott's got to do something.
That's what people want. That people don't want me to do anything. They want Scott to do something.
Right.
So what can Scott do? Kellen, you can be the person that decides that.
I'll have to think on that one.
I can be a good guy.
That'd be a first.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe we can have him do like the what's it called, the Polar Bear Club, where you have to go into the water.
Oh, shoot.
Yeah, I'm not taking off my clothes for you, Aaron. I'm sorry. Our 200 subscriber, I'll pay a local kid to go cut their yard.
giveaways work well for promotion too. I know they do, but the problem is, well, not the problem. It's a lot more fun if we have Scott do something.
Right. It's a lot more fun for you. So in the time we've done the show,
Save his head. There we go. We'll save your head.
We're not shaving my head. Kellen knows that's a no-fly zone right there.
Right.
I forgot what I was going to say now, but yeah, we're not shaving my head. It's going to fall out on its own. I'm not going to help it go anywhere.
Put makeup on him. Dude, these are some great suggestions we're getting in comments right now.
I understand now why people shut the comments.
Hey, Pat is back, Scott.
Oh, okay. Hey, Pat, what's up, buddy?
Good. How you doing?
Good. Hey, I had to go. I had to go offline. We had an issue. I had to do a call in.
Okay. I'll just try to check in. Hope you guys are well.
Yeah. What do you got for us there?
Oh, I don't know. What do you got? Who do you got?
Man, you know what? That is a great question. You know, I'm gonna go. Normally I pick the man until the man loses, right? That's my theory. I'm gonna call it right now, Tanner Thorson. I'm calling it right now.
Did you say Tanner Thorson?
Tanner Thorson.
That's what someone next to me has suggested. That's a pretty good pick. He's tough.
Yeah, he's looked tough. He's looked tough all week.
Yeah. I was pretty proud of Dylan Welch. He races twice a year, and he made it to the ABN on Saturday night at the Chili Bowl Nationals. That's pretty impressive, really.
So, it really is.
Yeah, I think they said he hadn't been in a car since last year Chili Bowl.
Right.
Yeah.
He gasses it up when he gets in a car. So that was awfully cool. But
people forget what a good pavement racer Dylan Welch was.
Oh, that's right.
Driving for the 9 team.
Right.
Yeah.
He and in fact, I did a little small piece for the Sprint Car Midget website about Dylan yesterday, and one of the things he said to me was, I was a pavement kid, and my success has always been by, surrounding myself with the right people. He said Brian Clausen was the guy who originally helped him on the dirt. Okay. But you're right. That's everything he had done previously was on the pavement. So it's going to be interesting. I think it's going to be an interesting race. And of course, Kyle starts pretty far back, so it's going to be fun.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think it's a good. Hey, I said a while ago, I was hoping to talk to you again. Hey, how about Seb Wise, man? Now here's a kid there that I think a lot of people had starting to write off a little bit. He had just some hiccups, right? And
Right.
He went ring racing and he just kind of didn't seem like he was in sync. But man, I'll tell you, he's had a hell of a Chili Bowl.
He has. I mean, he did a pretty good job with the All-Stars. And the other interesting thing is, and you guys know this, is that one of the things Keith Koontz has done over the years is that he's really wanted to put his midget drivers in wing sprint cars from time to time for two reasons. One is to just speed, and once you've done that speed, things slow down. The second is to be effective in a wing sprint car, you got to keep the car straight. And that's still true in everything, really. I mean, as much as we like traditional sprint cars getting all the way sideways, it's not always the fastest way to go. But he always thinks that helps them. So that whole period of his life may have really helped him in the midget. And, he went on the outside. He chose the outside groove on his preliminary night. It was wide open, and he went from 17th to a transfer position. So very impressive for him. It'll be really fun to see how he does.
I agree. I'd say, man, he's really proven some. He's really shaken off whatever was kind of sticking to him, right?
Right. Yeah, I mean, this as well as anybody. I mean, every racer goes through lulls and has valleys and has tough times. And I think for some of our younger kids, and I don't remember specifically what Seb's thoughts were and aspirations, but a lot of them are certainly starstruck with the idea of, going to NASCAR. And, and as Logan Seavey said to me in an article I recently did, the Toyota people told him he was too old and he was 20 years old. I mean, so if you've had your sights on that dream and then at some point you realize that may not happen for you, that's a hard adjustment for some to say, well, then what does that mean? Can I be a professional race driver and race at this level, which you and I think all of us feel there's no shame in that whatsoever,
Right.
but it means you have to recalibrate your thoughts and fight through that. Bob East always said to me, a race driver has to negotiate the good times, which can be problematic, and the bad times to be good over the long haul. So this might be a really good boost for him. He's a nice kid.
I agree. I don't know him as a person, but he seems like a great kid. And the assessment just seems accurate, Of course, Bob knows. Bob always knows, right?
Right.
Bob, and and he would, in terms of what he said, I mean, he's worked with, he worked with some of the generation's greatest drivers.
Right.
And like you said, success can be just as bad for you as
right
failure.
And as we know, some of these owners and crew chiefs are at least minor psychologists. There was a really interesting point. Maybe you guys saw it. I mean, I think it was on Flow. I mean, I saw it on the screen. I don't know what the source of what I saw was, but in the later stages of the preliminary night that Rico won, we got a shot of Keith Coons standing at the gate on the dirt, looking at Rico and giving him a macho man pose with his eyes bugging out, and then pumping him up. And you're thinking, man, you wouldn't think Rico Eggbrew needed that sort of extra boost of motivation, but Keith certainly thought he did. And Keith and Rico said, Keith's giving me hands all the time. But that's part of that role, particularly in grooming talent, grooming racers, and even dealing with veterans. I mean, it's a hard life in its own way. It's a hard game. There's only one winner, and just to be able to withstand all that sort of emotional roller coaster that comes with it, I don't think average fans pay enough attention to. They don't have enough empathy for them to do that. It's great to stand next to the trophy girl and hold the big check, but there's only one person does that at night.
Well, yeah, and this is a conversation I've had with many people, and I know you and I have had it recently, and Kelly and I have had this conversation many times, and it's just, it's easy to stand there, and I'm sure I've done it. I know I've done it with other things, but it's easy to stand there and say, well, you should have done this, you should have done that, and or why did that guy do this or why did that guy do that? We have no idea what they're going through.
Zero. That's right. Absolutely not. There's so many variables involved. It actually, I was talking to the guys around me today about, having enough guts to race and what it takes to do it, and the special talent that it takes to do it. But it's easy to sit on an armchair and make assessments, judgments about things that people do, but you're not there, and you're not in the car, and you don't know how the car is performing, and there's a whole lot of stuff going on that normal people don't see. And so I just have respect for everybody that puts it on the line. I mean, I mean everybody. I don't, the guy that's running a Detroit Iron car at Anderson Speedway has got enough guts to get out there in front of people and try to make things happen. And I think that's admirable. Not many of us can do it. So, and these guys are just so, yeah. And these guys were watching tonight. I mean, so many of them are just so good. And And like Kaylee Bryson, I think just made history. I think she's the first woman to make the A.
Correct.
Yeah.
She is.
Yeah. She's very quiet, as you know, and but she got on that high side and made it work. So that was kind of fun. But I'm ready to go racing after you guys.
Yep.
She won't be the last either.
No. We'll see how it goes. Well, boys, I'm going to take a break for the cause. It was great talking to you tonight. Enjoyed it.
Yep. Thanks, Pat. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Pat. Hey, Pat. Now wait a second. Now you said all this stuff. You talked a lot, but you didn't give us any picks.
I'll go with Kyle. I still think he's the man.
I would agree.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah, I think it's hard to go against the man. Take care. Thank you so much, Pat.
Thanks, Pat. Really appreciate it.
Say bye.
Well, that's pretty cool. Are you guys there?
Yeah, I'm here.
I was really hoping you'd pretend to not be too.
Oh, darn, man. I didn't even think about that.
That's funny. I let Aaron quit on me.
I'm starting my own podcast. You're on your own,
Right.
Scott.
You would probably do better off. I would say that. You know what? I stick with Thorson, but I think this definitely Justin Grant's time to shine too. So.
Yep.
You know what Scott's kind of like?
Guys.
Scott's kind of like that.
What's
I
that?
don't know. You have like a old TV, Kellen, from, I don't know, maybe 20 years ago, or an old printer that weighs like 50 pounds, and it doesn't do much, but it makes a good boat anchor.
I thought you were going to say you're going to have to hit it to make it do anything.
I thought that too.
I'll be right back. Give me one moment.
How many females are there on the entry list? There's a question.
Let's see. So you had Kaylee Bryson, you had Taylor Ferns, Taylor Reimer, also driving for Keith Coons. And then there's another one. She's from California. Oh, goodness. I think it starts with a C. Kofer, Maria Kofer. That's it.
Oh, that's right.
So,
I know
yeah,
that.
so like 4 or 5. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, there may have been a couple others in there, maybe, that I don't know, but yeah, those for sure.
Who did you come up with? How many did you come up with?
4
Like
or something?
4 or 5, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, wait a second. Now there's Decker.
Oh, I'm sorry. I totally forgot about Michelle Becker and Shannon McQueen.
Jamie
Wow.
Spears.
So let's start. There's Decker, McQueen.
Correct.
Ede,
Then Bryson.
Ede.
Oh, Ede. Yeah, I forgot Ede was there this year. Yeah.
Maria Kofer.
Yep. Reimer.
Right. Yeah. Taylor Reimer. I'm going with 9 because I know I'm missing a couple.
Someone says Stephen J says there's a local Oklahoma female driver too.
Yeah, I saw her. I saw them talk. Well, I mean, Bryson is, but there's another girl too.
Okay.
I talked to her earlier, I believe.
What's up with these women in the Victory Lane? Is that like a tradition? Do they always have them there?
It's usually a casino. Yeah, they're casino.
Yeah, those aren't Hooter girls.
Well, it used to be. They used to have the Hooter girls there.
Hooter girls are usually in the back. Yeah, they were usually always in the back of the trucks, and then but the Victory Lane was always the casino girls.
Man, how about Christopher Bell? Won a cup race this year, made the chase. Still talk about missing the Chili Bowl last year. Not missing, but not winning. Sorry.
Right.
You know what's a little strange is I always thought it was kind of just a joke at first, but it really does seem like he and Larson's relationship's a little frosty.
No, absolutely.
I find that really strange. All the years they raced midgets together, why would it be now? You know.
I mean, if you were Christopher Bell in that situation, you may feel the same. I don't know.
The other girl from Oklahoma was Harley White.
Well,
Yeah,
someone said Shannon McQueen was on the entry list too, whoever that is.
Right, yeah. Yep. Shannon McQueen and Michelle Decker.
I have no idea who any of these people are.
Yeah, Shannon's West Coast. She's a California.
The only female midget drivers I know of is Maria Coford and Taylor Reimer. That was the one, right, Scott? We were trying to get.
Yep.
But yeah. Yeah, Harley White. How can we forget Harley White? She has such an inspirational story. We even talked about her last year on the podcast last year.
Yep. Dano came up with the save on that one. So.
Yeah.
Man, I barely remember the podcast we recorded earlier today, let alone Chili Bowl live stream from last year.
I remember quite a bit of the live stream from last year. But I'll be doing some of this from the car, by the way.
Of course. And that's a large Diet Coke with extra ice.
I gotta pick Robin up. I can't go get my food.
How many times have you seen Scott Kellen in person and he did not have a McDonald's cup with him?
True, yes. But my favorite running joke is anytime Scott calls me, I know he's on a food run.
Oh,
man, he finally just went to California Burger, which Kellen has no idea what we're talking about. So remember the Taco Bell?
Actually, I do know this because he's told me about it so many times. He's always tried to go and he never gets to.
He's finally been, and he gave it what did you give it? A solid 7 or something? A solid 8?
Solid 7. Solid 7. It was good.
There you
go.
go.
You know where I went? You know where I went today? I went to the new Shake Shack.
Oh, did you like it?
Yeah, I liked it. It was good. I like Shake Shack.
Hey, I'm gonna give. Because anybody out there who's seen me can tell I'm a little heavy, so they can definitely trust my opinion on food. But a place that I really liked, I didn't think I was going to care for too much, was Wahlburger.
I've heard people say they didn't like it.
I like Wahlburger. Man, Wahlburger's got the best. Is it cheese? I don't remember. It's like a cheese sandwich. I can't remember exactly what it was I got. Man, it was awesome. And they got the biggest bowl of chili I've ever seen in my life. But I really like Wahlburger. I really didn't think I was going to like it. I don't like the colors, but I like the food.
Yeah.
Did you ever eat that little restaurant out there in Tulsa? What is it called? Route 66. What was that place called, Kellen?
Are you thinking of Tally's?
Yes.
Tally's Route 66 Diner. Yep.
Yep. That place is good too. Is it still?
It was, yeah.
I really liked it. We went there for breakfast a couple times. It was really good.
Oh yeah, yeah. We'd go.
Anybody listen? You go to Tulsa, Oklahoma. Go to Tally's. Okay.
That's right.
Great breakfast. If you go at the right time, you'll see a bunch of hungover race car drivers.
Right.
Man, there's a couple really good places we eat at when we go to Daytona. It's almost like it's like a Hooters. It's very similar to Hooters. They got the women dressed up and everything, but it's called the Wing House. And it's a lot better than Hooters. You been there, Kellen?
Yeah, it's a Southern chain. Yeah.
Yeah, I love Wing House.
So don't let Kellen fool you, because as much as he's talked to me going through fast food restaurants, when Kellen used to travel all the time for his work, I talked to Kellen in every Applebee's, Hooters, Sizzler,
Chili's.
I don't know if there's any Sizzlers or not, but in any pub restaurant he could find.
Buffalo Wild Wings, yeah. It was.
Yep.
Beggars can't be choosers.
I know a lot of people when they go new places will eat at like a food chain that you can eat at. Like when I go somewhere, I like to eat somewhere where I can't eat at home.
I agree. That's a real. Kellen's traveled a lot for his work.
Yeah.
Kellen, is there really any places left that don't have a ton of chain places?
Not many, man. Not many.
That's what a lot of people are talking about. The real shame of out of COVID is like New York and LA and that losing, and Chicago losing these restaurants that are 50, 75 years old, and and they're going away.
Yep.
Which is sad. I mean, I think that's they're family restaurants. I mean, Kellen's family owned a restaurant like type thing. I mean, the amount of hours that these people have put into those things in their lives.
Yeah.
To have them go away because of COVID. It's
something that you can't control. Yeah.
Right.
And there was that barbecue place downtown that got shut down. I think because of COVID, and that was Sugar Fire. And you talked about that, Scott. You never got to either.
Oh, Sugar Fire.
Oh yeah, that's in St. Louis area.
St. Louis. Yep.
Yeah, we had one. Yeah, I went to Gateway IndyCar race a couple years ago, and they pushed this hospitality deal there, and me and my dad got in. They had free Sugar Fire barbecue.
Yeah.
Love Sugar Fire.
Yep, it's a good spot.
There's a really good barbecue place, Scott. You heard my dad talk about his place?
His place?
Yeah, it's called His Place. It's a barbecue place. It's like home cooked food. It's like the best food ever. It's actually off Shaitland Avenue, kind of near the Lawrence area. And dude, it's man, it's like the best place to eat at.
Welcome to Food Talk.
I know.
Your host, Kellen, Aaron, and Scott.
Hey, maybe that's some content we can create. Maybe something with food.
There you go.
You can be the guy.
If anybody's listening that lives near Ball State, I would like you to chime in and tell us if the barbecue restaurant that was actually somebody's house is still there. I had a friend take me there one time, and it was really just a house. And they you pulled up and had this kind of makeshift speaker system, and then you just pulled up to the kitchen window and they just handed it through the window.
That's so funny.
Hey, there's Kaylee on now.
Man, good for Kaylee Bryce.
Absolutely, man.
She's from Oklahoma area, and that's just awesome. It's really cool to see people, their dreams and that. I know her dream's to win it, but making the show is a massive dream too, right?
Oh yeah.
It's like people, making the Indy 500. I mean, we talked to a lot of guys who they didn't have the results that they wish they had, but there's a list of about 700 total people that made the Indy 500. They're like, well, I can say I made the Indy 500.
Right.
And the people that are alive that made the 500 are, I think, under 200.
Yeah. Boy, how about IMS, right? And it's so cool they got the dirt track there, and
dude,
and
Ricky Stenhouse, that dude Stenhouse always has just a pissed off look on his face. But hey, he dated Annika, so I guess I would do it, right?
They looked pretty happy when I saw him. She, man, I just couldn't get over it because I'd never really seen her in person. I know you had because you went to Speedway and that, saw her. But I never really paid attention. The first time I saw her, I couldn't believe how small she was.
Yeah, she's tiny. She's extremely tiny.
Yeah.
She was really good. She's easy. I think she's like kind of an easy target to pick on. But I saw her
absolutely
with Stenhouse, and she was really.
I remember she go work the T-shirt trailer.
Yeah. So I mean, I think it's just like anything else, right? It's just, you gotta be careful judging because you don't know.
Yep.
What casino are the casino girls from? Is it a casino? It's a Hard Rock casino.
Oh,
Right?
there's so yeah, it's Hard Rock now, but I mean they've always had different ones for years. I can't even remember. There's because Hard Rock is kind of on the northeast side. Then there was like another creek something. But yeah, there's been multiple, but I think these are Hard Rock.
How about Hard Rock?
Young money.
Hard Rock shut down their casino in Vegas, and now is buying another casino in Vegas.
That's funny.
They bought one on the Strip. They're buying Mirage, right?
Oh wow.
I think they're buying the Mirage.
Huh.
Yeah, Scott and Las Vegas are two things that go together well.
I love Las Vegas. I used to really love Las Vegas. I mean, when I tell you I almost moved there, I mean I almost moved there, and I'm glad I didn't because it's grown so much.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have liked it as big as it's grown.
That dude looks like Alexander Rossi.
Yeah.
But I love Vegas, man. At one time, and not because I'm a big gambler. It's just I just love the city, man. I love places with action. But
Places with action.
Yeah. Here, give me
Valley
one moment.
loves
Guys.
action. What do you say? Well, why are we laughing?
Give me 1 second. I was just waiting for the Diet Coke order, man.
Cool.
Let's see if there's anything popped up.
You guys there?
Yep.
Yeah.
All right.
Were you ordering food, Scott?
Do what?
Are you ordering food?
No, I was being ordered to come pick her up when I'm actually already on my way.
See, it's a good thing that you had. It's a good thing I kicked you out. Apparently, I kicked you out, Scott, because now you're able to talk on your phone. So
right,
we would have had to end this
Yeah,
all together.
Now that will end. That will end the moment she gets in the car. So. As I tell people, my life is not my own.
Hey, I know that feeling.
Dude, I'm sure the people love hearing this stuff. There's an abandoned U-Haul that's been sitting off the side of the interstate down by a billboard sign. It's been sitting there for like over a month.
Yeah, are you talking about the one over there, like between Washington Street and Sam Jones?
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm talking about.
That's funny.
How do you know about it? That's my question.
I know about everything, Scott.
Are you telling me it's not abandoned? That somebody knows exactly where it is?
No, I'm just telling you. I've driven on that road a lot, and I know where there's only one billboard sign. I can tell exactly where it was, so I just took a guess, and apparently I was right.
God dang it!
That's so funny. That's so funny. Well, Kellen, who you got for tonight's Chili Bowl?
Well, I tell you, it's just tough. I think the front row has a very good chance.
Yeah.
I think both of them are good enough through traffic that they could either one of those or get it done.
How's it lining up, by the way? I don't even know what the lineup is.
Bell Forson is the front row.
Okay.
So let's see here. So official is So Bell Thorson, Rico Grant, Kofoid Carrick, Larson KT, Courtney and Stenhouse.
Man, is that the worst starting spot Larson's had in the last decade?
Probably.
Wow.
Yeah,
That's gonna be interesting. You'll know quick too if they got her figured out or not.
Yeah. But I mean,
He's gonna have to go.
Well, that's where, like I say, I mean, the two on the front row are both capable of just an absolute blistering pace. So
Right.
it's going to be tough to track them down. And that's, and then that's discounting Rico and Grant, who both were super fast. So, I mean, those front four can run on the side in a hurry.
Yeah, I mean, boy, if they get a long string of green laps.
Yep.
Ooh. Better watch out. Now, are they removing lap cars no matter what lap it is?
I don't think so.
I don't think so either.
So who's your pick, Scott?
Thorson.
And your pick is?
I'll go with Bell.
And then I someone has to pick Kyle Larson, so I guess that'll be me. It seems to be an easy go-to.
I tell you, and we're not even talking about him, but Kofoid. I mean,
well, yeah, right.
I mean, realistically,
too, right?
So out of your top 10 starters, you've got two that are kind of dark horses, in my opinion, in Tanner Carrick and Stenhouse, and everybody else could win. Like, and Ricky is absolutely more than capable of it, because that dude is fantastic in a midget. But it's just you just don't. He's not the first name that comes to mind just because he doesn't run weekly. But any of those guys up front are so fast.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, they are capable. Just man, if but if they ain't careful, man, those cats can get away.
Yeah. I just realized. So Dylan Welch was the only car then from. Johnson. That's a boat entry, right? Chase Johnson. I think we lost Scott.
Yeah. Yep, we lost them. I think he probably lost connection. I think he would have told us, like, hey, I got to go.
Yeah. No, I think Chase Johnson's a boat car. So you've got two cars from boat. You've got 1, 2, 3 from Clausen Marshall. The 5 from there, or 5 from KKM. So yeah.
I would tell you the best Scott Bowie stories are. At least one time we were, after we recorded a podcast, he was trying to tell me a story, and he looked around and he closed the door behind him. It's going to be a good story when he's looking around and he's closing the door.
So funny. Let's see what they do here.
When is the race? The race is very soon. And I actually put the link. People can actually watch it now on MAV TV's Facebook.
Oh, okay.
So I put the link in here.
Nice.
Yeah, if Scott's done, we can end this stream here in a few minutes. I don't know.
Right on. Yeah, just watch the feature then. So. I'm just a guest, so.
Oh no, we appreciate it. Too bad Kim wasn't feeling well.
Yeah, I hate that.
Yeah, it's crazy. It doesn't seem like, that was a year ago. It doesn't seem like a year ago.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, I say we can definitely end this.
Right on.
But yeah, thanks. Thanks everyone for listening. If you're still into this point, we appreciate it. And thanks to all of our guests. I don't want to forget anyone. So obviously thanks, Kellen. Thanks, Tyce Carlson, Pat Sullivan, Robby McGehee, who came on very early, and Tanner Holmes. So really cool. And like we said, have Pat Sullivan call in several times during the broadcast was really cool. It's a Sprint Car Hall of Famer, someone who, and it's funny, Kellen, because we've interviewed I don't know, Paul Page and Mark James, and today we interviewed Jack Arute, and just voices are just synonymous with different things in motorsports. And
Sure.
If you follow USAC, Pat Sullivan would definitely be that voice.
Yep, absolutely is.
So yeah, thanks for everyone. Make sure you hit subscribe if you haven't already, and check out our podcast, and hope everyone enjoys.
Awesome. All right. Take care.